Hey friends, tonight we're travelling back to the year 774 when something extraordinary happened in the cosmos that left its mark on Earth in ways people wouldn't understand for over 1,000 years. This is a story about mystery and evil life and how the universe occasionally sends us puzzles wrapped in starlight. So as we ease in, take a moment to like the video and let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Let's open our first chapter now. Imagine what the world was like in 774, when Charlemagne was busy becoming the Holy Roman Emperor, and most people thought the Earth was the centre of everything. It was a time when the most amazing piece of technology you had was a watermill. The news travelled as fast as a horse, and you learned about the universe from a mix of ancient Greek philosophy, Christian theology, and what your grandfather swore he saw in the sky that one night. You lived in a world where the heavens were as reliable as clockwork, or at least as reliable as a sundial, which was the most accurate timepiece you had. The sun rose, the moon went through its phases, and the stars moved in patterns that people have known about since the beginning of recorded history. In a time when so much of life was uncertain, this celestial reliability was more than just useful, it was very comforting. Hollywood might make you think that people in the Middle Ages were primitive, but they weren't. They were skilled astronomers who could predict when eclipses would happen, figure out when Easter would be years in advance, and find their way by the stars with amazing accuracy. Monastery libraries kept careful records of comets, the movements of planets, and other strange things that happened in the sky for hundreds of years. These people didn't freak out at every shooting star. They were experienced sky watchers who could tell the difference between normal and amazing. In comparison to how complicated things are today, the medieval view of the universe was very simple. Earth was in the middle of everything, and around it were crystal spheres that held the moon, planets and stars in their never-ending dance. The Empyrean was beyond the sphere of fixed stars, and it was where God lived in perfect light. It was a universe that made sense, where everything was in the right place and had a reason for being there. People in 774 lived their lives in ways that most people today have forgotten. You woke up with the sun because candles were expensive and firelight was hard to find. The sun's path across the sky, not the clock, told you how long your workday was. Farmers knew that certain crops should be planted when certain stars came up at dawn. And monks split their prayers into different parts based on the canonical hours that followed the sun's movement. Most people stayed in the same place their whole lives, only moving a few miles away. The next valley, the closest market town, and maybe the regional cathedral were the only things that could reach your world. If you were lucky enough to go on a pilgrimage, you could see them. It would have seemed as strange to you that things happening millions of miles away in space could affect your daily life, as the idea that you could one day video chat with someone on the other side of the world. But even in this small world, people were very aware of the sky. The night was really dark because there were no electric lights to wash out the stars. This made celestial events much more visible and dramatic than they are now. Everyone could see a bright comet, not just astronomers with special tools. The Milky Way looked like a cosmic highway across the sky, and meteor showers were events that whole villages would stay up to watch. Everything was affected by religion, and people often saw celestial events through religious lenses. Strange things happening in the sky could be signs of political change, warnings from God about how to act morally, or signs of the end of the world. The line between astronomy and astrology was not clear, and both were seen as valid ways to understand God's will. In 774, most scholars were monks and priests who could read the works of ancient scholars like Ptolemy, Aristotle, and Pliny the Elder. These texts helped people understand how the world worked, but medieval scholars weren't just passive recipients of ancient knowledge. They also made their own observations and sometimes came to different conclusions than classical authorities. People were curious and observant at the time, but only up to a point. Natural philosophers endeavoured to comprehend God's creation through meticulous examination, holding the belief that the natural world disclosed divine truth. It was important to pay attention to strange events not only because they were scientifically interesting, but also because they could have spiritual meaning. Trade networks linked even the most isolated communities to larger cultural exchanges. A strange story seen in one monastery could travel hundreds of miles along pilgrimage routes, merchant paths, and diplomatic channels to reach chroniclers. Information moved slowly but steadily, making a medieval version of an intellectual network that could keep and share important observations. In this carefully planned world of 774, where the stars followed familiar patterns and strange things happened so rarely that they were memorable, something amazing was about to happen. The universe was getting ready to send Earth a cosmic message that would be recorded in tree rings, ice cores, and historical records. It would take humans over 1,000 years to make the scientific tools needed to figure out what it meant, but the people of 774 didn't know they were about to see proof of one of the most powerful events in the history of the universe. They went about their daily lives taking care of their fields, praying and looking at the stars they knew. They had no idea that invisible radiation was about to fall from space in amounts that wouldn't be seen again for another 1,000 years. Imagine that you're relaxing in your medieval cottage on a normal night in 774, maybe sometime between late winter and early summer. The exact date is lost to history, like so many other details from that time. The sky looks normal, the stars shine as brightly as they always do, and nothing seems out of the ordinary for any other night in your life. But something amazing is happening high above the Earth's atmosphere that people won't fully understand until the 21st century. A huge burst of high-energy particles is hitting Earth's upper atmosphere with a force that has never been seen before. These cosmic rays, which wouldn't be called that for another 1,000 years, are falling from space like an invisible waterfall of radiation, carrying energies that are much bigger than anything human technology can make even today. One of the biggest mysteries of medieval astronomy is where this cosmic bombardment came from. This is partly because the people who were affected couldn't see it directly. This event didn't make any visible light, change the night sky in any big ways, or show any clear signs that something strange was happening, unlike a comet or supernova. It was like being in the middle of the most amazing fireworks show in the history of the universe while wearing a blindfold. What was going on, even though it couldn't be seen, was truly amazing. Protons and other high-energy particles were hitting Earth's atmosphere at almost the speed of light. This caused secondary particles to rain down toward the surface. The intensity was about 20 times higher than normal cosmic ray levels. It was like if the normal gentle spring rain turned into a heavy downpour that lasted for months. These cosmic rays were hitting nitrogen atoms in the upper atmosphere and changing them into carbon-14, the radioactive isotope that archaeologists use to date old things. This process usually happens at a steady, predictable rate, like a cosmic clock that has been ticking steadily for thousands of years. But in 774, that clock suddenly sped up, making carbon-14 at levels that would leave a mark on every living thing on Earth forever. Trees did a great job of recording this event, even though they didn't know they were acting as cosmic historians. They took in extra carbon-14 as they grew in 774 and 775, which scientists would later recognise as one of the most dramatic spikes in the radiocarbon record. Every tree ring from that time held proof of this storm that couldn't be seen. The cosmic rays were also making other isotopic signatures, like beryllium-10 in ice cores and chlorine-36 in rocks. These records of the same event were spread out all over the world, like pieces of a puzzle that wouldn't be put together for more than 1,000 years. The universe was putting invisible tags on Earth that said, something big happened here in 774. But what could have caused such a strong burst of cosmic radiation? Scientists today have come up with a number of possible explanations, each one more dramatic than the last. Maybe two neutron stars, which are city-sized objects with the mass of our sun, crashed into each other in our cosmic neighbourhood, sending out a short but very strong burst of high-energy particles. You can start to understand the energies involved if you picture two atomic nuclei the size of Manhattan crashing into each other at speeds of thousands of miles per second. Another possibility is that a magnetaire, which is a neutron star with a magnetic field trillions of times stronger than Earth's, had a huge flare that sent radiation across interstellar space. Magnetas are like crazy cosmic lighthouses that sometimes explode with energy that can be seen from thousands of light years away. If one of these huge stars hiccuped in the right way, Earth would have been in the way of an invisible tsunami of high-energy particles. One of the most interesting possibilities is that Earth saw a gamma-ray burst, which is one of the strongest explosions known to physics, when huge stars collapse into black holes or when strange stellar remnants collide with each other in a way that destroys everything. These events can outshine whole galaxies for a short time. A gamma-ray burst that hit Earth directly could have caused the cosmic ray spike that was seen in 774. The timing of this event is what makes it so interesting. From 774 to 776, medieval records from all over the world talked about strange things that happened, like strange lights in the sky, strange weather patterns, and other things that chroniclers thought were worth noting. These observations may have natural explanations that have nothing to do with cosmic rays, but the connection is interesting enough to make you think about what people who looked at the sky in the Middle Ages might have seen that they couldn't explain. The cosmic ray event of 774 was short by astronomical standards. It probably lasted months instead of years. However, it was strong enough to leave permanent marks in Earth's natural records. It was like getting a cosmic telegram in a language that people wouldn't be able to read for more than 1,000 years, when they had better tools and theories. From a medieval point of view, this storm was completely invisible to any technology or observation method that was available at the time. Cosmic ray events don't leave any visible signs that would alert people, unlike eclipses, comets, or supernovae. The people of 774 were going through one of the most amazing astrophysical events in history, but they had no way of knowing it was happening. But in a way, they were all part of a cosmic experiment, working together without even knowing it to make a time capsule that would help scientists learn more about both medieval history and astrophysics. Every tree that grew, every piece of ice that formed, and every living thing that developed during those important years was quietly leaving behind evidence that would be very useful to researchers 13 centuries later. Even though medieval people couldn't see cosmic rays, the years 774 to 776 were not boring for the people who lived through them. There are records from Europe and Asia that talk about strange things that happened during this time. We can't say for sure that cosmic radiation caused all of them, but the timing is interesting enough to make you wonder what people in the Middle Ages were really seeing. Imagine being a monk in a scriptorium in 775, keeping the chronicle that tells the story of your monastery's most important events. You dip your quill in oak gall ink and write down that the winter has been unusually harsh and that strange colours have appeared in the northern sky a few times. You don't know that more cosmic radiation could change the chemistry of the atmosphere in small ways, or that high-energy particles could cause strange auroras to appear at lower latitudes than usual. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which is one of the most reliable sources from the Middle Ages, says that a red crucifix appeared in the sky after sunset around this time. Medieval chroniclers were skilled at watching the sky, and could tell the difference between normal and strange events. So when they took the time to write down strange celestial events, they were probably seeing something that was really strange. Between 774 and 776, Chinese astronomical records from the Tang dynasty, which kept some of the most advanced celestial observations in the world, noted a number of strange events. Chinese astronomers were especially good at keeping track of comets, novae, and other short-lived events. Their records talk about guest stars and strange atmospheric events that don't match up with any known astronomical events that can be seen from Earth. The Annals of Ulster say that there were strange lights and weather patterns in Ireland during this time. Irish monasteries were places where people could learn and keep detailed records of events on Earth and in the sky. Their chronicles often give us information about things that other sources might miss. The fact that different independent chronicle traditions all record strange things happening at the same time suggests that something strange was really going on. But this is where the story gets really interesting from a human point of view. People in the Middle Ages who saw these things had to make sense of them using what they already knew. This meant that they mostly understood strange things through religious and philosophical lenses instead of scientific ones. A strange light in the northern sky could mean that the government is about to change, that God is unhappy with how people are acting, or that the end of the world is near. People probably thought of the Red Cross in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle as a Christian vision, maybe showing God's judgment or mercy. These interpretations weren't simple or stupid. They were smart tries to make sense of strange events with the best tools available at the time. It also looks like the weather in the Middle Ages was strange from 774 to 776, with different records talking about harsh winters, strange storms, and other weather events that were out of the ordinary. Cosmic rays don't directly control the weather, but they can change the chemistry of the atmosphere in ways that might change how clouds form and how much rain falls. Medieval people would have thought it was magic that invisible particles from space could change the weather on Earth. However, modern research shows that these connections are possible in theory. Some agricultural records from this time, when they still exist, talk about strange crop yields or growing conditions. Farmers in 774 were very aware of small changes in the environment that could have an effect on their crops. They would have noticed if plants were acting differently than they should have. Theoretically, increased cosmic radiation could impact plant growth and development in ways that seasoned farmers might notice, even if they couldn't articulate their observations. Monks may have noticed small changes in how plants grew or flowered in monastery gardens, which were well-kept places. Medieval monasteries kept very detailed records of farming, and some of these records suggest that the weather was strange during the mid-700s and 70s. It is impossible to say for sure if these changes were caused by cosmic radiation or just normal changes in farming, but the timing is interesting. Even if the cosmic ray event itself couldn't be seen, it probably had a big effect on the minds of people living in medieval times. Even though no one could say for sure what was going on, strange lights in the sky, strange weather patterns and strange natural events would have made people feel like something big was happening. People in the Middle Ages lived much closer to the natural rhythms of the world than we do now. This made them more aware of small changes in the environment that people who live in cities today might not notice at all. A farmer who slept outside every night would notice if the aurora appeared at latitudes that were lower than usual. Similarly, a monk who prayed at regular times would notice if the colours of dawn or dusk looked different than usual. When strange things happened in medieval communities, people usually turned to religion more, asked learned people for advice, and paid close attention to other signs that might help them understand what was going on. Communities might set up special prayers, processions or other religious activities to respond to divine messages that are hidden in natural events. It is especially sad that people in the Middle Ages saw the aftermath of one of the most powerful astrophysical events in history, but they had no way to understand what it really meant or how important it was. They were like people who were trying to understand a symphony but could only hear a few notes here and there, or who were trying to enjoy a painting but could only see random brushstrokes. But their careful observations and detailed records, which are still kept in monastery chronicles and royal annals on several continents, give modern scientists important information about both the cosmic ray event and its possible effects on Earth. Medieval chroniclers, writing by candlelight in stone scriptoriums, made records that would be very useful to astrophysicists 13 centuries later. People living between 774 and 776 experienced mystery in its purest form, things that were clearly important, but couldn't be explained by what they already knew. They used the tools they had: careful observation, keeping detailed records, and thinking about what they saw using religious and philosophical traditions that had helped people understand things for a long time. Picture yourself as a detective trying to figure out a mystery that happened more than 1200 years ago. The only clues you have are scattered across royal archives, monastery libraries, and the hidden records written in tree rings and ice cores. When modern scientists first found proof of the 774 cosmic ray event, they had to put together medieval chronicles and the most advanced astrophysics to figure it out. In the early 2000s, researchers looking at tree ring data saw something amazing that led to the big discovery. The amount of carbon-14 in wood samples from 774 to 775 went up a lot, which hasn't happened in the last few thousand years. It was like nature had suddenly switched pens to write the same story, making a signature so unique that it could be seen in trees from Japan to Germany to North America. But what makes this discovery so interesting is that the same strange thing happened at the same time in many different records all over the world. Ice cores from Antarctica and Greenland had higher levels of beryllium-10 and other isotopes that are made when cosmic rays hit other particles. Coral growth rings from tropical oceans showed signs of the same event in their chemical makeup. It was like seeing the same fingerprint at crime scenes on different continents. Medieval chroniclers, who wrote by candlelight with quill pens, unknowingly recorded pieces of this cosmic puzzle in their careful notes about strange events. It was no longer just a strange medieval superstition that the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle mentioned a red crucifix in the sky. It could be useful scientific information about how cosmic radiation affects the atmosphere. Chinese astronomical records were especially useful because astronomers in the Tang dynasty kept very detailed records of celestial events. Their records of guest stars, strange lights, and atmospheric anomalies from 774 to 776 helped us understand how experienced skywatchers might have seen such an event with the tools they had at the time. To connect medieval chronicles to modern astrophysics, you had to think about things in a way that was like going back in time. Researchers needed to comprehend not only the observations made by medieval individuals, but also how these observations would have been interpreted and documented within their cultural and scientific contexts. Medieval chroniclers would have used the language of omens, wonders, and divine signs to write about something that we could describe in terms of particle physics and atmospheric chemistry. The result of this cross-disciplinary detective work was a picture of an event that was both dramatic and invisible. No medieval technology could have detected the cosmic ray bombardment itself, but careful observers might have been able to see its secondary effects, such as strange auroras, atmospheric phenomena, and maybe even small changes in weather patterns. The timing of events recorded in medieval chronicles roughly matches the time when cosmic ray levels were high. This suggests that some of the strange things that medieval writers wrote about may have been caused by the invisible radiation storm. It's like finding out that puzzle pieces that seemed unrelated actually fit together to make a whole picture when you look at them from the right angle. Islamic astronomical records from Baghdad and Cordoba also talk about strange things that happened during this time. Medieval Islamic astronomers were some of the best at observing celestial events in the world. Their records often add to and clarify what European and Chinese sources have said. The worldwide nature of these records suggests that what was happening was truly global, not just in one area. Modern researchers have a hard time figuring out which cosmic ray effects are real, and which are just the normal background of strange events that medieval chroniclers wrote about all the time. People in the Middle Ages lived in a world where comets, eclipses, strange weather, and many other events were always happening and being seen as important. To figure out which anomalies might be linked to the cosmic ray event, you need to carefully look at the timing, global distribution, and the specific nature of the reported phenomena. One of the most interesting things about medieval records is how consistent they are across different cultures. When Irish monks, Chinese court astronomers, and Islamic scholars in Spain all write about strange things happening in the sky at the same time, it means they were seeing something that was really strange, and not just what people in their cultures thought were signs of bad luck or good luck. This cosmic mystery shows how modern science works best when people work together. Astrophysicists offered theoretical frameworks for comprehending cosmic ray phenomena and their possible impacts. Historians and archaeologists helped by sharing their knowledge of medieval sources and the historical context. Geochemists and climatologists studied tree rings, ice cores, and other natural records that keep chemical traces of events from long ago. The 774 event is especially useful for science because it can be used as a kind of cosmic calibration tool. Scientists can better understand similar but smaller events in the geological and historical record by studying how this intense cosmic ray event changed Earth's atmosphere and biosphere. It's like having a Rosetta Stone to help you figure out what cosmic ray signatures mean in natural archives. The medieval chroniclers who wrote about strange events in 774 to 776 were part of a scientific collaboration that they could never have imagined. Their meticulous observations, documented in manuscripts dispersed throughout monastery libraries and royal archives, yielded essential evidence for comprehending one of the most consequential astrophysical occurrences in recorded history. Scientists can now read the cosmic signatures hidden in tree rings and ice cores thanks to modern technology. However, medieval people who saw the event gave scientists the context they needed to understand how it might have looked to people who lived through it. The combination of high-tech analysis and careful historical research has uncovered a story that neither method could have found on its own. The people who saw the 774 cosmic ray event had no idea they were witnessing astronomical history, but their careful record-keeping and detailed observations made a time capsule that would be very useful to researchers more than 1,000 years later. It's a reminder that observations that seem unrelated can sometimes show their true importance only when looked at from the point of view of later scientific knowledge. Imagine waking up on a normal morning in 775 when the year before had brought news of strange events from all over the world. You get up with the sun because that's when life starts in a time before electric lights. When you step outside your home, whether it's a peasant's cottage, a monastery cell, or a merchant's house, you might look up at the sky and realise that something strange has been happening up there. The cosmic ray event that peaked in 774 was making small changes in your environment that you couldn't see, but the strange things that chroniclers and travellers wrote about were adding a sense of wonder and uncertainty to everyday life. People in the Middle Ages were used to living with mystery. They knew that a lot of things about the natural world were beyond human understanding, but the fact that there were so many strange reports during this time made them feel like big changes might be happening in the cosmic order. No matter if you were a devout monk following the canonical hours or a farmer giving thanks for another day of life, your morning routine would always start with prayers. But prayers from the Middle Ages often asked for protection from all kinds of natural and supernatural threats. The reports of strange lights and unusual weather might have made these requests seem more important than usual. You lived in a time when the line between natural and supernatural explanations was not very clear. Strange things could be seen as either divine messages or bad omens. Most people in 775 were farmers, so they had to pay close attention to natural signs and seasonal patterns all the time. To be successful in farming in the Middle Ages, you had to be able to read subtle signs in the environment, like when to plant based on the temperature and moisture of the soil, how to tell when the weather would change based on the clouds and wind patterns, and how to tell when it was time to harvest. People whose survival depended on being able to read nature's signals would notice any strange changes in the environment right away. The higher levels of cosmic radiation that were falling on Earth at this time could have had an effect on plant growth that experienced farmers might have noticed. Medieval farmers were very sensitive to changes in how crops grew and developed, even though the effects would be small compared to more obvious factors like weather and soil quality. If a farmer worked the same fields for years, they would notice if the plants were acting even a little bit differently than they were used to. Monastery gardens, in particular, were carefully controlled spaces where small changes might be easier to see. Monks who took care of herb gardens and medicinal plants were trained to be very observant and pay close attention to how plants grew and how healthy they were. Because they knew so much about how plants normally behave, they might have been able to spot things that less experienced observers would have missed. The psychological climate of daily life during this era was likely affected by the proliferation of anomalous reports from various regions and sources. Medieval communication networks, which were based on trade routes, pilgrimage routes, and diplomatic contacts, moved information slowly but steadily. Strange stories from faraway places would slowly make their way into local communities, making people feel like the normal order of things was changing in some way. People in the Middle Ages knew that big events often made themselves known through natural signs and omens. Medieval people strongly believed that strange events could happen before big changes in politics, society, or religion. People who lived at the time would have thought that something important was going on, when several sources reported strange events happening at the same time, even if they didn't know exactly what it was. People might have talked about strange weather, strange lights, and other strange things that travellers and chroniclers had seen more often during this time. Because medieval communities were small, interesting news spread quickly. The collection of strange reports would have given people interesting things to talk about at communal meals, market days, and other social events. People who worked outside would have had more chances to see strange weather patterns that people who worked inside might not have seen. Blacksmiths, carpenters, and other craftsmen who worked outside would have been in a good position to notice changes in the colours of the sky, strange cloud shapes, or other atmospheric oddities that could be related to the invisible cosmic ray bombardment that is hitting the upper atmosphere of Earth. During this time, people might have spent more time watching the sky at night, because they were more aware of the possibility of strange celestial events. People in the Middle Ages were already good at looking at the stars. The night sky was much clearer without light pollution, and looking at the stars was important for keeping track of time and finding your way. But reports of strange lights and atmospheric anomalies would have made them even more careful about what they saw at night. During 775, religious observances may have encompassed specific prayers or rituals intended to appropriately address the enigmatic signs that appeared with notable frequency. Medieval Christianity offered frameworks for interpreting natural phenomena as divine communications, and communities may have organised supplementary religious activities to ensure appropriate responses to perceived celestial messages. Life in the Middle Ages was still governed by the seasons, even though strange things were happening in the background. No matter how many cosmic rays were in the air or how many strange lights were in the sky, spring planting, summer cultivation, autumn harvest and winter preservation activities all followed their old patterns. But there may have been more talks about what current events mean and what they could mean for the future while the work was going on. Merchants and travellers, who had the most information about different parts of the world in medieval times, were very important in spreading news about strange events to different areas. A merchant who travelled between cities a lot could act as an unofficial clearinghouse for stories about strange things that happened, letting people compare what happened in their own area with what happened in other places. The cumulative effect of living through a time when strange things happened more often than usual was probably a stronger feeling of living in important times. People in the Middle Ages knew that they were part of ongoing historical stories, like the history of their kingdoms, the history of the Bible, and the story of Christendom. They thought that strange natural events might mean that important parts of these bigger stories were being written. What makes this especially sad is that the people of 775 were going through a very important event in the universe, even though they had no idea what it really was. One of the strongest cosmic ray bombardments ever recorded was happening, but people at the time couldn't see it. It left permanent marks in tree rings and ice cores. They were making records that would be very useful to scientists 1,000 years later, but they didn't know it at the time. The story of how modern scientists figured out what happened during the 774 cosmic ray event is like a detective novel for smart people, with clues hidden in Japanese cedar trees, Greenlandic ice sheets, and the margins of medieval manuscripts. It's a story that shows how the most advanced science of the 21st century can sometimes rely on the careful notes of monks from the 8th century who were just trying to write down what they saw in the world around them. As is often the case with scientific breakthroughs, the discovery started when someone noticed that the data didn't look quite right. Researchers studying radiocarbon levels in tree rings in the early 2000s were creating detailed timelines of past weather conditions, when they found something that had never been seen before. A huge rise in carbon-14 levels that happened all over the world in trees between 774 and 775. Imagine the moment when these scientists first understood what they were seeing. Radiocarbon dating works because cosmic rays change nitrogen in the air into carbon-14 at rates that are fairly predictable. For thousands of years, this process has been running like a clock in space, making a baseline that archaeologists and climate researchers use to date old things. But in 774, that steady clock in space suddenly sped up. The spike was huge, about 20 times higher than normal levels of cosmic rays, and it happened all over the place at the same time. During their 774 to 775 growth rings, trees in Japan, Germany, North America, and other parts of the world all showed the same huge rise in carbon-14 incorporation. It was like finding out that every clock in the world had run fast for a short time in the same year over 1200 years ago. At first, scientists didn't know what could have caused such a big and sudden event around the world. Testing nuclear weapons in the 1960s had caused fake radiocarbon spikes, but the natural historical record didn't have anything like what they were seeing in 774. In theory, solar flares could cause more cosmic rays, but the 774 event was so big that it was bigger than any known solar storm. The big step forward happened when scientists started looking for other natural records that keep cosmic ray signatures that could back up their findings. Antarctic ice cores, which trap gases and particles from the atmosphere in layers that look like pages in a frozen book, showed higher levels of beryllium-10 and other isotopes made by cosmic ray interactions during the same time period. Coral growth rings from tropical oceans had other chemical signs of the same event. Scientists were sure they were looking at something truly new in the historical record, because evidence from many different sources, tree rings, ice cores, and coral reefs, all pointed to the same amazing event that happened in 774 to 775. But figuring out what happened was just the first step in understanding it. What might have caused such a strong burst of cosmic radiation? This is where medieval chronicles became an unexpectedly important part of the scientific equation. Scientists figured out that if cosmic ray levels had gone up a lot between 774 and 775, there might be indirect proof of what happened in historical records from that time. Chroniclers from the Middle Ages were skilled at noticing strange things in the sky and the air, and they may have seen things that could be linked to higher levels of cosmic radiation. Researchers had to think like both scientists and historians in order to link medieval observations to modern astrophysics. They had to know not only what people in the Middle Ages might have seen, but also how those observations would have been understood and recorded in the 8th century's ways of knowing and believing. A phenomenon that contemporary scientists would characterize through the lens of particle physics may be depicted in medieval chronicles as an omen, miracle, or divine sign. The interdisciplinary investigation yielded evidence that medieval observers discerned unusual phenomena during the years 774 to 776. The Anglo-Saxon chronicles mention of a red crucifix in the sky, Chinese records of guest stars and atmospheric anomalies, and other chronological accounts of strange lights and weather patterns from this time suddenly became more important as possible proof of cosmic ray effects. The scientific teamwork needed to solve this mystery is an example of how modern research works best. Astrophysicists came up with theoretical models of what could cause such strong cosmic ray bursts. Scientists who study the atmosphere talked about how high-energy particles could change the chemistry of the upper atmosphere. Historians and archaeologists offered their knowledge of medieval sources and timelines. Geochemists created ways to get cosmic ray signatures from natural archives. Each piece of evidence backed up and made the others clearer. The tree ring data gave very accurate measurements of when and how big things were. The analysis of ice cores confirmed that the event affected the whole world. Medieval chronicles provided perspectives on the potential perceptions of the event's secondary effects by human observers. Theoretical astrophysics proposed potential origins for such a profound cosmic ray burst. The most likely explanation is that Earth was hit by radiation from either a gamma ray burst, which is one of the strongest explosions known in the universe, or a huge stellar flare from a magnetar, which is a neutron star with very strong magnetic fields. Either of these events could have caused the high-energy particle bombardment that made the isotopic signatures found in natural archives from 774 to 775. This discovery is especially important because it is one of the most powerful astrophysical events that has ever been recorded. Gamma ray bursts are so powerful that they can briefly outshine whole galaxies. If one happened close enough to Earth to cause the 774 cosmic ray spike, it would be a very rare astronomical event. We're talking about things that happen maybe once every few thousand years in our part of the universe. The effects go beyond just figuring out what happened in one strange event. The 774 cosmic ray spike is a good way to figure out how these kinds of events affect the atmosphere and biosphere of Earth. Scientists can better understand similar but less dramatic cosmic ray changes throughout geological history by looking at the isotopic signatures left behind by this well-known event. Modern technology has made it possible for scientists to read chemical signatures in natural archives with amazing accuracy. However, medieval chroniclers gave us the human context we need to understand how people living through these events might have seen them. The combination of high-tech analysis and careful historical research found a story that neither method could have found on its own. Those who lived through the 774 cosmic ray event could never have guessed that their careful observations would one day help scientists learn more about neutron stars, gamma-ray bursts, and cosmic ray physics. But their detailed records, which are still kept in monastery libraries and royal archives, were very important for solving one of the biggest astrophysical mysteries in history. As you get more comfortable in your reading spot, maybe while you finish your evening tea, let's think about how a cosmic event that lasted only a few months in 774 has changed how we think about the universe for more than 1,000 years. It's a story about how things we can't see can leave permanent marks on the world, and how those marks can wait hundreds of years for someone to learn how to read them. Scientists now call the cosmic ray event of 774 the most dramatic radiocarbon spike in recorded history. Its effects go far beyond just being an interesting data point for astrophysicists. This event fundamentally changed how we think about the relationship between cosmic phenomena and terrestrial life, showing that even systems on Earth that seem stable can be drastically changed by rare but powerful events happening millions of miles away in space. The tree rings that recorded this cosmic bombardment are still around today, preserved in old wooden buildings, archaeological sites, and forests around the world. Every piece of wood that grew between 774 and 775 has a chemical signature of that amazing year in its cells, like a molecular autograph written by the universe itself. This invisible timestamp links medieval cathedrals, ancient temples, and archaeological artifacts from this time period to one of the most important astrophysical events in human history. The 774 event has changed the way we do modern radiocarbon dating. Before this discovery, scientists thought that levels of carbon-14 in the atmosphere had stayed pretty stable over time, with only small changes caused by solar activity and other things that could be predicted. The sudden rise in 774 showed that assumption was wrong, which led to more advanced calibration methods that take into account sudden cosmic ray events. The 774 event has helped make archaeological dating more accurate. Thanks to this unique cosmic signature, we can now date artifacts from the late 8th century with more accuracy than ever before. It's like having a universal timestamp that shows up in organic materials from all over the world. This lets archaeologists line up their timelines with amazing accuracy. The effects on our understanding of medieval history have been just as big. The 774 cosmic ray event serves as a stable chronological reference, aiding historians in correlating events across diverse cultural traditions and geographical areas. When Chinese chronicles, European monasteries and Middle Eastern sources all write about strange things happening at the same time, it makes sense that these events could be connected to the same cosmic event. Climate science has also gained insights from comprehending the influence of cosmic rays on Earth's atmospheric chemistry. The 774 event was too short to change the climate in the long term, but it did show that cosmic radiation can affect atmospheric processes in ways that climate models need to take into account. Contemporary researchers examining historical climate variations are increasingly focusing on cosmic ray fluctuations as a potential influence on atmospheric chemistry alterations. Researchers are now actively looking for similar events in the geological record. Scientists are now looking for more cosmic ray spikes that are hidden in tree rings, ice cores, and other natural records. They want to find more times when Earth was hit by strong radiation from space. Every new piece of information helps us understand how often these things happen and what they might do. The 774 event has changed how we study space weather. Cosmic rays can damage modern satellites and electronic systems, and knowing how extreme events have happened in the past can help engineers make technology that can survive them. The 774 spike is a good example of the kinds of cosmic ray intensities that Earth's technology might need to be able to handle during rare but powerful astrophysical events. The need for scientists and historians to work together to understand the 774 event has led to new models for how these two fields can work together. Astrophysicists now often ask medieval historians for help, and climatologists and archaeologists work together to learn more about how the environment has changed over time. Researchers are realizing that to fully understand complex phenomena, they need to look at them from many different angles. This has made the lines between different academic fields less clear. The discovery of 774 has changed the way both history and science are taught in schools. The story shows how modern scientific tools can get information from old materials that people in the past couldn't get to, while also showing how important it is to carefully observe history in order to understand scientific data. Students learn that to understand the past, they often need to use the best technology and the best research. The 774 event has also changed the way we think about how people see natural events. Medieval chroniclers who wrote about strange weather events in 774 to 776 were doing scientific research that they could never have imagined, and the information they gathered would be useful 1,000 years later. Their careful observations remind us that even records that seem unimportant might have information that future generations will find very useful. The 774 story has helped people understand astronomy better because it shows how Earth is part of a changing and sometimes violent cosmic environment. The 774 event had a direct effect on our planet. Unlike black holes or galaxies that are far away, we can still see the effects today. It makes the universe seem more real and important to everyday life. The discovery has also made us think about how these cosmic ray events might have changed human history in ways we don't yet know about. If strong cosmic radiation can change the chemistry of the atmosphere and possibly change the weather, climate, or even biological processes, then rare but powerful cosmic events may have had an impact on historical events that we don't know about. Understanding events like the 774 cosmic ray spike has helped shape modern talks about existential risks and planetary defense. Cosmic ray bursts don't directly threaten Earth as much as asteroid impacts or supervolcanic eruptions do, but they do show that Earth is in a cosmic environment where rare but powerful events can have global effects. When making plans for the long-term survival of humanity, we need to think about all the cosmic events that could have an effect on our planet. The 774 event has become a touchstone for talks about how scientific discovery and historical understanding are related. It shows how the most advanced modern technology can sometimes show that ancient observers were more accurate than people thought, and how careful historical research can help us understand scientific data better. The cosmic ray event of 774 is a reminder that the universe is full of things we don't fully understand yet. There may be signs of cosmic events in every tree ring, every layer of ice core, and every well-preserved medieval chronicle that we haven't yet figured out how to find or understand. The storm that hit Earth in 774 was invisible, and waited more than 12 centuries for people to learn how to figure out what had happened. The legacy of the 774 event keeps changing as new ways of doing research and new ways of thinking about things come up. Scientists in the future will surely find more proof and come up with new ways to explain what happened that year. As people learn more and technology gets better, the cosmic ray spike that people in the Middle Ages didn't understand will keep giving up its secrets. What started as an invisible bombardment of high-energy particles has turned into a link between medieval chroniclers and modern astrophysicists, ancient trees and modern climate science, and human observation and cosmic events. It shows that the universe is always writing its own story in the natural world around us, using languages that we're still learning how to read. As we come to the end of our journey through this cosmic mystery, it's a good idea to think about what the 774 event teaches us about how we fit into the larger universe. This astrophysical event was so strong that it left permanent marks on every living thing on Earth, but the people who were there couldn't see it at all. It's a humbling reminder that we are part of cosmic systems whose workings we're only starting to understand. In 774, radiation came down from space and connected Earth to events happening at distances and scales that are hard to imagine. The high-energy particles that hit our atmosphere came from colliding neutron stars, exploding magnetars, or gamma-ray bursts from dying stars. They had to travel across interstellar space to get to us. The trees that recorded this event in their growth rings were, in a very real way, recording the death throes of stars that had lived and died millions of years before humans were around. This cosmic link goes against the medieval view that the Earth was at the centre of a small, understandable universe. The people of 774 lived in a universe that seemed to be in order. The stars were in a celestial sphere, with Earth at the centre and divine purpose as the main idea. The real universe that sent them cosmic radiation was so big that people in the Middle Ages couldn't even imagine it. It was full of things that could affect Earth over distances so great that light itself took years to cross them. The medieval view of how everything in the universe is connected wasn't completely wrong, though. Medieval thinkers thought that events in the sky could affect things on Earth, even though their ideas about how this worked were wrong. The idea that Earth is part of larger cosmic systems that can affect local conditions was very smart. The cosmic ray event of 774 showed that explosions of stars that happen light years away can have effects on things that happen on Earth. The fact that the 774 event was invisible also shows how limited our senses are, and how important it is to make tools that help us see more clearly. People in the Middle Ages were very good at watching the sky. They could accurately predict eclipses, follow the movements of planets, and spot strange celestial events. But in the 8th century, there was no way to see cosmic ray bombardment at all. Because of this technological limitation, people who were witnessing one of the most dramatic astrophysical events in recorded history had no direct way to find out what was going on. It was like trying to understand a symphony while only hearing a few notes here and there, or trying to enjoy a huge landscape while only seeing small details through a small window. The creation of scientific tools that can find cosmic ray signatures in natural materials is a big step forward for human senses. We can see things that we couldn't see directly by looking at tree rings, ice core chemistry, and isotopic dating. We've learned how to read cosmic messages written in the molecular structure of old wood and ice. This lets us get information that no other generation of humans could get. This growth in perceptual ability has shown that Earth keeps detailed records of cosmic events that have happened over time. There are chemical traces of past cosmic ray changes in every old tree, every ice sheet, and every coral reef. The Earth is like a huge library of astronomical events, just waiting for people to make the tools they need to read it. The 774 discovery also shows that scientists often need to look at things over very different timescales to understand them. The cosmic ray event itself may have lasted for months, but its effects can still be seen in things that are over 1200 years old. Chroniclers from the Middle Ages wrote down what they saw within years or decades of the event. Modern scientists, on the other hand, only found the cosmic ray spike after developing analytical methods that took hundreds of years to perfect. To understand the 774 event, people from different academic fields and historical periods had to work together. Medieval monks who kept careful records of the stars were unknowingly taking part in research that wouldn't be finished until the 21st century. Their patient observations, which have been kept in monastery libraries for over 1,000 years, gave scientists the information they needed to solve a cosmic mystery they could never have imagined. This temporary partnership makes me think about what information we might be recording today that will be useful to researchers hundreds of years from now. Our extensive records of weather, climate, and cosmic ray changes could one day help scientists figure out astronomical events that we can't see or understand right now. We might be unwitting subjects in scientific studies that will not conclude until well after our departure. The 774 event also shows that rare but powerful events can have effects that last long after they're over. The bombardment of cosmic rays may have lasted for months, but it left behind permanent marks that have changed our understanding of radiocarbon dating, archaeological chronologies, and how Earth and space interact for more than 1,000 years. Short events can have effects that last for hundreds of years. The 774 cosmic ray event makes us think about our place in systems that work on scales that are bigger than what we can see and feel. We live in galactic neighbourhoods where stars can explode and change the chemistry of the atmosphere on planets that are light years away. Every day we live our lives against the backdrop of cosmic processes that follow physical laws we are still learning about. The human response to cosmic mystery, exemplified by the meticulous observation, comprehensive documentation, and profound interpretation exhibited by medieval chroniclers, signifies a distinctively valuable aspect of the universe. To the best of our knowledge, Earth is the sole location where conscious entities are systematically observing, documenting, and analysing cosmic events in an effort to comprehend their significance and consequences. The people of 774 were exposed to cosmic radiation without knowing where it came from or what it meant. They were curious and careful and made detailed records that would be very helpful to future generations. Their reaction to the unknown, neither panicking nor ignoring strange events, but instead carefully observing and recording, shows the best of human scientific instinct. Researchers today who are looking into the 774 event are following in the footsteps of medieval chroniclers by carefully observing and thoughtfully interpreting what they see. They use tools that medieval chroniclers could never have imagined, but they still use the same basic methods of systematic data collection and collaborative analysis. The enduring human curiosity regarding cosmic phenomena links us through the ages to individuals who also marvelled at the universe's operations. As you get ready to end this story and maybe go to sleep, think about how you're a part of this ongoing human project to understand cosmic events. The stars you might see through your window are in the same part of the galaxy that sent cosmic radiation to Earth in 774. The universe that made that old mystery is still telling its story in tree rings, ice cores, and things that people see that future generations will be able to figure out. The cosmic ray event of 774 is a reminder that there are many things in the universe that we haven't yet learned to see or understand. Every night sky has signs of things that might be happening on Earth that we can't see yet. The invisible storm that hit Earth over 12 centuries ago is just one example of the cosmic dramas that are always happening around us. Most of them are still waiting for humans to get the tools and knowledge they need to understand how important they are. Sweet dreams. I hope you dream of medieval monks carefully writing down strange things by candlelight, not knowing that they were making data for astrophysicists 13 centuries in the future. This is a reminder that every careful observation, every preserved record, and every moment of wonder about the cosmos might one day help us solve mysteries we haven't even thought to ask about yet. As you fall asleep, wrapped in the warmth of your modern blanket in a world lit by electric lights that would have seemed magical to people in 774, take a moment to think about the amazing story we've shared. Over 1200 years ago, an invisible cosmic storm hit Earth. It left its mark on every tree that grew, every piece of ice that formed, and every living thing that was alive during those important months. People in the Middle Ages who lived through this event, farmers tending their fields, monks copying manuscripts by candlelight, and scholars tracking the movement of planets, had no way to see the high-energy particles falling from space. But they reacted to the strange things they could see with the same careful observation and thorough record-keeping that is typical of the best scientific instinct in humans. Their detailed records, which were kept in monasteries and royal archives all over the world, eventually gave modern scientists important information about one of the most powerful astrophysical events in history. People in the Middle Ages who wrote with quill pens unknowingly helped researchers in the 21st century who used particle accelerators and mass spectrometers. As our analytical tools get better and our theoretical understanding of stellar phenomena grows, the cosmic ray event of 774 keeps giving us new information. There is no doubt that future generations will find more proof and come up with new ways to understand what happened that amazing year. The invisible storm that people in the Middle Ages felt but didn't understand will keep teaching us about how the universe works for many years or even centuries to come. But maybe the most important thing we can learn from this cosmic mystery is that the universe is always making new things that we haven't yet figured out how to see or understand. There may be signs of cosmic events in every tree ring, every layer of ice core, and every careful historical observation that we don't yet know how to look for. The natural world keeps detailed records of astronomical events in chemical languages that we're still learning to read. As you get ready for bed tonight, cosmic rays are softly falling on Earth from faraway parts of the galaxy. This has been happening every night for billions of years. Most of this radiation is too weak to leave any traces, but stars in our cosmic neighbourhood are living and dying in ways that could one day send more powerful bursts of high-energy particles toward Earth. Future observers, maybe even your own descendants, might look back at this time and wonder what cosmic events we went through without knowing. They could find signs of stellar events in materials from our time, signs that our current technology isn't advanced enough to find or understand. The universe might be sending us messages in our modern world that we won't be able to understand until we come up with new tools and ways of thinking. People in 774 were part of cosmic history without even knowing it. They made records that would be very useful to researchers 1,000 years later. We might also be unknowingly taking part in astronomical studies that won't be finished until long after we're gone. Our careful observations and thorough record-keeping may one day help us figure out cosmic mysteries that we can't even begin to imagine. The invisible cosmic storm of 774 connects medieval wonder to modern understanding, ancient observations to modern astrophysics, and human curiosity to the huge processes that shape our universe. It reminds us that we live in systems that are much bigger than what we can see and feel right now, but we have the unique ability to observe, record, and slowly understand these cosmic events. As you fall asleep, you are part of a story that has been going on for a long time. From medieval chroniclers to modern scientists, from observations made long ago to discoveries that will happen in the future. The same universe that sent cosmic radiation to Earth in 774 surrounds you tonight. It is full of things that future generations will study and understand in ways we can't even imagine right now. The mystery of 774 shows us that with time, careful record keeping, and working together to figure things out, we can find out things that seem impossible to know. Writing by candlelight in the Middle Ages and studying isotopic signatures today are both parts of the same big human project, figuring out where we fit in the universe. Sleep well, knowing that you're part of this ongoing story of cosmic discovery. The universe around you is full of amazing things that future generations of curious people will discover, understand, and appreciate. These people will share our wonder about how the world works beyond what we can see. The invisible storm of 774 shows us that the most important events in cosmic history might happen right next to us, without us even knowing it, leaving clues for future observers to find and figure out. Every night, the universe gets new cosmic radiation, new stellar events, and new chances to write its own history in the natural records that are all around us. Think of the dreams of medieval chroniclers and modern scientists, cosmic rays and ancient trees, invisible storms and careful observation. Think about the ongoing human project of figuring out the universe and your place in a story that connects careful observers across centuries of cosmic mystery and discovery. Born in the port city of Genoa, Christopher Columbus entered the world under a roof that smelled of salt air and fish scales. His father, a wool weaver by trade, held lofty aspirations that his son might avoid the repetitive, grinding tasks of carding, spinning, and weaving, the bustle of people coming to trade in the harbour, yelling over each other in half a dozen dialects, made an indelible impression on young Christopher. As he wandered the narrow alleys that snaked through the city, he would often pause beside ships being loaded with cargoes bound for foreign horizons. No matter the dampness or the fierce winds rolling in from the Ligurian Sea, he remained entranced by the idea of distant lands. This fascination set him apart from others his age. He was far less interested in the local gossip about the new bishop or who would marry into which family. Instead, he chased fleeting rumours about gold-laden shores where people spoke in languages sounding like music. When he was old enough to leave home, Columbus began to sail modestly, short voyages in which he served as a messenger or a humble hand, making sure to note every detail. Once, while aboard a small merchant ship, he encountered a fierce storm that pitched the vessel so violently several men were lost at sea. Yet Columbus persevered, occasionally gripping the rigging and feeling both dread and a certain strange euphoria. He later recalled this episode as the exact moment he realised that fortune favoured risk-takers. The wind stung his face, but he felt alive in a way that overshadowed the fear. At that time, the known world for most Europeans was bracketed by misunderstandings about what lay beyond the horizon. Maps were often imaginative, featuring sea monsters, swirling vortexes, or vast empty spaces labelled terra incognita. Columbus devoured any chart or ragged bit of parchment he could find. In taverns, he listened to old sailors speak of land glimpsed through squalls and thick fog, hands not shown on official charts. While some dismissed these tall tales as bar-brawlers' fables, Columbus tucked them away in his mind like precious cargo. He made sure to learn from the best navigational minds available. By day, he subjected himself to the strict discipline of mathematics, angles, distances, how to track the sun and stars. By night, he pored over translations of Ptolemy or any scraps referencing far-off kingdoms. His curiosity was insatiable, but always tinged with pragmatism. Even as he immersed himself in daydreams of unknown continents, he meticulously built his fundamental knowledge. The pursuit of novelty was anchored in the discipline of rigorous study. A lesser-known anecdote concerns a letter Columbus received from a Venetian traveller whose name has been largely forgotten by mainstream history. This Venetian teased glimpses of a rumoured passage, a route leading west across the Atlantic to Asia's riches. The letter wasn't coated with the florid hyperbole common in travel accounts at that time. Instead, it was almost stark, describing a place where the sun set over expanses of water few dared to traverse. Columbus cherished that letter, convinced it held the kernel of a secret known only to a handful of traders or explorers who lacked the means to follow up on it. The Venetian might never have expected his words to incite one of the most daring voyages of the age. Yet for Columbus, that letter represented a subtle push, a sign that the improbable might be real. In the decades leading up to his famed expeditions, Europe wrestled with power shifts. Italy's city-states squabbled with each other. The Ottoman Empire flexed control over trade routes, and Portugal angled for maritime dominance. People in Columbus's circles debated the viability of sailing west to reach the spice-laden east. The question was more than academic curiosity. It came down to wealth, alliances, and bending the map to serve power. Genoa, sitting at the crossroads of so many trading arteries, was itself a testament to how maritime acumen could drive prosperity. Columbus was neither the best educated nor the wealthiest visionary of his time, but he excelled in marrying lofty dreams with a canny political sense. It became apparent to him that some power, be it Portugal, Spain, or another kingdom, would eventually roll the dice on a transatlantic venture, and he, poised with a solid track record of smaller voyages, aimed to be the chosen instrument of that gamble. He saw himself as indispensable in bridging the gap between the idea and the deed. Others might excel in theorizing or financing, but Columbus believed he alone carried the peculiar mix of unwavering faith and nautical competence necessary for success. During these formative years, what truly set Columbus apart was not just his willingness to take leaps, but his ability to accumulate allies and supporters behind closed doors. He had a gift for speech, particularly when discussing navigation or potential wonders that might lie across the Atlantic. People described him as a steadfast man, perhaps even stubborn, whose vision shone through in conversation. Some dismissed him as overzealous, others were swept up in his unwavering confidence. Either way, they remembered him. In a society where reputations were currency, that was the first step toward finding patrons who could turn imagination into tangible backing. Stories about Columbus often skip from his boyhood in Genoa straight to his lobbying at the Spanish court. Yet these in-between years, during which he sharpened his craft, cultivated friendships, and scoured every port for whispered tales, were pivotal. They formed a crucible in which the idea of sailing west to reach what Europe called the Indies hardened into a driving obsession. By the time he embarked on the journeys that would etch his name into history, he was already a seasoned navigator with connections in multiple courts. Many might have possessed theoretical knowledge or raw courage, but Columbus combined them with a strategic sense of timing and persuasion. Ultimately, the sum of these experiences, the near-death storms, the midnight confessions of old sailors, the letters penned by obscure travellers, wove together. Columbus stood as a man on the cusp of forging something vast. He was ready to propose a radical plan to whichever monarchy had the audacity to endorse him. And that moment was inching closer every time he set foot on a dock, every time he gathered new bits of intelligence, and every time he closed his eyes at night, visions of uncharted coast dancing just beyond the darkness. Spain in the late 15th century was an agitated tapestry of ambition, religious devotion, and a desire to surpass other emerging European powers. After the Reconquista and the unification under the Catholic monarchs, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella sought new ways to cement their place in the world. While Portugal was establishing itself along the African coast, using caravels to probe new waters, Spain faced the possibility of being left behind. Columbus perceived this anxiety like a cat sniffing out opportunity. He had tried pitching his westward plan to the Portuguese crown previously, but was met with hesitation, some say scorn. His proposition sounded suspiciously like gambling with the unknown. Portugal, after all, already had an established route circling Africa. But the Spanish court was more impressionable, perhaps because they were eager to leapfrog over rivals in the exploration race. Columbus bided his time in Andalusian port towns, forging friendships with local captains, cartographers, and the occasional monk with an interest in exotic geography. He cultivated a sense of mystique around himself, dropping hints about rumoured islands beyond the horizon. And yet, winning over the Catholic monarchs demanded more than grand promises. Columbus needed to demonstrate some shred of credibility. So, he appeared at court armed with numbers and references. Although many modern experts debate the accuracy of his calculations, especially his underestimation of Earth's circumference, he was undoubtedly passionate about them. He insisted that the distance westward to Asia wasn't as colossal as mainstream scholars maintained. Moreover, he insisted on titles and privileges for himself if he was successful. This wasn't mere hubris. He believed that if he discovered new lands or profitable routes, he deserved recognition and wealth. It's worth noting that Columbus, as a man of his era, cloaked his intentions in religious justifications. He talked about bringing Christianity to the far reaches of the world. This approach resonated with an Iberian court fresh from the triumph over Granada and eager to spread Catholic influence abroad. But behind the religious language, there was also a shrewd negotiator who understood that spiritual rhetoric often smoothed the path toward funding. If you could couch your proposed voyage in terms of salvation or the glory of God, you'd find fewer obstacles in the corridors of power. What followed were months, some say years, of haggling. Advisors to the crown debated whether Columbus was an inspired savant or a fool. Traditional geographers scoffed, referencing ancient authorities who argued that the Atlantic was vast, filled with unknown dangers. A few murmured that even if Columbus did find land, it could be an inhospitable wilderness unworthy of the trouble. Columbus, however, radiated a calm sense of certainty. He occasionally flashed a map, though how detailed these charts were remains a mystery. Scholars have speculated for centuries about the source of his unwavering assurance. Some posit hidden documents or secret knowledge gleaned from seafarers who stumbled upon unknown islets. Others assume it was sheer stubbornness, an unshakable conviction that a western sea route must exist. Eventually, the Catholic monarchs took a calculated risk. They granted Columbus the funds for 3 ships, a modest investment from their perspective. The arrangement was that if he found nothing, the loss would be brushed aside by the Spanish treasury, but if he succeeded, Spain would catapult ahead in the scramble for new lands and trading routes. The recollection of Portugal's prosperity from gold and spices weighed heavily on their minds. Nobody wanted to miss out on the next wave of riches. Columbus, exultant with the royal nod, hurried to assemble a crew. People often overlook the question of how Columbus gathered those men. It's true many were from modest backgrounds, with some rumoured to be on the run from the law, hoping to escape their past in the expanse of the ocean. But it wasn't just desperados who signed up. Skilled navigators from Palos, Huelva, and beyond joined, intrigued by the potential for fortune. The ships, commonly referred to in simplified form as the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, were repurposed commercial vessels, not the grand, specialised craft of some modern imagination. In those final days before departure, Columbus prayed publicly at small monasteries and confided in a handful of confidants. The air crackled with anticipation. Coastal communities whispered about the boldness of it all. Some saw it as an act of madness or vanity. Others felt the giddiness of perhaps witnessing the dawn of a new era, though they likely didn't phrase it that way. For his part, Columbus maintained a controlled composure, but one can imagine the swirl of thoughts in his head. What if the critics were right, and Asia lay much farther than he had predicted? What if the currents were too treacherous, or the men mutinied out of fear? Despite the swirling uncertainty, Columbus pressed on. In the context of the times, caution often yielded smaller gains, while boldness, especially in exploration, could reshape kingdoms and redefine maps. And so, in August of 1492, with the last fleeting gusts of summer wind, he led his ragtag armada out of Palos de la Frontera. Spain's coastline faded behind them under a brilliant sky, and all that remained was the emptiness of the Atlantic. No one aboard those 3 ships fully grasped the magnitude of what they were about to set in motion. Columbus was convinced that on the other side of that endless horizon lay a gateway to Asia. What he actually found would ripple through history in ways neither he nor his patrons could have envisaged. Yet that departure day, so often depicted in simplified paintings, was anything but routine. The tension on deck, the unspoken prayers of the men, the spectre of turning back if storms threatened, it all brewed a potent mix of hope and dread. Columbus, unwavering, stood near the ship's helm, mentally rehearsing his route, likely feeling the weight of his deal with Spain's monarchy on his shoulders. But as a faint breeze pushed them out to open sea, he also might have felt an intoxicating rush of possibility. Sailing into the unknown demanded more than bravado. It demanded an unspoken agreement among the crew that they would trust Columbus's instincts, for better or worse. For weeks, the men heard nothing but the wind snapping the sails and the hull creaking under the pressure of the open sea. Fears of sea monsters and bottomless whirlpools circulated in hushed conversations. Each day, Columbus measured the sun's position with the astrolabe, jotting figures in a logbook he kept hidden from prying eyes. Rumour has it he maintained 2 sets of records, one genuine one skewed to soothe anxious sailors. As time wore on, their diet, initially bread, onions, salted meat, became stale and monotonous. Water turned brackish, tempers flared as frustrations boiled over. The sense of distance from any known shore was paralysing for some. A few men muttered that they should force Columbus to reverse course. Yet each evening, Columbus delivered a kind of pep talk, reminding them of the wealth rumoured to be waiting just beyond the horizon, of the possibility that each day's sail brought them closer to Asia's spice markets. From a modern perspective, such promises might seem manipulative, but within their historical context, Columbus was playing the necessary role of morale builder. Along the voyage, certain signs stirred fleeting moments of optimism: floating clusters of seaweed, stray birds overhead, even the faint smell of unfamiliar vegetation on the breeze. Sailors latched onto these clues like lifelines, interpreting them as evidence that land must be near. Some historians argue that these were the crucial threads holding the expedition together when minds threatened to unravel. Columbus, however, rarely displayed his own doubts. His journals hint at the internal turmoil he felt when days stretched into weeks and no solid coastline materialised. But to the men, he projected unwavering determination. Then came a fateful night in October, when the cry of "Tierra, Tierra" finally broke the silence. The men scrambled to the sides of the ship, eyes scanning the dark horizon. Shrouded in moonlight was a low, dark outline that could only be land. Relief, excitement, and a twinge of disbelief shot through the crew. They had survived the dreaded emptiness. When morning came, they saw a lush island, beaches gleaming under the sun. Columbus, convinced he was near Asia, unfurled the Spanish flag and claimed the land for the crown. In his diary, he described the island's inhabitants as friendly, curious, and naive about European ways, though he likely wrote with the tinted lens of an outsider imposing his own worldview. The early interactions between Columbus and the indigenous people, often referred to as the Taino, began with gestures of goodwill. Small gifts of glass beads and trinkets were exchanged for parrots, cotton, and rudimentary gold ornaments. Columbus interpreted these gestures in a context shaped by centuries of European feudal and mercantile culture. He wrote excitedly about the potential for future riches and the ease with which Spain might extend its reach across these lands. That initial moment of wonder, two distinct worlds meeting for the first time, held a fragile promise of mutual discovery. Yet history shows us how illusions can fracture under the weight of greed and cultural misunderstanding. Columbus recorded that some of the islanders directed him farther to the south and west, mentioning places with greater wealth. So, he pressed on, navigating among the islands of what we now call the Caribbean. The further he travelled, the more he convinced himself that the Grand Khan's palaces might lie just around the next coastline. He heard stories, interpreted them through his own lens, and wrote letters back to Spain brimming with excitement. However, the land was not the Asia of silks and spices he had imagined. The mistake was largely geographical. The world was far bigger than he had presumed. Unwittingly, Columbus had stumbled upon a separate continent that was new only to Europeans, though not to the millions who already lived there. The seeds of future conflict were sown in these early encounters. The Spanish crown's policy was expansionist, steeped in an ideology of superiority, and Columbus's reports about malleable islanders only fueled the monarch's ambitions. He built a makeshift fort on Hispaniola, leaving some men behind while he returned to Spain with captured islanders as evidence of his discoveries. In modern eyes, that action signals a grim foreshadowing of how the New World's inhabitants would be treated, as curiosities, labour sources, or impediments to colonial aims. But in Columbus's time, such manoeuvres were considered strategic. He wanted to ensure further funding by demonstrating tangible results. Returning with natives, though entirely unethical by contemporary standards, served as proof that he wasn't just spinning tall tales. As he sailed back, Columbus already envisioned subsequent expeditions, likely anticipated wealth, honours, and a permanent place in the aristocracy. He had entered the islands as an emissary of a new empire in the making. Much like a businessman presenting a prototype to investors, he came back with enough evidence to secure additional patronage from Spain. Royal receptions greeted him upon his return, and he responded by describing the islands as paradises brimming with potential for Christian conversion and resource extraction. The tale of first contact is often romanticised, but the reality was more complex and ominous. Suspicion lurked beneath the surface, both from the Spanish who found less gold than rumoured, and from the indigenous peoples who now witnessed the arrival of more foreigners seeking land and labour. Columbus's navigational victory had unknowingly unlocked a door that would soon see waves of conquistadors. Missionaries and fortune seekers flood these shores. For now, though, in the immediate aftermath of that first voyage, Europe saw Columbus as a triumphant discoverer who validated the westward route. The next chapters would unveil the consequences of that discovery. For a brief flickering moment, there existed an in-between time when Europeans and native landers engaged without fully understanding what was at stake. The aura of curiosity pervaded their interactions, but behind the curiosity lay a chasm of cultural difference and the looming possibility of violence. Columbus, for all his zeal and cunning, remained somewhat oblivious to the Pandora's box he had pried open. His mind was fixed on proving to the Spanish crown that he was the man to lead the next wave of expeditions into these unfamiliar waters, confident that wealth and glory lay just over the horizon. Not long after Columbus's celebrated return to Spain, word spread throughout Europe about the new lands. The name Indies stuck, reflecting Columbus's ongoing misbelief that he had neared the outskirts of Asia. In response, the Spanish crown organised a second expedition on a much grander scale. Columbus would no longer command a modest trio of ships, but rather a flotilla aimed at establishing a permanent foothold. Soldiers, settlers, and clergy accompanied him, each with their own agenda. What was the ultimate objective? Transform these islands into profitable colonies for the Spanish realm. The spectacle of this second voyage contrasted sharply with the tentative nature of the first. Resources flowed in: cannons, livestock, seeds for European crops. The monarchy envisioned these distant shores as an extension of Spanish civilization. In Columbus's eyes, the project was both an opportunity and a test. He welcomed the chance to govern as a viceroy of sorts, but the weight of responsibility also rested heavily on his shoulders. He had to turn uncharted islands into functioning colonies, maintain favour with the crown, and keep the natives from slipping out of Spanish control. Upon arrival back in Hispaniola, the atmosphere was palpably different. Where before there had been curiosity, now there was tension. The men Columbus had left behind in the makeshift fort had engaged in violent conflicts with locals, straining relations. The Taino were not a monolithic group. They had their own leadership, alliances, and internal politics, but collectively, they recognised that these foreigners sought to claim land and resources as their own, ignoring existing structures. Discontent and confusion spread on both sides, often fueled by the language gap. Columbus tried to govern, but the role required more than just navigation skills. Administering a settlement demanded diplomacy, patience, and foresight. Pressed by the Spanish crown for gold, he imposed demands on the Taino for tribute. This policy alienated them, transforming a guarded tolerance into outright hostility. Rebellions flared, and the Spanish met them with harsh reprisals. Columbus found himself caught between his promise to Spain that these territories would yield wealth, and the reality that extracting riches from these communities required force or, at the very least, intimidation. Meanwhile, friction also arose among the Spanish settlers themselves. Not everyone respected Columbus. Aristocrats resented taking orders from a Genoese outsider. Soldiers chafed under what they viewed as incompetent leadership. A swirl of accusations circulated: mismanagement of supplies, favouritism, and even cruelty toward both settlers and Minton natives. Columbus strove to maintain a grip on the situation, but as ships came and went, they carried back to Spain letters and rumours that cast him in a questionable light. People who once heralded him as a visionary began to wonder if he was a tyrant. And yet, Columbus managed to launch further exploration from these colonial footholds. He navigated around Cuba, ventured into Jamaica, and glimpsed more of the Caribbean's island chain. Each landfall brought new interactions with indigenous populations. Some initial encounters seemed peaceful enough, featuring small exchanges of goods or gestures of amity. But as Spanish ambitions grew, tensions invariably escalated into conflict. Even so, Columbus's spirit for exploration never truly dimmed. He continued sketching rough maps, confiding in his journals about how these islands might connect to the broader Asian continent. One underappreciated dimension of Columbus's second voyage was the attempt to introduce European agriculture and husbandry to the New World. Horses, pigs, and cattle unloaded from Spanish ships trotted across Caribbean shores for the first time. Wheat and sugarcane seeds were planted with the hope that they would thrive. These experiments would eventually reshape local ecosystems, though Columbus and his contemporaries didn't foresee how foreign plants and animals could disrupt native habitats. They also didn't foresee the profound demographic collapse that would befall the Taino due to disease, forced labour, and armed confrontation. Amid the daily swirl of colonial administration, Columbus also wrestled with personal disappointment. Precious metals seemed less abundant than he had hinted in his early letters. The dream of easy gold faded, forcing him to tighten the screws on both colonists and native populations to meet Spain's expectations. This pressure fueled further discontent. Some settlers plotted against him, drafting scathing reports to royal officials. Columbus responded with imprisonments and strict measures, hoping to maintain order and prove he could handle the responsibilities vested in him. He was not entirely oblivious to the unravelling situation. Letters he penned to the Spanish crown reveal a weary individual, pleading for more support, complaining that rebellious colonists undermined his policies, and defending his harsh treatment of natives as necessary under the circumstances. Historians continue to debate whether these pleas stemmed from genuine concern or a desperate attempt to preserve his authority. Possibly it was both. By this stage, Columbus was no longer just the triumphant mariner who had revealed unknown islands to Europe. He was an embattled governor, pinned between colonial demands, rebellious factions, and indigenous resistance. Eventually, the tensions reached a point where the Spanish crown could no longer ignore the colonial chaos. The Spanish crown dispatched officials across the Atlantic to conduct an investigation. Columbus's name, once applauded in royal halls, started to be whispered with skepticism. The monarchy needed order and profit, not unending complaints and allegations of brutality. Columbus, for his part, insisted he remained steadfast in his loyalty, that his measures were misrepresented, that others were sowing discord against him. But the drumbeat of criticism was relentless. These were pivotal years in which the promise of new lands collided with the practical realities of conquest. The idea of finding a paradise was replaced by the harsh realities of colonization. Columbus's navigational achievements could not shield him from the complexities of trying to rule a far-flung colony under the watchful, profit-hungry eyes of the scour of the Spanish crown. And so, amid fractious settlers and indigenous communities on the brink, the stage was set for a reckoning. The once celebrated admiral, whose unwavering conviction had brought him so far, found himself ensnared in the bureaucracy and violence of empire building, an empire that demanded more than a dreamer's spirit could easily deliver. When people talk about Christopher Columbus today, they often reduce him to a single act, that of discovering America. In that narrative, the nuance of his multiple voyages and the complexities of his tenure as a colonial administrator often vanish. Yet it's precisely in the aftermath of these voyages that the full dimensions of his influence and his failures come into stark relief. As Columbus initiated further journeys, some leading him toward the coasts of Central and South America, he found himself increasingly marginalized by Spanish bureaucracy. This shift manifested most dramatically in the arrival of Francisco de Bobadilla, a royal commissioner tasked with investigating complaints about Columbus's governorship. The new bureaucrat, carrying the weight of royal authority, wasted little time in gathering testimony. Both Spaniards and local islanders recounted episodes of cruelty, nepotism, and questionable decisions. Bobadilla was apparently so appalled that he arrested Columbus and his brothers, sending them back to Spain in chains. Legend has it that Columbus wore his shackles defiantly, even when given the chance to remove them on the ship. He saw them as a symbol of injustice, proof that his loyalty and service were being repaid with humiliation. It was a potent image for someone who once stood triumphant before the same crown that now authorized his imprisonment. The question of guilt remains tangled in historical debate. Some accounts suggest that Columbus, overwhelmed by the labyrinth of colonial politics and the pressure for gold, resorted to extreme measures. Others argue Bobadilla's actions were also politically motivated, using Columbus as a scapegoat to appease the crown's dissatisfaction with the colony's performance. Upon returning to Spain in disgrace, Columbus managed to secure an audience with Queen Isabella. Accounts from the time suggest that he pleaded his case with tears in his eyes, lamenting how he had been treated. The Queen, who once supported him so fervently, was moved enough to release him. However, his authority over the New World territories would never be fully restored. The monarchy recognised his contributions as an explorer, but deemed his administrative methods unacceptable, or at least too fraught with controversy to continue under his leadership. Despite these setbacks, Columbus managed to mount a fourth voyage, albeit with far fewer resources and a more modest mission, to find a passage to the Indian Ocean. He skirted the coasts of Central America, enduring hurricanes, shipwrecks, and near mutinies. This journey carried a distinct sense of desperation. Columbus remained convinced he could unstumble upon a maritime strait that would vindicate his original thesis, that these lands were indeed part of Asia's outskirts. He found no such passage, of course, and ended up stranded in Jamaica for a time, relying on the uneasy goodwill of local communities to survive. During that ordeal, Columbus famously exploited his knowledge of an upcoming lunar eclipse to secure provisions from the indigenous people. By predicting the moon would turn dark as a sign of divine displeasure if they withheld supplies, he manipulated the local population. This episode underscores the lengths he would go to maintain authority in precarious circumstances, and it also points to the lopsided power dynamics at play. Even when cut off from Spanish support, Columbus found ways to leverage advanced European knowledge, like astronomy, for short-term advantage. Eventually, he managed to return to Spain in failing health, battered by the years at sea. The illusions that he might still be recognised as the viceroy of a new empire, or that he might uncover the golden cities of Asia, had diminished. Queen Isabella's death in 1504 further eroded his political support. King Ferdinand was far more pragmatic and less inclined to indulge Columbus's petitions for power or wealth. Over time, other explorers, such as Amerigo Vespucci, began to map the contours of the so-called New World, inadvertently challenging Columbus's fixation on Asia. In his later years, Columbus lived in semi-retirement, dogged by lawsuits over revenues he believed were owed to him based on his original contract with the Crown. The once bold dreamer was reduced to lodging legal complaints. He penned letters that oscillated between self-justification and appeals to higher Christian purposes. Even on his deathbed in 1506, he seemed unwilling to let go of the conviction that he had indeed found a western route to Asia. From a purely human perspective, these final chapters present a poignant figure. A man once lauded as an unrivaled pioneer, brought low by the machinery of the empire he helped expand. It's tempting to cast him as either victim or villain. He was, in truth, a complex amalgamation of ambition, faith, calculation, and tunnel vision. His voyages unleashed colossal consequences for countless indigenous peoples who bore the brunt of colonization's brutality, disease, and cultural upheaval. And yet, from a European standpoint, he undeniably altered the map and opened an era of unprecedented maritime expansion. One might argue that his ultimate downfall was that he neither adapted nor let go of his initial misconceptions. Had he recognized these territories as a separate landmass, he might have adjusted his strategies, perhaps forging alliances or seeking more sustainable ways to govern. Instead, he persisted, year after year, in claiming that Asia was just around the corner, that a strait or a city of gold would validate his calculations. This inflexibility collided with the messy reality of empire building. The monarchy demanded tangible riches and stability, not unending quests based on outdated assumptions. By the time Columbus died, he had seen only fragments of his grand vision realized. The world had indeed changed, but largely beyond his personal control. Ships from other European nations would soon arrive, each with their own agendas, as the scramble to exploit the newly unveiled continents gained momentum. Columbus's name would echo through centuries, but his latter days were marked by a troubled sense of having been eclipsed. The shimmering illusions that guided him across unknown waters faded into a legacy far more complicated and far more transformative than even he could have imagined. The ramifications of Columbus's journeys extended far beyond the man himself, unleashing a chain of events that would reshape the globe. With each subsequent ship sailing westward, more European settlers landed on Caribbean shores and, eventually, the mainland. While the Spanish crown extracted gold and silver from mines carved out of the soil, indigenous societies buckled under forced labour and diseases like smallpox, measles, and influenza. These illnesses, new to the Western Hemisphere, devastated populations who had no immunity. Communities that had thrived for generations collapsed, their cultural practices disrupted or erased. Within a single generation, the vibrant tapestry of the Taino and other native groups was forever transformed. Some scholars estimate mortality rates well over 70% in certain areas due to epidemics alone. The Spanish approach was typically to establish encomiendas, a system in which settlers were granted control over local communities. They were supposed to protect and educate them in Christianity, but in practice, the system turned into a form of enslavement, extracting labour while paying minimal heed to well-being. Columbus's initial governance might not have single-handedly created these policies, but his methods and the Crown's encouragement of resource exploitation set the tone. The idea of the Columbian Exchange is often used to describe the massive transfer of plants, animals, people, and ideas between the old and new worlds. From the Americas came crops like maize, potatoes, tomatoes, and cacao, which would revolutionize European cuisine and agriculture. Conversely, Old World animals like horses, cattle, and pigs quickly became fixtures in the Americas, changing landscapes and indigenous livelihoods. This exchange also included the forced migration of African slaves who were brought in to replace decimated local labour forces, grim escalation that Columbus may never have directly orchestrated, but that followed from the colonial blueprint he helped lay out. In a broader sense, Columbus's voyages sparked the European imagination. Portugal, England, France, and the Netherlands soon launched their own missions across the Atlantic, driven by rumours of riches and unconquered lands. Competing claims ignited conflicts over territory, opening a new age of imperial rivalry. The lines on maps were redrawn countless times, each iteration leaving a trail of treaties, wars, and boundary disputes. And so, the impetus that began with Columbus's belief in a westward path to Asia spiraled into a global upheaval that reached far beyond the Caribbean. As these powers jostled for control, indigenous nations across two continents faced waves of new arrivals. Some groups formed alliances with Europeans, leveraging firearms and trade relationships to gain regional advantages. Others resisted colonization with every means at their disposal, whether through warfare or diplomatic negotiation. In that unfolding drama, Columbus's role was recast, overshadowed by conquerors like Cortés and Pizarro, whose direct subjugation of massive civilizations, Aztec and Inca, dwarfed the smaller-scale conquests of the first islands. Yet the initial spark, the template for claiming land under royal charters, traced back to Columbus's insistence that these lands belonged to Spain. Over the centuries, his reputation waxed and waned. In Spain, he was intermittently lionized as a national hero, though he was Italian-born. In the emerging United States, Columbus was mythologized as an emblem of pioneering spirit, particularly during the 19th century, when a young nation sought founding myths disconnected from British colonial rule. Monuments sprouted in his name. Poets and chroniclers polished away the unseemly details, painting him as a visionary chosen by fate. But as the modern era approached, historians began to piece together the darker facets, the enslavement of native peoples, the ruthless tactics to extract tribute, and the catastrophic demographic collapse that accompanied European arrival. Within academic circles, Columbus's identity has been dissected with increasing rigour. Was he a brilliant, if flawed, mariner caught in the unstoppable tide of empire? A cunning opportunist who used royal favour to pursue his quest for personal glory? Or a tragic figure who stumbled into a continent he never understood, living long enough to see his illusion crumble? The man's diaries, the letters he exchanged with monarchs, and the records of those who travelled with him reveal contradictions and complexities that defy easy categorization. Social movements in the late 20th and early 21st centuries further heightened scrutiny. Protesters targeted Columbus Day celebrations, calling attention to the brutal legacy of colonization for indigenous peoples. Statues were defaced, public debates raged, and local governments declared alternative holidays like Indigenous Peoples Day. The conversation shifted from glorifying Columbus's navigational triumphs to examining the price others paid for his endeavours. Some people clung to the older narrative, seeing him as an icon of exploration and progress, while others demanded a more candid acknowledgement of the suffering woven into his story. In many ways, Columbus embodies the paradox of exploration, a thirst for new knowledge and wealth, coupled with the violent imposition of power over those encountered. Modern sentiments often try to reduce historical figures to moral absolutes, hero or villain, but people, and particularly those who lived centuries ago, exist in moral shades shaped by the context of their times. Columbus was no exception. He followed the traditions of his society: exploitation, religious zeal, hierarchical rule, while also forging new paths that irrevocably altered the world's trajectory. Reflecting on this, one sees that the significance of Columbus's voyages cannot be understated. Regardless of how one judges his personal character, entire continents were thrust into a new era of connectivity and strife. Commodities, pathogens, and cultural practices mingled in a transoceanic dance, with consequences that continue to unfold. That global transformation can be traced to this determined navigator who, despite incorrect assumptions and an inflexible mindset, was the catalyst for an epical shift. History, for all its tumult and tragedy, hinged on that moment he and his crew sighted land in 1492. With the benefit of hindsight, we might picture Columbus standing at a symbolic crossroads, holding the map of his flawed calculations in one hand and a fervent sense of destiny in the other. To some, he remains an adventurer who proved the feasibility of crossing the Atlantic, bridging worlds that for thousands of years had developed independently. To others, he represents the darkest impulses of colonial ambition, unleashing oppression and subjugation on societies that neither desired nor invited his arrival. Through the prism of 5 centuries, perhaps both views hold merit, intertwined in the complexities of historical momentum. In contemporary times, the story of Columbus resonates differently depending on cultural, educational, and national perspectives. For those whose ancestors hailed from Europe, his voyages might be hailed as the dawn of a new chapter in global affairs, an invitation to expand horizons and share in cultural exchanges. For the descendants of indigenous peoples, it can symbolize the devastating onset of invasion and loss of sovereignty. And for countless African families, Columbus's breakthroughs in navigation would pave the way for a transatlantic slave trade, forcibly uprooting millions from their homelands to labor in plantations across the Americas. If we peel away the mythic layers, we find a man both guided and blinded by the convictions of his era. Columbus believed in a cosmology that insisted Earth's size was smaller than many experts claimed. He also adhered to the conviction that Christianity had a mission to spread to every corner of the globe, by force if persuasion failed. Even as a young boy, haunted by the brine-scented air of Genoa's docks, he likely never pictured how far-reaching the consequences of his ambitions would be. If anything, his early dream was to find a direct route to Asia's wealth, not to become the instigator of a massive reordering of human societies. His navigational prowess remains undeniable. Crossing the Atlantic in those small vessels demanded skill, courage, and an uncanny ability to rally terrified crews. He navigated with rudimentary tools under harsh conditions, forging routes that would later become standard passages for ships of exploration, trade, and conquest. Indeed, the staying power of his story rests partly on the maritime accomplishment itself, proving that a transoceanic crossing could be repeated and systematized. Yet the same willpower that made him persist in the face of skepticism also fueled his unwillingness to abandon his original assertion that he was in Asia. This insistence might appear almost comical, given our modern knowledge, but in his time, admitting error could jeopardize not just personal pride but the entire framework of royal patronage. Stubbornness, ironically, became a tool for survival in a cutthroat political environment. Historians continue to unearth documents that colour in the details of Columbus's relationships with both the Spanish monarchy and his relatives. Personal letters reveal a man vexed by the shifting allegiances at court and haunted by financial concerns. He yearned for the wealth and social status that successful explorers could attain, believing that divine providence had chosen him to fulfill a monumental role in human destiny. This near-messianic self-perception sometimes contradicted the messy and often brutal realities he oversaw in the colonies. Whether reviled or revered, Columbus stands as a testament to how individual actions can reverberate through the centuries. The controversies surrounding how modern societies commemorate him reflect broader debates about how we confront our collective past. How do we honour navigational feats while acknowledging the suffering inflicted by colonial pursuits? How do we teach the achievements of exploration alongside the tragedies that followed in its wake? The question of where Columbus fits within the moral landscape of history has no simple answer. For people in their middle years, like those between 45 and 54, revisiting Columbus can be a striking exercise in re-evaluation. Many of us learned a sanitized version in our youth, a simplistic epic of heroic discovery. Over time, reading more broadly or hearing stories from descendants of colonised communities might challenge those old narratives. The hallmark of historical awareness in one's middle years often involves reconciling childhood lessons with a more nuanced and frequently uncomfortable truth. Columbus's story exemplifies this process. Today, as technology allows us near-instant access to the world's knowledge, it's sobering to recall the day Columbus ventured into the unknown with only sails and unwavering belief. That leap, underpinned by flawed assumptions, still gave birth to our interconnected modern world. A world where the ripple effects of his crossing shape our politics, cultures, and environment. Whether we choose to cast him as a visionary, a reckless conqueror, or both, the fact remains, his voyages forever altered the course of history. And in contemplating his legacy, we peer into this broader quandary of how explorations, well-intentioned or not, can unleash forces that transcend the visions of those who first set them in motion. In closing, the life of Christopher Columbus offers us no tidy moral resolution, only an evolving dialogue about exploration, legacy, and the burdensome complexity of the past. If there's a final takeaway, it might be this: to remember that progress and tragedy can arrive hand in hand. Columbus dared to sail into the unknown, an act that simultaneously expanded horizons and contracted the futures of countless others. Through his story, we see the power and peril of bold endeavours, reminding us that behind every famous voyage stands a mosaic of human lives, some forging destiny, others swept aside by its relentless tide. Imagine you're driving through the rolling hills of central Italy, maybe humming along to the song on the radio, when you suddenly see the landscape start to change. The soft farmland gives way to something more dramatic. A huge limestone mountain that looks like the shoulder of a sleeping giant. Its slopes are covered in medieval stone buildings that look like they grew right out of the rock. This is Monte Titano. If you squint just right in the afternoon light, you can almost see the ghost of a stonemason named Marinus from the 4th century climbing its rocky paths. He's probably wondering why he left the relative comfort of the Croatian coast for this Italian wilderness. We could say that Marinus was a very religious person. He had become a Christian at a time when being one was about as popular as being a tax collector. He thought the best way to serve God was to build a church in the most inconvenient place he could find. Monte Titano must have seemed like the perfect place because of its steep cliffs, unpredictable weather, and lack of amenities. The mountain itself is an interesting geological feature. It's a piece of limestone that sticks out from the surrounding area like a medieval castle made by nature. The 3 peaks make it a natural fortress, with steep drops on most sides and only a few easy ways to get there. This rocky outcropping looks like it was made just for hermits and people who want to prove something. If you were trying to hide from the world, you couldn't do much better than this. Marinus came to Rome around 301 CE, when the Roman Empire was still trying to figure out what to do about this new Christian religion. Most people were keeping their heads down and not saying anything. But Marinus wasn't like most people. He built a small hermitage on the side of the mountain and started letting other Christian refugees stay there. Over time, he built what was basically a very small, very high-altitude religious community. In those days, the area around Monte Titano was a mix of Roman farms, forest clearings, and wild countryside that made travel and adventure in the most dangerous way possible. Wolves still roamed the hills, bandits used the forest roads as their own personal shopping centres, and the weather could change from nice to deadly in the time it takes for a toddler to get upset. But Marinus and his growing community had found something that would define San Marino for the next 1700 years. Sometimes the best way to protect yourself is to just be too much trouble to attack. The mountain was too steep for an army to climb, too far away for you to gain much from controlling it, and too poor for you to ever get back what you spent to conquer it. The people who lived there at first survived by growing what they could in the thin mountain soil and trading with the few merchants who were brave enough to make the climb. They kept goats because goats seemed to like living on the edge of cliffs, unlike sheep. They grew grapes because grapevines, like hermits, do well in rocky, hard-to-reach places. And they got that kind of mountain stubbornness that comes from knowing that no one else will care about you if you don't. As you fall asleep tonight, picture the sound of church bells ringing off limestone cliffs, the smell of wood smoke mixing with the smell of wild herbs, and the sight of a small group of people who chose the hard path because it was the right one. They had no idea they were making the groundwork for one of the most successful countries in the world by accident. They were just trying to make it through each day on a mountain, San Marino is the answer if you've ever wondered what it would be like to live in a place where you could walk from one end of your country to the other in about an hour. It's about the size of a small American suburb, but it has all the problems and quirks of a real nation-state. The Republic is like a ship's crow's nest that looks out over the Emilia-Romagna region of Italy. From there you can see all the way from the Adriatic Sea to the Apennine Mountains. On clear days, which happen a lot because the mountain is so high, you can see all the way to the Croatian coast, where St. Marinus started his journey. You can see why people in the Middle Ages thought they could see the whole world from high places when you look at this view. Guaita, Sesta and Montale are the three peaks of Monte Titano. Each one is topped with old fortifications, making a natural defensive triangle that has never been breached by force. Of course, this wasn't planned. When you build a settlement on a mountain with three convenient peaks, and live in a time when people use swords to settle arguments, it's only natural that you would put watchtowers on the high points. Italians call the climate here continental Mediterranean, which sounds fancy but really just means nice weather most of the time, with enough seasonal change to keep things interesting. Summers are warm but not too hot, thanks to the elevation and the breezes that come up from the valleys around. The winters are cool and sometimes snowy, which makes the medieval stone buildings look like a Christmas card made by someone with great taste in architecture. The soil on Monte Titano is thin and rocky, which might seem like a bad thing at first, but this is the kind of land that grows great wine grapes and tough people. The vineyards in San Marino grow on terraced slopes that would scare a mountain goat. The wines they make taste like they've taken in the essence of limestone, sunshine and sheer willpower. But maybe the most important thing about San Marino's geography is that it is surrounded by nothing but Italy. Geographers call the Republic an enclave, which means that it is a country that is completely surrounded by another country. It's like being a tiny island in a huge Italian sea, which has affected every part of San Marino's growth from the Middle Ages to now. This geographic reality made what you could call the Goldilocks effect of survival. San Marino was big enough to keep its own culture and traditions, but not so big that anyone really wanted to take it over. It was rich enough to keep its people from having to move somewhere else because they were so poor, but not so rich that it got the kind of attention that makes armies show up at your door with paperwork to take your stuff. The mountain's location also made it a natural stop for people travelling between northern and southern Italy. People who were merchants, pilgrims, or even lost nobles would climb the winding paths to Monte Titano, spend a night or two there, buy supplies, and then move on. This kept the Republic from becoming completely cut off from the outside world. But it was never enough to threaten its independence. Water was always hard to find on the mountain, so people built complex cistern systems to collect and store rainwater. You can still see the old stone channels and underground reservoirs that the San Marinese built to catch every drop of water. It reminds us that independence often means learning how to survive, especially in small places. The forests that grew on the lower slopes gave the Republic wood for building, fuel for heating, and places to hunt that added to the Republic's diet. There were enough wild boar, deer, and smaller game to feed the people, but the community's changing laws made sure that hunting rights were carefully controlled. The mountain's natural boundaries may have given people a healthy sense of scale, which is something psychologists might recognise. San Marino was small enough that everyone knew everyone else, big enough to hold all the different parts of human society, and far enough away from the rest of the world that problems could be solved by working together instead of needing help from outside. Imagine living in a house between two neighbours who spend most of their time fighting over property lines, fence lines, and whose dog is making too much noise. Now picture that your neighbours are huge medieval kingdoms with armies, goals, and a habit of settling arguments by setting things on fire instead of suburban homeowners. For most of its early history, this was the case in San Marino. Amazingly, they turned what seemed like a disadvantage into their biggest strength. To the north and east were the lands ruled by different Italian city-states. Venice had its maritime empire, Florence had its banking networks, and there was a rotating cast of duchies and principalities that changed hands faster than a cursed medieval sword. The Papal States were to the south and west. The Pope had both spiritual and political power there, and his armies could be blessed by God and still stab you with a sword. San Marino was smart enough to know early on that when you're too small to fight the big powers, the best thing to do is to make yourself too useful to destroy and too harmless to fear. They were like Switzerland in medieval Italy, but instead of banking and chocolate, they offered strategic neutrality and great hospitality to anyone who climbed their mountain. San Marino became very good at being diplomatically invisible during the long wars between the Guelphs and Ghibellines. These wars were like a political argument that lasted for centuries about who should be in charge, the Pope or the Holy Roman Emperor. As Guelph armies marched through the valleys below, the San Marinese would wave from their mountaintops and offer to pray for their victory. When Ghibelline troops came by, they would do the same thing with the same enthusiasm and sincerity. This wasn't cowardice. It was smart politics by people who knew that sometimes you have to put aside your pride and serve tea to everyone who might think you're an enemy. People started to think of the Republic as a place where people from different sides could meet to talk things over, where religious pilgrims could find safety no matter what their political beliefs were, and where tired medieval warriors could rest without worrying about being attacked by their enemies. The relationship with the Papal States was especially fragile because San Marino was technically part of land that the Pope claimed as his own. The popes, who were busy running both a church and a government, usually found it easier to recognise San Marino's independence than to spend the time and money needed to take over such a small and economically unimportant area. This led to a series of papal recognitions that were more like acknowledgements of reality than formal treaties. The Pope seemed to be saying, "Fine, you can keep your little mountain republic, but don't cause any trouble and remember to invite us to your important festivals." In return, San Marino stuck to strict religious rules and made sure that any pope who came would get a warm welcome that made the climb worthwhile. The relationship with the Italian powers around it was similar. San Marino would pay tribute when it was appropriate, help with military matters when it was asked for and possible, and always show the kind of diplomatic courtesy that made it clear they knew their place in the grand scheme of things. They were like the ideal neighbour who never complains about noise, always returns borrowed tools in better shape than they got them, and can be counted on to water your plants when you're away. But this plan of strategic insignificance needed to be adjusted all the time. If you were too independent, you might be seen as a threat. If you were too dependent, you might be completely absorbed. For hundreds of years, San Marino walked this tightrope, developing an almost supernatural sense of when to stand up for themselves and when to fade into the background of bigger events. The Republic's location also made it a natural place for people to go when they were fleeing the political unrest that happened all the time in medieval Italy. Nobles who had been kicked out of their homes, intellectuals who had been persecuted, and the occasional merchant who had backed the wrong side in a city-state dispute would all make their way up Monte Titano to wait out the storm and plan their next moves. This brought in a steady stream of outside knowledge and skills that made San Marino's culture better, without ever threatening to take it over. If you can imagine a community meeting where everyone has to be there because there is no one else to make the important decisions, you can start to understand how San Marino accidentally came up with one of the most stable forms of democratic government in the world. Their political system wasn't based on ideas, it was based on need and the kind of common sense that comes from knowing that if you fail, everyone will starve. The early San Marinese had a problem that anyone who has ever been in charge of a neighbourhood association would know about. Someone had to decide how to use shared resources, settle fights between neighbours, and deal with emergencies. But they couldn't go to a higher authority when things got tough, like most communities could. It would take days to get to the nearest duke, bishop, or imperial representative, and they were probably too busy with more important things to care about fights over goat grazing rights, or when to clean the cistern. So they did what people have always done when they lived together. They made a system that let the people who are most affected by decisions help make them. The Arengo, which is San Marino's General Assembly, grew from informal community meetings into something like a town hall democracy. But the town was actually the whole country. The Arengo wasn't a modern parliament. It was more like a big family meeting where everyone had strong opinions. Most decisions needed to be agreed upon, and the loudest voice didn't always win. In medieval times, every head of household could take part, which meant adult males who owned land. However, the property requirement was so low that it basically included anyone who owned a goat, kept a vineyard, or could show that they weren't completely dependent on someone else for survival. The dual captaincy came out of these meetings and became San Marino's most important contribution to political science. They didn't choose one leader who might be tempted by power or corrupted by authority. Instead, they chose two captains regent who served together for 6 months. It was like having two presidents who kept each other honest by making sure that any abuse of power would be seen right away by the person sitting next to you. This system came about because of real-world experience, not political theory. They had noticed that single leaders often started to believe they were more important than they really were. But committees could argue about decisions until the wolves were actually at the door. Two people, chosen for their skills and required to work together, could make decisions quickly and keep an eye on each other's possible excesses. The 6-month term limit was also useful. 6 months was enough time to deal with the complicated business of running a small republic, like negotiating with nearby powers, managing shared resources, and settling major disagreements. But it was not long enough for anyone to start thinking of the job as a career instead of a civic duty. It also meant that everyone knew that today's leader would be tomorrow's neighbour. This makes people much more polite when they are in charge. But maybe the most creative thing about San Marino's government was how it handled law and justice. Instead of using a complicated legal code that came from above, they came up with a way to settle disputes that was based on common sense and local customs. Most disagreements were worked out through mediation, with the elders of the community helping neighbours come to agreements that everyone could live with. They set up a system of courts for more serious cases that focused more on fixing things than on punishing people. If someone damaged their neighbour's property, the goal was to fix the damage, not to get back at them. If someone broke the rules of the community, the usual response was to try to get them back in good standing instead of kicking them out for good. This method worked in part because San Marino was small enough that everyone's reputation mattered, and social pressure was more effective than formal punishment. But it also worked because the people in the community knew that in a place where everyone depended on everyone else to live, breaking up relationships was a luxury they couldn't afford. The way the Republic handled taxes was also very practical. Instead of a complicated system of taxes and fees, they mostly relied on people giving them goods and services. Everyone in the community pitched in to help build fortifications by doing work or bringing materials, depending on what they could do. Everyone pitched in to help pay for diplomatic trips or to host important guests, based on what they could afford. This system of government had to create something amazing. A political culture where leadership was seen as service instead of privilege, where decisions were made together instead of by one person, and where the health of the community was more important than individual goals. It wasn't perfect, no human system ever is, but it was very strong and surprisingly good at managing the difficult task of keeping a small mountain republic free for more than 17 centuries. It's funny how a community suddenly realizes it has become a country, like someone who starts collecting stamps as a hobby and then finds out they're running a philatelic empire. San Marino slowly came to this realization. One day, they were just a group of people living on a mountain, trying to keep their traditions and independence. The next day, they were a sovereign nation with diplomatic ties and everything. There wasn't a declaration of independence, a revolutionary war, or even a very dramatic ceremony to mark the change. Instead, it happened through a series of small acknowledgements, practical agreements, and the gradual building up of precedents that eventually led to something that looked like statehood. It was like becoming famous without realizing when you stopped being a private person. In 1631, Pope Urban VIII officially recognized San Marino's independence. This was the first sign that the small community had crossed an invisible line into becoming a real country. It wasn't that the Pope was being especially nice. It was more like a busy landlord officially saying that the tenants in the small apartment upstairs could take care of themselves, and probably didn't need to be directly supervised. But getting the Pope's approval was one thing. Living in a world where nation-states were getting stronger was something else entirely. During the 17th and 18th centuries, Europe saw the rise of territorial consolidation, where bigger powers took over smaller ones through war, marriage, or just to make things easier to run. San Marino's continued independence started to seem less like a strange thing from the Middle Ages, and more like a political miracle. They were able to stay alive because they were very good at what we might call strategic irrelevance. They were too small to be a threat, too poor to be worth conquering for economic reasons, and too well positioned to be completely ignored. They were in a good place in the complicated world of European politics, important enough to be a neutral meeting place, but not so important that they could be dangerous on their own. This was especially important during the time of Napoleon, when the French emperor was changing the map of Europe with the same excitement as someone who had just bought a house and was rearranging the furniture. Napoleon, strangely enough, not only left San Marino alone, but also offered to give them more land. The San Marinese, who had been able to stay alive for hundreds of years, politely said no. They knew that taking gifts from Napoleon could mean making promises they couldn't keep and getting attention they didn't want. The 19th century brought new problems as nationalism spread across Europe, and the Italian peninsula started its long journey toward unification. San Marino was in the strange position of being asked to join something that didn't really exist yet. A unified Italian nation that was still more of a dream than a reality. They answered in a way that was typical of them, practical. They generally supported Italian unification, gave political refugees from Austrian and papal authorities a place to stay, and even offered military help when they could do so without putting their own safety at risk. But they also made it clear that they would not give up their own independence in order to support Italian nationalism. This job needed a lot of diplomatic skill. San Marino needed to show that they were on the same page as their Italian neighbours, But they didn't want to look like a remnant of the old feudal system that the nationalists were trying to get rid of. They had to show the new Italian state that they were useful, but not so useful that it would be tempting to take them in. San Marino's main idea that helped them get through this time was understanding the difference between independence and sovereignty. They could negotiate, defend, and keep their sovereignty, the formal recognition of their right to exist as a separate political entity, through careful diplomacy. Independence, the ability to make their own decisions about their own lives, was something they had to show through good government and strong community ties. The charismatic leader of Italian unification, Giuseppe Garibaldi, knew this difference. After a failed campaign, he went to San Marino for safety. There, he was not welcomed as a conquering hero, but as a guest who had earned sanctuary through his dedication to freedom. The Republic's decision to protect him, even though the Austrian authorities were putting pressure on them, showed that their independence wasn't just a legal technicality, but a real commitment to the values that had kept them going for hundreds of years. By 1871, when Italy became a unified country, San Marino had changed from a medieval oddity into a real member of the community of nations. They had treaties with big countries, diplomatic representation in important cities, and most importantly, an international reputation that made it seem normal for them to stay independent. But the most interesting thing about San Marino's accidental nationhood is how little it changed the way they ran their government and lived in their communities. They stayed a republic of neighbours who just happened to live in the same country, not subjects of a state who just happened to live in the same place. The difference may seem small, but it changed how they saw their relationship with each other and the world around them. Imagine waking up every day in a place where your commute to work might take you past fortifications that are 1,000 years old, where your local grocery store is built on a foundation that is older than most European cathedrals, and where you might run into your head of state at the market. This was the daily life of people in San Marino, who somehow managed to live normal lives in one of the most accidentally amazing places on Earth. The mountain itself set the pace for daily life in the Republic. The eastern slopes of Monte Titano woke up early. The warm gold light painted the limestone walls of the old towers, and the light slowly spread across the terraced vineyards and olive groves that clung to the mountain sides. The air in the morning smelled like wild herbs like rosemary, thyme and sage that grew in the rocky crevices. It also smelled like wood smoke from the chimneys of houses that looked like they were made of mountain stone. As it always has been in farming communities where daylight is precious and seasons don't wait for anyone, work started early. The vineyards needed constant care, pruning in the winter, training in the spring and harvesting in the fall. The thin mountain soil needed careful cultivation to grow anything more than food. But maybe because of these problems, San Marino's wines became known far beyond the tiny borders of the Republic. The olive groves were just as hard to work in. Their silver trees were rooted into terraces that previous generations had carved out of the mountainside with only their willpower and simple tools. Olive oil wasn't just something to cook with. It was also money, medicine, and the basis for trade with the valleys below. A good harvest could pay for diplomatic missions or infrastructure projects, but a bad one meant having to cut back and hope for a better year next year. But farming was only one part of the Republic's economy. Because of where it was on old trade routes, San Marino was a natural place for merchants to stop on their way between northern and southern Italy. The Republic's markets, which were held in the shadow of medieval towers, became known for their honesty. In a world where travelling merchants never knew if they would be cheated, robbed or both, San Marino offered something rare: reliable, fair dealing. This reputation for honesty in business wasn't just a fluke. In a community where everyone's actions had an impact on everyone else's wealth, keeping trust wasn't just the right thing to do. It was necessary for economic survival. If a merchant cheated visitors, their neighbours would shun them because they knew that their reputation as a group was their most valuable asset. Craft traditions that grew up in San Marino were based on both need and chance. Stonemasons had to learn how to work with the local limestone for both building and decorating. Woodworkers who lived on the lower slopes of the mountain had access to the forests, and learned how to make furniture and tools that could stand up to the mountain's extreme weather. At first, metalworkers only made weapons and tools for farming. Over time, they became artists whose work was sought after by collectors all over Italy. But the most unique thing about daily life in San Marino was how everyone was expected to be responsible for their own actions. In bigger countries, you have to deal with government. In San Marino, it was just as natural as taking care of your vineyard or your home. The Orengo meetings weren't official political events. They were community gatherings where neighbours talked about things that were important to them and made decisions together about things like how to keep the roads in good shape and how to handle foreign affairs. The social calendar was made up of both religious holidays and civic festivals. This created a rhythm of celebration that made the community feel like they were all part of something bigger. The Feast of St. Marinus, which took place on September 3rd, was both a religious holiday and a national celebration. It included processions, traditional foods, and the kind of communal activities that reminded everyone why they chose to live on a mountain together. The food culture in San Marino is unique because it is based on mountain ingredients and Italian influences, but it is still very local. The food tasted like the mountain itself because it was made with wild game from the nearby forests, cheese from mountain goats, wine from terraced vineyards, and olive oil pressed from trees that grew in soil that was so rocky it seemed impossible. The Republic's approach to education showed that it knew that in a small country, everyone's work is important. Kids learned more than just reading, writing, and math. They also learned useful skills like farming, making things, and how to be a good citizen. They learned as they grew up that they were inheriting more than just property or a job. They were also inheriting the responsibility of keeping a unique way of life alive that had lasted for hundreds of years through the hard work of many people. San Marino's culture saw public service as a normal part of adult life, not as a special job. This is perhaps the most amazing thing about the country. Citizens were expected to serve on committees, help make decisions about public issues, and take turns in different government jobs. The captain's regent were not professional politicians. They were neighbours who had been chosen to run the community's business for 6 months before going back to their vineyards, workshops, or whatever else they did for a living. This blending of government into everyday life made a political culture that was both very stable and very dynamic. Changes occurred incrementally, facilitated by dialogue and consensus rather than through revolution or edict. However, they transpired as the community adjusted to emerging challenges while preserving its fundamental values and traditions. When you're not sure you wanted international recognition in the first place, it can be a little awkward. San Marino went through this in the 1800s and 1900s as the world slowly realised that this tiny mountain republic was more than just a charming medieval curiosity. It was a real sovereign nation with all the rights and duties that come with being a state. Getting formal diplomatic recognition was like being asked to join a club you didn't know you wanted to join, only to find out that being a member came with a lot of rules you hadn't thought of before. All of a sudden, San Marino was expected to have opinions on global issues, follow formal diplomatic procedures, and have the kind of bureaucratic system that bigger countries take for granted. World War I was the first big test of their new international status. Most of Europe was too busy tearing itself apart over issues of nationalism, imperialism, and royal family feuds that had gotten way out of hand. San Marino, showing the diplomatic skill that had kept them free for hundreds of years, declared neutrality and spent the war years helping refugees, while carefully avoiding any actions that could be seen as taking sides. This neutrality didn't mean staying out of world affairs, it meant doing active peacekeeping work that took a lot of skill and resources. The Republic became a safe place for people fleeing the violence, a place where people from both sides could talk to each other, and a sign that not every disagreement had to be settled with guns. It was hard work that used up a lot of their resources, but it also made San Marino known as a real neutral power, instead of just a country that was too small to matter. During the interwar years, fascist movements spread across Europe, and the old way of doing diplomacy fell apart into ideological conflict. San Marino was in a strange situation because it was surrounded by Mussolini's Italy, while trying to keep democratic institutions that their powerful neighbour saw as outdated. The Republic's response was a lesson in how to stay alive by being flexible in diplomacy. They got along well with the fascist government, while quietly keeping up their usual democratic practices. They didn't say anything that would make things worse, and they continued to shelter political refugees. Overall, they acted like good neighbours who just had different ideas about how to run their own affairs. This balancing act needed to be adjusted all the time and sometimes needed to be given up. San Marino couldn't openly oppose fascism without risking being taken over, but they couldn't support it without going against the democratic values that made them who they are. The answer was what we might call principled pragmatism, keeping their core values while changing how they acted in order to stay alive in a world that was becoming more hostile. The tensions reached a breaking point during World War II. Even though San Marino was officially neutral, its location made it impossible to be truly neutral. Allied planes flew over their land and German troops were nearby. The Republic clearly sided with the democratic powers, even if they couldn't say so out loud. The most dramatic event happened in 1944, when German troops briefly took over San Marino. They said it was to keep the Allies from using their territory, but it was really to show what could happen if the Republic's neutrality became a problem. The occupation only lasted a few weeks, but it reminded everyone that independence, no matter how legally solid, depended on the goodwill of bigger powers. After the war, San Marino became independent, and its wartime record made it even stronger. The Republic had been able to keep both Allied and Axis refugees safe, avoid major damage, and show that small countries could stay strong even when things got really bad. Their reputation for principled neutrality became one of their most useful diplomatic tools. But being recognised came with new duties that sometimes clashed with the old ways of doing things. International law expected San Marino to have up-to-date legal codes, standardised administrative procedures, and the kind of institutional infrastructure that could work with other modern countries. This meant slowly changing informal community practices into formal government systems. This process kept the substance of traditional governance while changing its form to fit modern needs. Tourism growth brought both chances and problems. San Marino is the world's oldest republic, and its beautiful mountains and well-preserved medieval buildings make it a great place for travellers who want something different from the usual European tourist experience. Tourism brought in money and made the Republic known around the world, but it also threatened to turn it from a real community into a kind of historical theme park. To keep this balance, they needed the same kind of wisdom that had helped San Marino stay in power for hundreds of years. They needed to be able to welcome visitors without being overwhelmed by them, to show off their history without being stuck in it, and to stay true to who they were while taking advantage of the economic opportunities that tourism brought. The San Marinese solution was to welcome tourists while making it clear which parts of their society were open to business and which were still private community matters. People could visit the old fortifications, buy local crafts and taste the wine, but the Orengo meetings were still only for citizens, and self-government went on mostly the same way it always had. Take a seat and think about this amazing fact. In an age when huge corporations span continents and global powers measure their power in billions of people, San Marino has not only survived but thrived as a country with only 34,000 people living there and governing themselves on a mountain that you could walk across in an afternoon. It's like finding out that a community still runs by town hall meetings and everyone really goes, even though we live in an age of smartphones and space travel. The story of how San Marino went from being a medieval mountain village to a modern European nation-state is one of adaptation without abandonment. The country kept the basic principles of traditional government, while also adopting the technologies and institutions needed for a modern state. It's like fixing up a house that is hundreds of years old by adding modern plumbing and electricity, while keeping the stone walls and wooden beams that give it character. The Republic had to come up with some creative ways to solve problems that bigger countries don't have to deal with when they join the modern international system. How do you keep diplomatic ties with dozens of countries when your whole country could fit in a medium-sized sports stadium? How do you build a modern economy when your whole country could fit on a big college campus? During peak season, when tourists outnumber residents by a wide margin, how do you keep real traditions alive? San Marino's way of dealing with these problems showed the same practical wisdom that had helped them stay alive for 17 centuries. Instead of trying to compete in every area of national activity, they focused on doing a few things really well. San Marino, like a small restaurant that becomes famous by perfecting a small menu, figured out what made them better than their competitors and built modern institutions around those things. Their diplomatic strategy took advantage of the fact that they were an ancient republic with a long history of staying neutral and running a democracy. San Marino could be truly neutral because it has never been powerful enough to make enemies, while larger countries may have trouble letting go of old grudges and imperial baggage. They became experts in international mediation and peaceful diplomacy, which were becoming more and more important in a world that was getting more complicated. The Republic's way of growing the economy was also smart. Instead of trying to compete with Italy's industrial centres or relying on one industry, they branched out into areas where their small size was an advantage asset rather than a hindrance. San Marino's reputation for being private and stable helped its banking and financial services. Tourism took advantage of their unique history and beautiful natural setting. Visitors looking for real alternatives to mass-produced goods helped traditional crafts find new markets. But the most impressive thing about San Marino is that they were able to modernise their government systems without giving up their basic commitment to participatory democracy. The Orengo still meets, but now people who can't go in person can watch the meetings online. The dual captain regency is still going on, but now the captains deal with both local and global issues, as well as working with international organisations and the media. The community-based way of solving problems is still around, but now the problems include things like adapting to climate change and protecting against cyber attacks. The growth of information technology gave a country whose whole government was based on personal relationships and face-to-face interaction both chances and problems. How do you keep your community together when social media connects your people to global networks that are much bigger than their own? How do you keep real civic participation alive when it's easier to engage with people online than to go to meetings in person? San Marino's answer was typical of how they think. They saw technology as a way to improve, not replace, traditional ways of doing things in their communities. Online platforms gave people new ways to get information and join discussions, but people still had to be there in person for important meetings. Digital communication added to, but didn't replace, the personal relationships that were still the basis of their political culture. The educational system of the Republic changed over time to get people ready to be active members of both their own community and the world as a whole. Students learned about the history and customs that linked them to 17 centuries of self-rule. They also learned how to do well in a modern economy and take part in international discussions about a wide range of topics, from protecting the environment to digital rights. This dual focus led to a generation of San Marinese citizens who were both deeply connected to their local customs and open-minded about the world. They knew that their republic's independence depended not on being cut off from global trends, but on being selective about which ones to engage with and which ones to change. It was hard to keep real culture alive in a time of global media and mass tourism, so people had to be on the lookout all the time and come up with new ideas. San Marino created what we might call cultural curation. They carefully chose which parts of their society were open to outsiders, while keeping the most important parts of their culture safe for the people who lived there. For instance, the yearly celebration of St. Marinus stayed a real community festival where people reconnected with each other and their shared history. At the same time, some parts of the celebration were open to visitors who wanted to see real tradition instead of a fake show. It was like keeping up a family dinner tradition that sometimes includes thoughtful guests, but still keeps the closeness that makes it special for family members. Because San Marino was a member of international organizations, they had to learn things that their medieval ancestors could never have imagined. They needed to take a stand on climate change, which is surprisingly complicated for a mountain republic, digital privacy rights, which are important for their banking sector, and international trade agreements, which are very important for their economy, which relies on tourism. But they dealt with these world problems using the same community-based decision-making processes that had worked for them for hundreds of years. The way the Republic dealt with the European Union was a great example of how they handle problems in the modern world. San Marino didn't want to join the EU, but they made cooperation agreements that let them benefit from European integration while still being independent. They used the euro as their money, took part in European programs that helped their people, and made sure that their rules were in line with European standards when it made sense to do so. They did all of this while still being able to make their own choices about their own future. This selective integration showed that they had a deep understanding of how small countries can do well in a globalized world. San Marino didn't see globalization as a threat to their independence. Instead, they saw it as a chance to use their unique traits for the good of everyone. Because they were smaller, they could be more flexible and responsive than bigger countries. Their stability and democratic traditions made them good partners for international cooperation. As you get ready for bed, think about what San Marino's strange story can teach us about the good and bad things that can happen when people live together in today's complicated world. This is a place that almost accidentally became a nation, survived by being able to change rather than being strong, and thrived by knowing that the best way to protect what matters most is to be open to change in all other areas. The Republic's journey from a hermit's refuge to a modern nation-state over the course of 17 centuries teaches us things that go far beyond its small borders. San Marino shows that real participatory democracy is not only possible but also sustainable when it is based on community responsibility rather than just individual rights. This is important in a time when many people feel disconnected from the political systems that govern them. Their way of running things shows that size and complexity aren't always necessary for effectiveness. San Marino, on the other hand, makes decisions as a group using processes that value consensus building over winner-take-all competition. This is in contrast to larger countries, which have problems with bureaucratic inefficiency and political polarization. It's a reminder that talking about problems is often better than fighting over them. The diplomatic history of the Republic is a great example of how to use soft power and position yourself strategically. San Marino showed that power doesn't come from having a strong military or a strong economy. It comes from having a good reputation, being reliable, and being able to offer something useful to others. Their neutrality wasn't just a way to stay out of world events. It was an active choice based on principles that people from all political backgrounds respected. San Marino's story shows how important it is for communities to stick together to protect their independence and identity. Larger societies often have problems with social fragmentation and a lack of civic engagement. The Republic, on the other hand, kept strong community ties by making sure that every citizen had both opportunities and responsibilities to help the common good. The economic lessons from San Marino are just as important. Instead of trying to compete in areas where their size was a disadvantage, they worked on building competitive advantages based on what made them unique. They became specialists instead of generalists, using their reputation and position instead of trying to match their neighbours' industrial capacity. Their way of preserving culture in the face of modernisation gives hope to communities all over the world that are trying to keep real traditions alive while also adapting to modern life. San Marino showed that it's possible to welcome outside influences while keeping your own identity, to join global networks while keeping your local community, and to embrace positive changes while protecting your core values. The way that generations of San Marinese have taken care of the environment is an early example of sustainable development. By carefully managing their limited resources, water, soil, forest and stone, they were able to live in a way that could last forever without damaging the natural systems that supported it. The terraced vineyards and olive groves that still dot the landscape are a type of partnership between human activity and natural processes that modern environmentalists are trying to bring back. But maybe the most important thing we can learn from San Marino's accidental nationhood is what political legitimacy really means. The Republic survived not because it was forced on people or kept alive by force, but because its citizens still saw value in their shared goal of self-governance. Their loyalty wasn't based on ethnic nationalism or ideological commitment. It was based on how well the system worked for the people who lived under it. This means that political systems that last must be earned all the time, not just passed down. The government of San Marino was still legitimate because it continued to serve its people well, adapted to new situations while keeping important values, and kept the trust needed for generations of people to work together. The story of the Republic also shows how personal freedom and group responsibility are connected. San Marinese citizens had a lot of freedom because they also took on responsibilities to their community. They were able to be free because they understood interdependence, which means that personal freedom grows when people help each other and are committed to each other. San Marino's model is becoming more and more important as we face global problems that need both local adaptation and international cooperation. They showed that it's possible to keep a strong sense of local identity while working well with bigger systems, to keep traditional values while accepting new ideas that are good for you, and to be responsible with your sovereignty in a world that is connected. The Republic's way of resolving conflicts, which focuses on mediation instead of punishment, restoration instead of revenge, and community healing instead of individual satisfaction, is different from the adversarial ways that most big political systems use. Their ability to keep social cohesion through centuries of change shows that communities can become more resilient by putting the needs of the group above those of the individual. The story of San Marino shows us that countries can choose their own character, just like people can. They could have turned into a tourist trap that traded authenticity for money, a tax haven that put profit ahead of principles, or a museum piece that kept traditions alive while losing touch with modern times. Instead, they decided to stay a living community that honours its past while looking forward to its future. They became an accidental nation that accidentally learned something important about how people can work together. As you fall asleep, picture yourself standing on the old walls of San Marino's Guaitar fortress and looking out over the lights of the Italian countryside below, which look like a constellation that has fallen to earth. The wind brings the smell of wild herbs and the sound of church bells ringing in the distance. The same stars that led St. Marinus to this mountain 17 centuries ago are still moving across the sky. From this point of view, you can see the whole history of humanity. You can see the Roman roads that still connect cities that are far apart, the medieval towns that grew up around market squares and cathedral spires, and the modern highways that take people between ancient places at speeds that would have seemed magical to people in the past. But this little republic on its unlikely mountain has somehow stayed the same through all these changes, like the limestone under your feet that has changed and stayed the same. The story of San Marino is ultimately about how people can still make a difference in a world where institutions often seem too big to understand or change. It's about the chance to have real community in a world full of fake connections, the strength of principled pragmatism in a time of ideological extremism, and the long-lasting nature of systems built on mutual respect and shared responsibility. But maybe the most important thing is the accidental wisdom that comes from paying attention to what works, instead of what theory says should work. San Marino became a successful country not by following a big plan, but by making good choices one at a time, not by trying to get power, but by being responsible, and not by trying to get attention, but by earning respect. Their unintentional success gives hope to all the other unintentional communities, neighbourhoods, groups, families and friendships that make up our daily lives. Like San Marino, these smaller human systems often work best when they focus on working together in a practical way, rather than on abstract ideals, when they value flexibility over rigidity, and when they remember that the goal isn't to become something impressive but to stay true to themselves. As sleep approaches, the lights below start to blur, but the lesson is still clear. Even though the world can seem too big and complicated to navigate, there is still room for small communities where everyone's voice matters, where neighbours know each other's names, and where the business of living together is done with a kind of practical wisdom that turns survival into thriving. San Marino became a country by mistake because it wouldn't stop being a community. We can make something lasting, real, and worth keeping for the generations that will have to deal with the results of our choices in the communities we accidentally create by choosing where to spend our time, energy, and care. Sleep well, knowing that the lights are still on in the world's smallest republic, which is on a mountain in Italy. Tomorrow's captain regents might be tonight's vineyard workers. Ancient stones protect modern dreams, and the accidental nation is still on its unlikely journey into a future that is uncertain, but hopeful. The Republic of San Marino is still around, not because it was meant to be great, but because for 17 centuries, ordinary people made extraordinary choices to protect something valuable, change something useful, and make something beautiful out of the simple things that people could work together on, like mountain stone. We all have the chance to build something worth keeping in our own small ways and in the communities we choose. This can happen by accident, but it can also happen with purpose, care, and the kind of practical wisdom that turns good neighbours into lasting nations. Aurelia was born into a world that prized lineage above all else. It was the 2nd century AD, and though Rome's empire seemed invincible, quiet fissures ran through its foundations. Whispers of unrest spread from remote frontiers, contradicting the grand arches and bustling avenues that proclaimed Rome's superiority. Opulent banquets clashed with the daily struggles of the poor. This was a realm of paradox, where marble monuments stood beside rickety shacks, and philosophers debated lofty ideals while gladiators fought for public amusement. Aurelia's family occupied a respected but modest position. They were historians and scribes known for capturing events with honesty, a pursuit that could be dangerous in a city where power thrived on carefully polished images. Her father, Marcus Fabius Crispus, meticulously documented senatorial proceedings, while her mother, Tullia, emerged from a lineage renowned for skillful mediation behind closed doors. Both parents nurtured Aurelia's keen sense of observation, teaching her that true influence often came from knowing what others overlooked. From a young age, Aurelia found magic in small details. While other children lost themselves in street games, she lingered in corners of the atrium, listening to visitors' subdued remarks. A twitch of a senator's eyebrow might betray political tension, just as an offhand remark from a merchant could reveal bigger undercurrents. Tullia encouraged such watchfulness, stressing that words are surface, truth often swims beneath. At dawn, Aurelia took to wandering the forum, her stola simple enough to let her blend with the throngs. There she gathered tidbits from merchants hawking produce and strangers carrying rumours from distant provinces. Traders spoke of uprisings in the north or shortages along trade routes. The cacophony of voices painted Rome as a mighty tapestry stitched together by precarious alliances and quiet bargains. On her 16th birthday, Aurelia was gifted a small studies room in the family villa. Stacks of scrolls, wax tablets, and half-finished transcripts filled the cramped space. She revelled in sifting through tax records, legionary petitions, and memoranda from minor officials. Each scroll hinted at how carefully Rome balanced its grandeur. Soldiers complained of late pay, border governors requested reinforcements, and farmland disputes dragged on for years. Aurelia's father commended her diligence, but warned that too much curiosity can cast unwelcome light on things meant to stay in shadow. It wasn't long before she noticed the difference between the city's official image and its underlying truths. Public buildings boasted inscriptions praising the emperor's benevolence. But in the margins of her father's notes, Aurelia saw hints of legionary discontent and senators pushing private agendas. She learned that Rome, for all its majesty, sustained itself through 1,000 unacknowledged compromises. Tullia, meanwhile, introduced her daughter to the subtleties of social dance. At dinner gatherings, she guided Aurelia's gaze toward how swiftly the tone of conversation changed when influential guests arrived. A stray remark could be retracted in seconds if it threatened the delicate web of alliances. "See how they pivot," Tullia would whisper. "That's where real power lies, in the shift between what's said and what's implied." Still, Aurelia loved Rome. She admired the feats of engineering, the traditions of debate, and the vast spectrum of cultural influences streaming through the city gates. She believed that beneath the politics and strict hierarchies, there was genuine excellence, a civilization yearning for wisdom, if only its protectors were not so quick to silence inconvenient voices. One hazy morning, as she strolled toward the forum, Aurelia noticed a disquieting hush. A handful of vendors had set up stalls, but the usual clamour was missing. People stood in small knots, murmuring about a legion commander who had refused an imperial edict. Though unconfirmed, the rumour cast a pall that lingered in every doorway. Aurelia felt a chill. Even idle speculation carried weight in an empire where fear could bloom instantly. She hurried home, intending to share her observations with Marcus. He listened intently, his stylus paused over a fresh scroll, then he gave her a solemn look. "We must be certain before recording rumours," he said. "Unchecked talk can stir panic or invite unwelcome attention." Aurelia nodded, but her curiosity wouldn't rest. That very evening, she opened her private journal and wrote every scrap of hearsay she had gathered. She sensed a reckoning forming at Rome's edges, like a distant thunder that might soon reverberate through marble halls. Even then, she had no inkling of how personal the storm would become. The tension Aurelia had sensed soon took shape in a single event. Nisia, a Greek-born olive merchant and one of Aurelia's most treasured confidants, vanished overnight. Gossip whispered that the Praetorian Guard had arrested her before dawn. Unsubstantiated talk claimed Nisia possessed letters challenging Rome's supposedly divine authority, an accusation severe enough to crush anyone caught in its net. Alarm coursed through Aurelia. Nietzsche had always been inquisitive, reading scrolls on Eastern philosophies and debating Plato's teachings with anyone who would listen. Aurelia couldn't imagine her as a threat, but in Rome's charged climate, curiosity often bordered on sedition. Desperate to learn more, Aurelia combed the forum's edges, interrogating acquaintances who might have glimpsed the arrest. Most merchants lowered their voices at the guard's mention, wary of drawing scrutiny themselves. At home, Tullia observed Aurelia's distress. Rather than scold her, she murmured, "Prudence is our lifeline. Inquire gently." Yet Tullia herself covertly sought leads through acquaintances in minor governmental posts. Marcus, on the other hand, reacted with carefully measured concern. He understood the stakes, but warned Aurelia that intervention might place the family under suspicion. Though well-intentioned, his caution left her feeling powerless, determined not to stand idle. Aurelia visited Petronius, an elderly scribe rumoured to have ties within the Praetorian administration. His cramped workshop smelled of ink and musty parchment, scrolls spilling off the shelves. After a furtive glance at the door, Petronius conceded that a woman matching Nisia's description had been held for questioning. He claimed that certain documents had been confiscated, referencing ideas unfit for Rome's ears. Aurelia felt her blood chill. She recalled how Nisia once mused that no empire should claim it a divine right to rule. In a sensitive era, that might be enough to brand her treasonous. At dinner, Tullia calmly explained her plan, quietly leveraged the family's modest connections. They had distant cousins who dabbled in bureaucratic circles, perhaps able to glean Nisia's whereabouts. Aurelia brimmed with a mix of gratitude and dread. She knew that every whisper to the guard was fraught with risk. Still, she nodded agreement. Silence would only doom her friend. Days stretched into a week with no official word. Aurelia, restless, slipped back into the forum each morning. Vendors eyed her warily. Even the ordinarily gregarious fruit seller offered only strange shrugs when asked if he'd heard of Nisia. Fear was contagious. Aurelia felt its cold grip in every interaction. each half-uttered sentence trailing off as though a hidden listener stood nearby. Late one evening, Tullia tapped lightly on Aurelia's chamber door, carrying a note from an obscure court scribe. Nisia might still be alive, but faced indefinite detainment. That single line sent Aurelia reeling. She realised that in Rome, indefinite detainment could easily stretch into months or years. Those who stepped into the guard's cells vanished from sight. Outraged, Aurelia argued that they should confront the authorities directly. Marcus quickly admonished her, reminding her that the guard's power extended beyond senatorial oversight. Yet Tullia met Aurelia's anger with tempered resolve. "We'll find a path, but it must be carefully walked. Charging in blindly helps no one." Aurelia took a steadying breath, trying to absorb the lesson. In a city built on negotiations, brashness often led to ruin. Her next move was to visit a respected senator known for supporting intellectual pursuits. The senator received Aurelia in a private courtyard, where columns draped in ivy offered seclusion from prying ears. He listened, hands folded, as Aurelia described Nisia's passion for knowledge rather than sedition. Though sympathetic, he admitted that direct pleas to the guard rarely succeeded without formidable backing. He promised discreet inquiries, but cautioned that Rome's storms can swallow lone voices. One morning soon after, Tullia informed Aurelia of a breakthrough. Their distant cousin had arranged a preliminary hearing regarding Nisia's arrest. The Praetorians would permit a minimal review of her case. For Aurelia, it felt like breathing again after suffocating in dread. She and Tullia spent long hours preparing arguments to cast Nisia not as a subversive, but as a scholar enamoured with the world's breadth of thought. When the day of the hearing arrived, they were ushered into a dim annex near the palace. A junior officer studied them coldly. Tullia spoke with measured deference, emphasising Rome's proud tradition of wisdom. Aurelia added heartfelt descriptions of Nisia's harmless curiosity. The officer's expression remained as still as a marble bust. He finally mumbled that he would review the matter. Though hardly reassuring, it was a door left slightly ajar. That night, Aurelia's mind teemed with both apprehension and hope. She realised that Rome, for all its shining achievements, could be brittle when threatened by unorthodox ideas. Determined not to lose her friend to that brittle machinery, Aurelia clung to the faint promise of another day, another chance to pry open the iron walls of secrecy. Though the hearing had been minimal, word of it spread quietly among those who knew Nisia. Whispers arose, mostly from scholars and minor officials who harboured doubts about the guard's sweeping powers. The city itself, however, offered little comfort. Fear permeated the streets, heightened by rumours of legionary unrest in the provinces. More arrests took place, each one generating an echo of anxiety that reverberated in every tavern and alleyway. Aurelia redoubled her efforts to glean information. She spoke in hushed tones with a tavern keeper near the Circus Maximus, who said that soldiers returning from campaigns complained of harsh discipline and uncertain pay. A freedman who worked in the Palatine stables reported overhearing fragments of conversation suggesting the emperor was deeply troubled by murmurs of disloyalty. Piece by piece, Aurelia sensed that Rome's outward splendour concealed a precarious balance ready to topple under the slightest strain. Meanwhile, Tullia continued her shadowy negotiations. She attended gatherings where influential matrons exchanged gossip like currency. Over measured sips of wine, Tullia would mention Nisia's plight, emphasising that punishing harmless curiosity stained Rome's legacy of cultural tolerance. Some nodded politely, a few frowned, but no one leapt up to intercede. Fear, Aurelia realised, had a suffocating grip on them all. One day, a curt message arrived. Nisia had been transferred to a different holding facility on the city's outskirts. Alarmed, Tullia explained that such transfers often meant increasing isolation. "We must accelerate our approach," she told Aurelia, her eyes tight with worry. If they failed, Nisia would sink deeper into a labyrinth of cells and bureaucratic silence. Hoping to muster support, Tullia hosted a modest salon at their villa. A handful of guests who prided themselves on patronage of the arts and letters accepted the invitation. The plan was to steer the conversation toward Rome's intellectual heritage, and then segue into Nisia's predicament. Aurelia circulated, bringing mulled wine and listening for any sign of genuine concern. Yet most visitors offered only lukewarm platitudes. When talk grew too specific, they retreated behind polite smiles. Afterward, Tullia confessed her frustration. Ideas captivate them, right until they realise those ideas threaten the status quo. Days later, an urgent request beckoned them to Lucius Cassius Longinus's villa. The old lawyer's hair shone white in the afternoon sun as he paced beneath olive trees. Without preamble, he explained that the guard had intensified its crackdown, spurred by the recent reports of rebellion in a distant province. Any whiff of subversion, he said, would now be met with swift, unforgiving action. Aurelia felt a surge of panic. If the texts found with Nisia were deemed radical, the entire case could vanish into a black hole of suspicion. Lucius proposed a daring solution: direct petition to the Emperor's councillors. He believed that, by framing Nisia's release as a testament to Rome's enlightened grandeur, they might circumvent the guards' hostility, flatter the Empire's self-image, he advised. Show them this is an opportunity to display magnanimity. Though it stung Aurelia to consider placating those who preyed on fear, she saw no alternative. That night, Tullia, Aurelia, and even Marcus painstakingly drafted the appeal. They cited historical precedents where Rome had pardoned scholars to champion its reputation for intellectual openness. Every phrase was calculated, tiptoeing around any hint of challenging imperial authority. Marcus looked older than his years when he finally folded the parchment. "We risk everything by the shining a light into these shadows," he murmured. They dispatched the plea at dawn, then settled into an uneasy wait. Days stretched, each rumour of unrest striking Aurelia's heart like a hammer. She imagined Nisia in a cramped cell, uncertain whether hope still flickered beyond the iron bars. Tullia paced late at night, her footsteps echoing in silent corridors. Marcus tried to focus on his historical transcripts, but he kept pausing to rub his temples. At last, a small note arrived. They had been granted a brief audience with the Emperor's councillors. Aurelia's heart lurched. She knew enough of Roman power to realise how dangerous it was to stand so close to the throne. One misstep could brand them traitors. Still, it was a glimmer of possibility. If they presented their case skillfully, perhaps Nisia's fate could be reversed. Steeling herself, Aurelia recalled how Nisia once spoke of truth needing many voices to survive in a world that preferred illusions. As she prepared for the audience, Aurelia vowed that if Rome demanded flattery, she would give just enough to open the door. Beneath that veneer, her devotion to honesty and to her friend would remain unbroken. This moment might be the final chance to pry Nisia free from the jaws of secrecy. Weeks of waiting brought no definitive answer. Rumours circulated that the guard grew more vigilant each day, suspecting conspiracies in every shadow. Unsettled by the silence, Aurelia pressed on, scouring corners of the forum for any news. A fruit vendor claimed someone matching Nisia's description had been moved to a windowless cell near the city's outer wall. Another insisted he'd seen her on a prison cart heading north. Conflicting tales only amplified Aurelia's anguish. Tullia, determined to avoid stasis, scheduled another round of discreet visits. She met with a senatorial wife whose husband dabbled in legal reforms. She reconvened with an elderly diplomat known for bridging factions during prior unrest. At each meeting, Tullia deployed her signature tact, reminding people of Rome's vaunted tradition of wisdom. If an inquisitive mind can be silenced so easily, how does that reflect on our civilization? She would muse. A few listeners showed sympathy, yet none had the clout or courage to confront the guard directly. Marcus, meanwhile, hovered at the edge of involvement, torn between paternal concern and a historian's innate caution. He warned Aurelia not to speak too boldly in public. "The city crackles with tension," he said, tapping his stylus on a half-filled scroll. "One misplaced phrase could label you an agitator." Aurelia seethed at the constraints but forced herself to comply. She recognised that their window of opportunity to save Nisia was shrinking. A breakthrough arrived via a faded letter from Lucius Cassius Longinus. He advised that the Emperor's councillors had at least acknowledged the family's petition. Though they offered no commitment, they requested more details about Nisia's background. Lucius suggested that Aurelia herself compile a short dossier, an account of who Nisia was, her upbringing, and her intellectual pursuits. "Speak to her virtues," he wrote, "and emphasise how her interests align with Rome's cultural mosaic." Over the next 2 days, Aurelia toiled in her study. She recalled how Nessia discovered her first Greek manuscripts as a child, reading them by lamplight in her uncle's cramped attic. She wrote of Nissia's fascination with comparing Stoic ideas to Eastern thought, never out of malice toward Rome, but rather an eagerness to understand the human condition. Tullia reviewed each sentence, gently rephrasing any hint that could be misconstrued as undermining imperial authority. On the third morning, a courier arrived to deliver the dossier to the councillors. Aurelia felt a pang of helplessness as she watched the parchment vanish in his satchel. They had done their best to paint Nissia as a curious mind, not a threat, but would it suffice for those who saw shadows of Rosellian everywhere? That afternoon, Tullia hosted a subdued gathering for a handful of respected scholars, hoping to quietly muster more support. A stooped rhetorician, famed for his speeches on civic virtue, listened attentively. After a moment of reflection, he admitted that he admired their stand but dared not provoke powerful figures. Aurelia bit back frustration, reminding herself that fear was a rational response in a city where dissenters could vanish overnight. Surprisingly, it was a younger philosopher who approached Aurelia after the gathering. His brow furrowed with concern, he confided that he'd heard about foreign troops on the move, possibly quelling uprisings in northern territories. "Each rumour of insurrection tightens the guard's grip at home," he said, voice trembling. "I fear your friend's case might be lost in the shuffle of bigger events." Aurelia thanked him, heart pounding at the possibility that Nissia's fate might be overshadowed by empire-wide anxieties. Late that evening, mother and daughter sat beneath a flickering oil lamp, rereading every letter, every note, every snippet of progress. Tullia rubbed her temples, exhaustion evident. "We've tried appealing to reason and honour," she said softly. "Yet reason often surrenders when paranoia sets in." Aurelia offered quiet reassurance. Even though her own hope dimmed, she refused to betray defeat. A new summons arrived the next day. One of the Emperor's councillors, a figure named Albius Saturninus, requested a meeting. The messenger's words carried no warmth, only that further clarification was required. Aurelia's heartbeat quickened. This could be the pivotal moment. If Saturninus found their arguments lacking, Nessia could disappear from all records. If he chose leniency, perhaps a door would open. Guided by Tullia's calm resolve, Aurelia steadied herself. They dressed in subdued finery, mindful of appearances. Outside, Rome's ever-shifting tapestry of rumour and spectacle buzzed with energy. Yet Aurelia could only think of Nissia behind cold bars. As she followed her mother into the street, she silently vowed that she would bend every rule of flattery and caution if it meant freeing her friend from the darkest corners of the Empire's fear. Their meeting with Albius Saturninus took place in a cramped annex near the imperial offices. 2 Praetorian guards flanked the door as Tullia and Aurelia entered a sparsely furnished room. A single torch flickered on the wall, casting elongated shadows that danced across rows of scrolls. Seated at a wooden desk, Saturninus glanced up with cool detachment. Aurelia felt an instinctive chill, sensing he was no mere bureaucrat, but someone accustomed to wielding real power. He gestured for them to sit. Tullia opened by thanking him for agreeing to hear their case. She spoke calmly of Rome's legacy as a cradle of ideas, explaining how her family believed that preserving intellectual curiosity only strengthened the empire. Saturninus listened impassively, occasionally making a note on a wax tablet. When Tullia finished, Aurelia offered a brief testimony about Nissia's passion for scholarship. "She sees knowledge not as rebellion, but as a way to celebrate Rome's greatness," Aurelia said, each word carefully chosen to flatter the regime. Saturninus tapped the tip of his stylus on the desk. "You paint a virtuous picture," he said. "However, the texts found with this Nissia were not standard fare. They question the notion of divine right. Do they not?" Aurelia's heart pounded. She admitted Nissia once read scrolls that contemplated whether any ruler should claim sacred authority. Saturninus frowned. "Dangerous territory, especially with rumours of dissent roiling our frontiers." Tullia calmly pivoted. "Indeed, but we must distinguish between abstract philosophical debate and genuine sedition. My daughter can attest that Nissia has always shown respect for the Emperor's role." Aurelia nodded vigorously, emphasizing that Nissia's inquisitiveness meant more aimed at broadening horizons, not toppling regimes. Saturninus continued scribbling, his expression unreadable. After what felt like an eternity, he lifted his gaze. I will conduct a personal review. If I find reason to believe her curiosity is harmless, I may recommend leniency. But if these ideas have spread beyond her personal circle, clemency grows unlikely. Tullia inclined her head. We appreciate your fairness. She spoke the words with carefully measured gratitude, though Aurelia suspected it was only the faintest glimmer of hope. Returning home, they relayed the conversation to Marcus, who exhaled in relief that at least the door remained ajar. Still, a tightness clung to the household. Aurelia found herself plagued by nightmares, images of Nicia lost in a torchlit corridor of cells. She spent her days editing each draft they'd written, searching for any detail that might strengthen Saturninus's inclination toward mercy. One afternoon, an unexpected visitor arrived, the young philosopher who had once warned Aurelia about the rising clampdown. He carried a slim scroll, eyes alight with urgency. I managed to speak with a contact in the Praetorian Guard, he whispered. They say Saturninus is truly deliberating, but pressures from above are mounting. Another wave of arrests could come at any moment. Aurelia thanked him, heart heavy with the knowledge that Nicia's life hung by a thread. The days that followed were filled with confusion. Tullia arranged small gatherings, subtly reminding attendees of Rome's alleged commitment to enlightenment. She recounted the city's storied history of absorbing foreign traditions. If we punish those who explore new perspectives, do we not undermine centuries of proud heritage? She would ask, voice wavering just enough to stir emotion. Some listeners offered sympathetic murmurs, others averted their eyes, unwilling to align themselves against the growing tide of suspicion. Aurelia found solace in revisiting old notes from Nicia, who had scribbled translations of Greek verses about the pursuit of truth. Reading those lines by the lamp light, Aurelia vowed she would not abandon her friend to the machinery of fear. Even so, the unstoppable churn of Roman politics loomed over them. Each morning arrived with fresh rumours: a new rebellion in Gaul, a senator rumoured to be conspiring against imperial authority, or the guard arresting someone for uttering heretical claims. The city's mood felt like a drawn bowstring, ready to snap. Finally, on a cloudy afternoon, a pale-faced courier arrived with a sealed message. Trembling, Aurelia broke the wax seal. Saturninus summoned them for a final verdict. Marcus's hand gripped Aurelia's shoulder as she read the words aloud. Tullia said nothing, but her eyes were dark with both fear and resolve. The next morning, they dressed carefully in subdued garments. Stepping into the street, Aurelia noticed how the city seemed caught in a hush, as though bracing for some unseen impact. The approach to the imperial annex felt endless. As they neared the guarded doors, Aurelia prayed that every subtle argument, every measured phrase, every small gesture of respect they'd offered would count for something. And above all, she prayed that Nicia might yet walk free, rather than dissolve into the silence that swallowed so many fragile voices in Rome. Saturninus received them in the same stark chamber, with 2 new guards posted at the entrance. His expression remained inscrutable as he motioned them forward. Tullia bowed politely, Yesui, while Aurelia tried to steady her breathing. Aurelia caught a glimpse of a neat stack of documents on the desk, wondering if those silent pages summarized Nicia's life. Without preamble, Saturninus spoke. I've reviewed the materials and considered your arguments. By all accounts, this Nicia is intellectually curious, not openly seditious. Aurelia clutched the edge of her cloak, struggling to remain composed. However, Saturninus continued, the presence of anti-imperial rhetoric in her possession cannot be dismissed. The empire stands on uncertain ground. Any perceived challenge to its divine authority risks igniting greater discord. A tense silence followed. Tullia inclined her head. We understand the peril, yet we maintain that curiosity is not conspiracy. Saturninus tapped a finger on the scroll before him. I'm inclined to believe your friend poses no immediate threat. Under ordinary circumstances, I might recommend her release with a warning. He sighed, sounding uncharacteristically weary. And these are not ordinary times. The provinces grumble, the legions grow restless, and paranoia seeps from the highest ranks. Aurelia felt her hopes waver. Is there truly no room for clemency? She asked, voice trembling. Saturninus studied her, then spoke slowly. I can arrange for Nicia's transfer into a supervised residence, house arrest. Essentially, under 2 conditions. First, she must renounce any texts that question Rome's sanctity. Second, someone must vouch for her continued good conduct. Tullia glanced at Aurelia, relief mixing with apprehension. "We will gladly vouch for her," Tullia said. Saturninus leaned forward, voice dropping low. "Be aware. If anything else incriminating surfaces, your family's name will be forfeit alongside hers." He let the warning hang in the stale air. Aurelia's chest tightened, but she would not abandon Nicia now. Tullia spoke with forced calm. "We accept the responsibility." He gave a curt nod and scribbled instructions on a small tablet. "I'll expedite the transfer. Expect to be notified when she arrives under guard." With that, he dismissed them. Aurelia managed to murmur thanks, though her pulse hammered in her ears. Once outside, Tullia squeezed her hand. "We did it," she whispered. Aurelia took a deep breath in relief. They hadn't truly won, but at least Nicia was spared a grim fate in hidden cells. Days passed, each one stretching with agonizing slowness. Aurelia and Tullia prepared a modest guest chamber, anticipating Nicia's arrival in guarded custody. Marcus wrestled with anxieties, pacing across the atrium at odd hours. "We've taken a risk. If the climate worsens, we could face the guard's wrath." Aurelia recognized the danger but clung to the thought of reuniting with her friend. Finally, on a bright afternoon, the clang of iron at the villa's gate signaled the guard's presence. Aurelia rushed to the entry, finding 2 stern soldiers flanking a figure whose wrists were bound by a simple leather strap. Nicia looked thinner, her eyes shadowed with fatigue, yet when she recognized Aurelia, a flicker of relief lit her features. The lead guard stated that Nicia was now under house arrest, pending further review. "Any attempt to escape or spread subversive materials will void the arrangement," he warned. Once the soldiers left, Aurelia guided Nicia inside. Tullia hurried forward with water and fruit, her voice gentle. Tears shone in Nicia's eyes, though she tried to maintain composure. "Thank you," she rasped. I wasn't sure I'd ever leave that place." Aurelia fought back her own tears, certain that the moment demanded steadiness. "You're safe here, as safe as any of us can be," she replied. Over the next hours, Nicia recounted her ordeal in halting tones. She had been interrogated repeatedly, pressed to name others who shared her dangerous viewpoints. She insisted she had none to name. Aurelia felt a swell of admiration. Nicia's loyalty to the truth had outweighed her fear, yet the cost was evident in every exhausted breath she took. As dusk settled, Tullia insisted that Nicia rest. Aurelia remained by her bedside, grappling with an odd blend of elation and worry. Though freed from the dungeon, Nicia now lived under perpetual threat. The looming presence of the guard was real. One misstep could hurl them all into ruin. "We must be careful," Aurelia said, her voice trembling. "House arrest is a precarious mercy." Nicia nodded, wincing at some unseen bruise. "I won't give them a reason to lock me away again, but I can't lie, I still believe what I believe." Aurelia reached for her friend's hand, heart pounding with the realization that this fragile respite might be the closest thing to victory they would find. For now, at least, they had wrested Nicia from the Empire's deepest shadows. Tomorrow would bring fresh challenges. Nicia's presence in the villa introduced both hope and new peril. Day by day, she regained strength, although she remained pale and silent at times. Aurelia noticed how Nicia jumped at minor sounds, as though expecting the guard to burst in at any moment. House arrest meant the Empire still held her on a leash, ready to yank tight if any hint of forbidden inquiry resurfaced. Tullia took pains to comply with the guard's stipulations. She dismissed most servants to avoid rumours, limiting outsiders' knowledge of Nicia's whereabouts. Family acquaintances who came calling were informed that the household required privacy due to an illness. Marcus withdrew further into his study, wary of inadvertently drawing attention. Meanwhile, Aurelia felt herself teetering between relief and anxiety. Free as she was to wander, she knew that one slip of the tongue could bring disaster crashing down. As Nicia recovered, they spoke in hushed tones about her prison ordeal. Guards had demanded names, twisting every conversation into a potential confession. "They wanted me to admit a conspiracy," Nicia said, voice strained, "but I had none to give." Aurelia bit her lip, recalling how dangerously close Rome's paranoia had come to extinguishing her friend's life. That same paranoia still loomed, ready to stifle any criticisms of imperial might. One afternoon, Tullia informed Aurelia that Lucius Cassius Longinus had invited them to a private supper. He wished to discuss a path to concluding Nicia's case permanently, ideally by persuading the authorities to close the file. He believes that with the right approach we might seal this matter, Tullia explained. No more indefinite limbo. Aurelia's heart lifted, though she feared illusions of finality. She had learned that in Rome, solutions were often temporary, compromised by hidden agendas. They left Nicia in Marcus's care and travelled to Lucius's villa under cover of dusk. Soft lamplight glowed in the colonnade where he waited, a discreet spread of bread, olives, and watered wine laid out. After greeting them, Lucius dove straight into the matter. Saturninus's arrangement is conditional. We must convince the imperial councillors that your friend is no longer a subject of concern. He paused, choosing his words. A formal statement disavowing any anti-imperial notions might suffice. Aurelia tensed. She knew Nicia's stance on the Empire's claimed divinity wouldn't change. Yet Tullia, ever pragmatic, asked if the statement could be phrased to avoid direct falsehood. Lucius nodded. We can craft something that emphasises loyalty to Rome's stability without forcing her to recant every idea she's ever held. Still, Aurelia sensed the moral quandary. Nicia would essentially have to tiptoe around her beliefs to survive. They agreed that Tullia and Aurelia would draft a declaration, referencing how house arrest had clarified Nicia's respect for Roman law. The next day, Aurelia presented the idea to Nicia, bracing for conflict. To her relief, Nicia gave a weary nod. I won't lie about my convictions, but if there's a form of words that satisfies them without trampling the truth, let's try. I can't return to that cell. Within 2 days, they produced a carefully honed statement. Aurelia wrote it by hand, ensuring each clause underscored compliance with Rome's order while refraining from claims that the emperor was divine. Tullia smoothed out phrases, injecting enough deference to placate suspicious officials. Nicia approved, though Aurelia noticed her fingers trembling as she scrawled her name at the bottom. Let's hope the city's thirst for scapegoats is momentarily quenched, she murmured. A courier delivered the statement to Saturninus, and a fraught silence followed. Meanwhile, chatter in the forum hinted that Rome's political storms continued unabated. A rebellious governor in the east caused unrest. A string of questionable executions rattled the populace. Against that backdrop, Nicia's predicament could easily vanish, overshadowed by larger crises. Aurelia felt a guilty relief that perhaps anonymity might shield them. One late afternoon, the fateful reply arrived. A letter sealed with the imprint of Saturninus declared that, upon due consideration and demonstration of loyalty, the matter is resolved. Nicia was released from official custody, provided she remained within city bounds and avoided any subversive gatherings. Aurelia's knees nearly buckled with relief as Tullia read the words aloud. Though the stipulations lingered, at least the threat of a renewed arrest had subsided. That evening, the villa filled with subdued joy. Nicia, tears in her eyes, embraced Tullia and Marcus, thanking them for risking so much on her behalf. Aurelia, overwhelmed, pulled her friend aside. "We did it," she said softly. "You're free." Nicia nodded, yet her expression was tinged with sadness. Free enough, perhaps, but the Empire's fear remains. Aurelia understood. Rome's might still loomed, and countless others languished in cells for lesser doubts. When dawn broke, Aurelia stood in the atrium, gazing at the mosaic floor. She recalled how she once believed Rome's grandeur resided in unwavering ideals. Now she saw that its splendour was fragile, maintained through half-truths, subtle negotiations, and a readiness to crush dissent. Still, she felt a spark of optimism. In saving Nicia, they had proven that compassion could pierce the Empire's armour, at least for a moment. Stepping outside, Aurelia inhaled the cool air and resolved to keep her eyes open, to document not just the marble triumphs, but also the hidden struggles that shaped Rome from within. Picture yourself settling into a worn leather chair by a crackling fire, holding a steaming mug of something warm. Now, let me tell you about a time when your biggest medical worry wasn't whether your insurance would cover a procedure, but whether the local barber surgeon had remembered to sharpen his saw that morning. You're about to step into the wonderfully bizarre world of medieval medicine, where logic took a permanent vacation, and common sense apparently got lost somewhere around the 5th century. This book isn't just any old history lesson. It's a gentle stroll through humanity's most creative attempts at staying alive, back when people thought your personality was determined by how much yellow bile you had sloshing around inside you. Imagine waking up in the year 1347 with a headache. Today you might reach for some ibuprofen and call it good. But in medieval times? Well, first someone would need to examine the colour of your urine, preferably while holding it up to the morning light like a sommelier evaluating a fine wine. Next, they would determine the direction of the wind, consult the position of Mars, and potentially drill a small hole in your skull to release any evil spirits. The headache remedy might involve wearing a necklace made of peony roots, or better yet, having someone read Latin poetry to your forehead. Medieval folks lived in a world where everything interconnected in the most intricate ways possible. Your health depended not just on what you ate or how much you exercised, but on whether you'd angered any saints lately, if you'd been looking at too many beautiful women, apparently hazardous to male health, or whether you'd committed the grave sin of bathing too frequently. The medieval medical toolkit resembled a combination of a spice rack, a garden shed, and a church, all combined with a generous dose of wishful thinking. Physicians of the time, and I use that term loosely, carried around bags filled with dried herbs that smelled like your grandmother's attic, mysterious powders that might have been anything from ground pearls to pulverised unicorn horn, spoiler alert, it was usually just regular old horn, and an impressive collection of sharp objects that would make a modern surgeon weep. But here's what makes this all so endearing. These weren't stupid people. They were working with the best information they had, which admittedly wasn't much. They looked at the human body like it was a mysterious black box that occasionally made alarming noises, and they did their level best to figure out what all the buttons did. Occasionally they encountered luck. More often, well, let's just say that surviving medieval medicine was almost as challenging as surviving medieval diseases. The beautiful thing about medieval medical beliefs is how thoroughly they committed to their theories. When they concluded that all illness stemmed from an imbalance of 4 bodily fluids known as humours, they delved deeply into this particular area of logic. Everything, and I mean everything, got explained through this lens. Feeling sad? If you're feeling sad, it's likely due to an abundance of black bile. Angry? Undoubtedly there is an abundance of yellow bile. In love? Oh, that's just your blood getting a bit too enthusiastic. As you sink into your chair and the fire pops, you may wonder how people survived back then. The answer lies in a blend of exceptional human fortitude, serendipitous circumstances, and the remarkable ability of the human body to self-heal, even when we attempt to disrupt this process. So pour yourself another cup of whatever's warming your hands, and let's continue this journey together. We're going to delve into a world where medical treatment was a blend of theatre, chemistry experiments, and religious ceremonies. And yet, somehow, miraculously, people continued to improve. Let's talk about the cornerstone of medieval medicine, the theory of the 4 humours. Think of it as the medieval equivalent of personality tests, except instead of asking whether you're more of a dog person or a cat person, they were checking how much phlegm you were producing and whether your blood was feeling particularly sanguine that day. You had 4 main characters in this bodily drama: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. These weren't just random fluids sloshing around inside you. Oh no, they were sophisticated, complex substances that determined everything from your mood to your favourite colour to whether you were likely to become a successful merchant or a melancholy poet. Blood stood out among the group. If you had too much blood, you were sanguine, cheerful, optimistic, and probably the life of every medieval party. Sanguine folks were supposedly hot and moist. Medieval medicine was surprisingly concerned with everyone's internal temperature and humidity levels, with rosy cheeks and an unfortunate tendency to be overly trusting. The cure for excess blood was refreshingly straightforward. Just remove some of it. Medieval physicians approached bloodletting with the enthusiasm of a wine enthusiast discussing a particularly excellent vintage. Phlegm, meanwhile, was the calm, steady type. Too much phlegm made you phlegmatic, slow, thoughtful, and about as exciting as watching paint dry in a monastery. Phlegmatic people were cold and moist, which sounds deeply unpleasant when you put it that way. They were the reliable ones, the people you'd want doing your taxes if medieval people had taxes the way we understand them today. Yellow bile served as the catalyst, literally. It was hot and dry, and if you had too much of it, you became choleric, quick-tempered, ambitious, and probably the type who would challenge someone to a duel over a perceived slight about your horse. Choleric people were natural leaders, which was convenient because they were also natural arguers. Black bile was the emotional side of medieval humours. Too much black bile made you melancholic, sad, artistic, and prone to staring wistfully out of windows while composing tragic poetry about unrequited love. Melancholic people were cold and dry, and they were often incredibly intelligent, though they used that intelligence primarily to contemplate the fundamental sadness of existence. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. Your humoral balance could change based on your age, diet, the season, and Mercury's position. Yes, medieval medicine was also surprisingly astrological. A perfectly balanced person would have just the right amount of each humour, creating a kind of internal harmony that would make them healthy, wise, and probably insufferably well adjusted. The practical implications of this system were enormous. Medieval physicians didn't just treat diseases, they treated entire personality types. They wouldn't just give you herbs and send you off if you were sad. First, they'd determine that you obviously had too much black bile. Then they'd prescribe a complete lifestyle overhaul designed to heat you up and dry you out a bit. Such an intervention might involve eating different foods, more hot, moist things to counteract all that cold, dry black bile, changing your exercise routine, moving to a different climate, or even taking up a more cheerful profession. Medieval medicine was nothing if not holistic, though their idea of it included factors that modern medicine might consider slightly irrelevant, like the moral character of your ancestors and whether you'd been exposed to too much moonlight recently. The beauty of the humoral system was its elegant simplicity. Every medical problem had a clear cause and a logical solution. Are you experiencing symptoms of illness? Clearly your humours were imbalanced. Pushing your humours back into balance was the simple treatment, akin to adjusting the settings on a complex biological thermostat. Of course, the challenge was figuring out exactly which jokes were misbehaving, and by how much. This process required considerable skill, or at least a great deal of confidence, which explains why medieval physicians devoted so much time to examining bodily fluids with the same intensity as wine critics at a tasting competition. Imagine you're not feeling well in medieval times, so you decide to visit the local physician. As you enter their chamber, you anticipate a setting akin to a modern doctor's office, but instead, you encounter a scene akin to a hybrid of an alchemist's laboratory and a fortune-teller's parlour, replete with jars filled with unidentifiable floating objects. Your medieval doctor would want to see your urine first, not your insurance card or medical history. Not just a small sample, mind you, but a nice big flask of the stuff, preferably your first morning production when it was at its most diagnostically informative. Medieval physicians were absolutely obsessed with urine, and they had elevated its examination to an art form that would make modern lab technicians jealous. They possessed special flasks known as matulas, specifically designed for urine examination, and they would scrutinise these flasks as if they were evaluating precious gems. The colour, clarity, smell, and even the way it settled in the flask could tell them everything they needed to know about your condition. If your urine had an unusual colour, it could reveal a multitude of diagnostic possibilities. Red urine might indicate too much blood, clearly, while dark urine suggested an excess of black bile. If your urine was particularly aromatic, that could mean your kidneys were working overtime, or possibly that you'd been eating too much garlic, which was apparently a medical concern worth noting. Some physicians claim they could tell not just what was wrong with you, but also predict your future health, your romantic prospects, and whether your crops would do well that year, all from a single flask of morning urine. But urine was just the beginning. Medieval doctors were also intrigued by your pulse, but their interpretation was more imaginative than today's. They didn't just count beats per minute, they analysed the quality of the pulse, its rhythm, its strength, and its character. A pulse could be described as jumping like a grasshopper, creeping like a snake, or flowing like honey, and each of these poetic descriptions supposedly revealed different aspects of your internal condition. Your complexion was another crucial diagnostic tool. Medieval physicians could read your face like a map, finding clues in the colour of your cheeks, the brightness of your eyes, and the texture of your skin. A ruddy complexion might indicate too much blood, while a pale, wan appearance suggested insufficient vital heat. They paid particular attention to your nose, which they believed was directly connected to your brain, and therefore a reliable indicator of your mental state. The examination process also involved a considerable amount of what we might call lifestyle counselling. Your physician would want to know about your diet, your sleeping habits, your emotional state, and your recent activities. Have you been exposed to any strong emotions lately? Had you eaten anything particularly heating or cooling? Had you been in the presence of anyone with suspicious humoral imbalances? They were also deeply interested in your dreams, which they considered windows into your internal state. Dreaming about water might indicate excess phlegm, while dreams of fire could suggest too much yellow bile. If you dreamed about flying, that was clearly a sign that your natural heat was trying to escape your body, which required immediate cooling therapy. Medieval physicians also paid attention to your astrological sign and the current position of the planets. Your health was intimately connected to celestial movements, and a good physician would consult star charts before making any major treatment decisions. If Mars was in an aggressive position, it might not be the best time for bloodletting, while a favourable Venus might enhance the effectiveness of love potions prescribed for melancholy. The diagnostic process could take hours, involving detailed questioning, careful observation, and quite a bit of thoughtful stroking of beards. Medieval physicians were apparently required to have impressive facial hair. By the end of it, your physician would have a complete picture not just of your physical condition, but of your moral character, your spiritual state, and your place in the cosmic order. Now we come to perhaps the most famous and, from our modern perspective, most alarming aspect of medieval medicine: bloodletting. If you lived in medieval times, you would have seen this practice as often as we see a spear in now. Headache. It's time to administer some bloodletting. Fever. Undoubtedly there is an abundance of blood present. Are you experiencing a mood swing? Clearly your blood needs some attention. The logic behind bloodletting was actually quite elegant, in a twisted medieval sort of way. Remember those 4 jokes we talked about? Well, blood was the most active and abundant of these, and medieval physicians believed that most illnesses were caused by having too much of it. So the obvious solution was to remove the excess, like letting air out of an overinflated balloon. Except the balloon was you, and the air was your life force. Medieval bloodletting wasn't just a matter of making a small cut and collecting a cup or two. Oh no, they had elevated it to a sophisticated art with multiple techniques, specialised tools and elaborate theories about timing and technique. You could choose from various bloodletting methods, like selecting items from a deeply disturbing medical menu. There was venesection, which involved making strategic cuts into major veins. Medieval physicians had mapped out the human body like a roadmap, identifying the best veins for different conditions. Arm veins were good for head problems, leg veins helped with abdominal issues, and there were specific veins that were thought to be connected to different organs through invisible pathways that made perfect sense if you didn't think about them too hard. Then there was cupping, which involved placing heated cups on your skin to draw blood to the surface. The cups would create suction as they cooled, pulling your skin up into little domes and supposedly drawing out the problematic blood along with whatever evil humours were causing your trouble. Occasionally they'd make small cuts first, turning the cupping session into a more efficient blood extraction process. Leeches were the genteel option, considered more refined and controlled than crude cutting. Medieval physicians maintained collections of medical leeches, like modern doctors keep stethoscopes, and they had strong opinions about leech quality and technique. A good leech should be hungry but not desperate, active but not overly aggressive, and preferably sourced from clean, running water rather than stagnant ponds. The timing of bloodletting was crucial and required consulting multiple sources of information. The phase of the moon mattered. Certain phases were better for bloodletting than others. Your astrological sign was important, as was the current position of various planets. The season affected the quality of your blood, and even the time of day could influence the success of the procedure. Medieval physicians had elaborate charts showing the best times to bleed from different parts of the body. Spring was generally beneficial for bloodletting because that's when blood was thought to be most active, like sap rising in trees. But you had to be careful not to overdo it during hot summer months when your natural heat was already elevated. The amount of blood removed was determined by a complex calculation involving your age, constitution, the nature of your illness, and various environmental factors. Young, strong people could handle more bloodletting than elderly or weak individuals. Someone with a sanguine temperament might need more aggressive treatment than someone who was naturally phlegmatic. What's remarkable is how enthusiastic people were about this treatment. Bloodletting wasn't something you endured, it was something you looked forward to, like a medieval spa day. People would schedule regular bloodletting sessions as preventive medicine, and physicians would recommend it for everything from preventing illness to improving your complexion to enhancing your mental clarity. Barber surgeons, who combined haircutting with minor medical procedures, advertised their bloodletting services alongside their grooming options. You could get a shave, a haircut, and have some excess blood removed all in one convenient visit. The traditional barber pole, with its red and white stripes, actually represents bloodied bandages wrapped around a pole, a cheerful reminder of the profession's medical heritage. The social aspect of bloodletting was also important. It was often performed in groups, turning medical treatment into a social event where people could catch up on local gossip while having their humours rebalanced. Wealthy families would sometimes hire physicians to perform bloodletting sessions for the entire household, like hosting a very specialised dinner party. Medieval medicine cabinets were incredibly chaotic, causing a modern pharmacist to shudder in confusion. Imagine opening a medieval physician's bag and finding everything from dried beetles to powdered unicorn horn, which was actually narwhal tusk, but don't tell anyone, alongside herbs that might actually work and substances that definitely wouldn't, but smelled intriguing enough to seem medicinal. The medieval approach to herbal medicine was refreshingly inclusive. If something existed in nature, someone had probably tried using it as medicine. This approach led to an enormous pharmacopoeia that included not just plants, but also animal parts, minerals, and substances that defied easy categorization. Medieval physicians were like enthusiastic collectors who never met a potential remedy they didn't want to try at least once. For instance, the theriac, regarded as the ultimate remedy, could contain anywhere from 60 to 100 different ingredients depending on the maker. The recipe included viper's flesh, which had to be prepared in a very specific way, opium, various spices, herbs, and enough other ingredients to stock a small apothecary. In some cities, the complex process of making theriac became a public event, drawing crowds to witness the master apothecaries perform their mysterious magic. But most medieval remedies were more accessible, built around herbs and plants that grew locally and could be prepared in any reasonably well-equipped kitchen. People expected medieval housewives to understand basic herbal medicine, just as modern parents understand basic first aid. They maintained herb gardens with plants specifically chosen for their medicinal properties, and they passed down recipes and techniques through generations of women who took their healing responsibilities seriously. Willow bark was used for pain relief, and it actually worked because it contains salicin, a compound related to aspirin. Medieval people didn't know why it worked, but they knew it did, which was good enough for practical purposes. Similarly, digitalis from foxglove was used for heart problems, and while it was dangerously easy to overdose on, it was actually an effective cardiac medication. But for every real remedy, there were many that were pure fantasy dressed up in medical terms. People prescribed powdered pearls for melancholy, presumably due to the belief that their lustrous beauty could uplift spirits. Ground-up precious stones were mixed into medicines, not because they had any therapeutic value, but because expensive ingredients were obviously more powerful than cheap ones. Animal-based remedies were particularly creative. Unicorn horn was the most prestigious, thought to neutralize poisons and cure virtually any ailment. But since actual unicorns were in short supply, most unicorn horn was actually powdered rhinoceros horn, narwhal tusk, or just regular old animal horn that had been blessed by someone with impressive religious credentials. Medieval physicians also prescribed remedies made from human body parts, which sounds ghoulish, but made perfect sense according to their logic. If someone had died in perfect health, usually a young person who had suffered an accident, parts of their body could be used to transfer that health to sick patients. This process led to a thriving trade in various human-derived medicines that we probably don't need to discuss in detail during our cozy bedtime story. The preparation of these remedies was often as elaborate as their ingredients were exotic. Medieval medicine involved a lot of precise timing, specific astronomical conditions, and ritual elements that transformed simple cooking into something resembling a religious ceremony. Herbs had to be picked at the right phase of the moon, dried in particular ways, and combined according to formulas that had been passed down through generations of practitioners. Medieval people also believed strongly in the power of sympathetic magic, which meant that remedies should somehow resemble either the problem they were treating or the solution they were trying to achieve. Yellow herbs were good for liver problems because the liver produced yellow bile. Red substances were good for blood disorders. Heart-shaped leaves were obviously beneficial for heart conditions. These discoveries led to some remarkably creative connections between appearance and function. The spotted leaves of lungwort were thought to resemble diseased lungs, so they were used to treat respiratory problems. Walnuts, which looked somewhat like tiny brains, were considered brain food long before anyone knew about omega-3 fatty acids. The dosing of medieval medicines was more art than science, relying heavily on the physician's experience and intuition. Too little might not work, but too much could kill you, and the line between effective dose and fatal overdose was often uncomfortably thin. This is why medieval physicians spent so much time studying their patients' constitutions and carefully adjusting treatments based on individual factors. Medieval surgery was not for the faint of heart, and if you lived during this time, you would have approached it with roughly the same enthusiasm most people today reserve for root canal surgery. Except medieval surgery was performed without anaesthesia, antibiotics, or any real understanding of how infections worked. The surgical toolkit of a medieval practitioner looked like something assembled by someone who had heard about surgery second-hand, but had never actually seen it performed. Their bags were filled with saws, knives, hot irons for cauterizing wounds, and various sharp implements that appeared to be designed more for carpentry than for medicine. Medieval surgeons approached the human body with the confidence of people who had never heard of medical malpractice lawsuits. Trepanation, drilling holes in skulls, was surprisingly common and was used to treat everything from headaches to mental illness to what they called melancholy madness. The theory was that evil spirits, excess humour, or bad air had gotten trapped inside the head and needed a way to escape. Medieval surgeons would carefully drill a small hole in the patient's skull, sometimes while the patient was fully conscious, and then wait to see if the problem spirits would take the hint and leave. What's remarkable is that some patients actually survived this procedure and even seemed to get better afterward, though such improvement was probably more due to the placebo effect and sheer luck than to any therapeutic value of having holes drilled in their heads. Medieval people interpreted these successes as proof that the treatment worked, rather than evidence that the human body is surprisingly resilient. Cataract surgery was another common procedure, performed by travelling specialists who would arrive in town, perform a dozen or so cataract operations in a day, and then leave before anyone had time to evaluate the long-term results. The technique involved pushing the clouded lens back into the eye with a sharp needle, which sometimes worked and sometimes resulted in complete blindness, but at least it was quick. But medieval medicine wasn't purely physical. It was deeply intertwined with spiritual healing and religious belief. Medieval people understood illness as having spiritual as well as physical causes, which meant that treatment needed to address both the body and the soul. This understanding led to a fascinating integration of medical and religious practices that would seem strange to modern eyes, but made perfect sense in a world where the boundary between physical and spiritual was much more fluid. Saints were specialised medical consultants, each with their areas of expertise. St. Blaise was good for throat problems, St. Lucy handled eye diseases, and St. Apollonia was the go-to saint for dental issues. If you had a specific medical problem, there was probably a saint who had suffered a similar affliction during their martyrdom and could therefore provide targeted assistance. Pilgrimage was considered both a medical treatment and a spiritual exercise. Medieval people would travel hundreds of miles to visit holy sites where miraculous healings were said to occur. These journeys served multiple purposes. The physical exercise was probably beneficial, the change of scenery might help with mental health, and the hope and faith involved in the pilgrimage could have real therapeutic effects. Holy relics were another important category of medieval medicine. A bone from a saint, a piece of cloth that had touched a holy person, or water that had been blessed by someone with the right religious credentials could all serve as powerful medicines. The more exotic and well-documented the relic, the more effective it was believed to be. Medieval hospitals were usually run by religious communities and focused as much on spiritual care as on physical treatment. Patients received regular prayers, confession, and spiritual counselling alongside whatever medical treatments were available. The idea was that healing involved the whole person, not just their physical symptoms. This spiritual dimension of medieval medicine also included elaborate rituals and ceremonies designed to drive out evil influences. Exorcism was a recognised medical treatment for certain types of mental illness, performed by clergy who specialised in spiritual healing. These ceremonies could last for hours or even days, involving prayers, holy water, religious artefacts, and considerable drama. What's fascinating is how this spiritual approach sometimes produced real results. The combination of hope, community support, ritual healing, and focused attention could have genuine therapeutic effects, especially for conditions that had strong psychological components. Medieval people might not have understood the placebo effect, but they certainly knew how to harness the power of belief and community in their healing practices. The integration of physical and spiritual healing also meant that medieval medicine was deeply personal and holistic. Your physician wasn't just treating your symptoms, they were treating your entire life situation, your spiritual state, your relationships, and your place in the community. It was an approach that modern medicine is, in some ways, still trying to figure out how to replicate. As we conclude our intimate exploration of medieval medicine, you may be curious about the fate of these vibrant theories and inventive treatments. Did they just vanish overnight when someone invented the microscope, or did they gradually fade away like old tapestries left too long in the sun? The truth is that medieval medicine didn't disappear all at once. It evolved, sometimes gracefully and sometimes with the awkward stumbling of a teenager trying to learn new dance steps. Many medieval ideas hung around well into the Renaissance and beyond, like house guests who don't quite know when it's time to leave the party. The four humours theory, for instance, continued to influence medical thinking well into the 19th century. Even as new discoveries challenged the basic premises, physicians found ways to adapt and modify the system rather than abandon it entirely. The language of the humours became so embedded in how people thought about personality and health that we still use terms like sanguine, phlegmatic, choleric, and melancholic today, though now they're more likely to appear in literature classes than medical textbooks. Bloodletting proved particularly stubborn, persisting as a standard medical treatment for centuries after medieval times ended. George Washington himself was treated with extensive bloodletting during his final illness in 1799, receiving what modern doctors would consider a fatal amount of blood loss in a well-intentioned but misguided attempt to cure his throat infection. It took until the mid-19th century for the medical establishment to finally admit that maybe, just maybe, removing large quantities of blood from sick people wasn't actually helping them get better. But medieval medicine also gave us some genuinely valuable contributions that we still use today. Many of the herbal remedies that medieval physicians prescribed contained active compounds that modern science has validated and refined. Aspirin comes from willow bark, digitalis from foxglove, and morphine from poppies, all plants that medieval healers used, even though they didn't understand the chemistry behind why they worked. The medieval emphasis on careful observation of patients also laid important groundwork for modern diagnostic techniques. Medieval physicians might have been wrong about what they were observing, but they established the principle that healing required paying close attention to individual patients and their specific symptoms. The practices of taking detailed medical histories, examining bodily fluids, and monitoring changes in patient conditions all trace their roots back to medieval medical practice. Perhaps most importantly, medieval medicine established the idea that healing was a professional skill that required training, study, and ongoing learning. Medieval universities began offering medical degrees, creating the foundation for modern medical education. The requirement that physicians study anatomy, even if their understanding was limited, established precedents that eventually led to much more accurate knowledge of how bodies actually work. Medieval medicine also gave us the concept of hospitals as institutions dedicated to healing, rather than just places where sick people went to die. Medieval hospitals, usually run by religious orders, established the principle that society had a responsibility to care for the sick, and that healing should be available to everyone, not just the wealthy. This approach was a revolutionary idea that continues to influence healthcare policy discussions today. The medieval integration of physical and spiritual healing also contributed valuable insights that modern medicine is still exploring. The recognition that illness affects the whole person, not just specific body parts, and that healing involves psychological and social factors as well as purely physical ones, reflects an understanding that contemporary medicine is working to recapture. Even some of the more seemingly bizarre medieval practices contained kernels of wisdom that we're only now beginning to appreciate. The emphasis on diet, exercise, and lifestyle factors in maintaining health was remarkably sophisticated, even if the specific theories were wrong. The comprehension that mental and emotional states could impact physical health was centuries ahead of its era. As you settle back into your comfortable chair and finish the last drops of your warm drink, you might reflect on how medieval medicine, for all its apparent strangeness, represented humanity's persistent, creative, and often touching attempts to understand and heal the mysterious vessel that carries us through life. These medieval physicians and healers were working with limited information and primitive tools, but they approached their task with dedication, creativity, and genuine care for their patients. They remind us that medicine is not just a science, but also an art, requiring not only technical knowledge but also compassion, creativity, and the willingness to keep trying new approaches when old ones don't work. And perhaps most importantly, they show us that the desire to heal and help others is one of humanity's most enduring and noble impulses, persisting across centuries and cultures, adapting to new knowledge while maintaining its essential character. Sleep well and be grateful for modern medicine, but don't forget to appreciate the long, winding, often amusing path that led us here. You get up early in your modest room above the olive oil business, not because you want to, but because your neighbour's donkey has decided that 4 a.m. is the best time to practice his vocal scales. Alexandria sleeps under a blanket of stars that come through the thin wooden shutters, but you know better than most that a good merchant gets the worm, or, in your case, the tastiest fish, before anyone else discovers they're hungry. You stretch out like a cat that has been sleeping on bags of grain instead of soft pillows. Your bare feet touch the chilly clay tiles. The smell of yesterday's bread, which always smells better in memory than it did when it was fresh, is mixed with the smell of salt from the harbour and spices from a dozen other locations. You've come to love these quiet hours before the city knows how to make noise. The bronze mirror shows a face that has been through 43 years of Mediterranean sun, wind, and the occasional fight with people who think that negotiating means starting at half your asking price and working your way down to ridiculousness. Your hair used to be as black as Egyptian eyeliner, but now it has enough silver strands to remind you that time is always moving, even if you don't see it. But your hands stay stable, your eyes are sharp enough to spot a false coin from across the market square, and your smile is genuine enough to greet even the grumpiest customer. The coolness of the water when you splash it on your face from the ceramic basin wakes you up. Every day, the city changes from a peaceful sleeping giant to a busy place where people talk and do things. A priest in the temple calls the devout to morning prayers from a distance. His voice drifts over the rooftops like incense on a light wind. Your tunic, which is made of high-quality Egyptian linen, slips over your shoulders like something you wear every day. It's more useful than beautiful. The leather belt, which has been worn smooth over the years, falls around your waist with the satisfying weight of your coin purse. It's not heavy enough to make you worry about thieves, but it's heavy enough to make dealing today worth your time. The leather straps go back to where they belong as soon as you put on your sandals like old friends. The wooden steps groan their morning song as you go down to the shop below. You keep your real treasures here, small jars of the greatest oils, flavoured with herbs that most Alexandrians have never heard of, much less tasted. They are next to enormous clay amphorae full of olive oil from Sicily and Cyprus, Anatolian rosemary, Greek island thyme, and your secret weapon. A special mix of herbs and spices that makes ordinary oil taste so good that even the most sophisticated Roman matron would ask for the formula. You carefully wrap each of these expensive containers in delicate fabric before putting them in a strong leather bag to avoid the calamity of broken pottery and squandered oil. You will walk like a drunk sailor before noon if you carry too much weight on one side. It's too light, and you don't have enough stuff to make money. It's a fine line, like most things in the merchant's life. If you push the street door gently, it will open and welcome you into Alexandria's world before daybreak. The stone streets are still cool from the night air, and you can feel how solid they are. Other early risers are out and about in the dark, bakers heading to their ovens, fishermen coming back from nocturnal fishing trips with silver catches that gleam in the moonlight, and the odd city guard trying to look alert but clearly wanting to go, back to sleep. As you walk near the harbour, the fishing boats will soon come back with the day's catch. The sound of your breathing and the rhythm of your footfall on the stone provide a mild percussion. and you start to feel the meditative state that comes from completing familiar tasks in peace. The satchel gently taps your hip with each step, reminding you that you're ready to compete with clients, win money from purses, and maybe, if the gods are willing, find something amazing and surprising in the huge marketplace of human trade just like you have for the last 20 years. The port comes into view as you round the last corner. Its waters reflect the last stars like diamonds on black velvet. The sun will soon colour the sky pink and gold. The fishing boats will come back full of the work they did at night, and Alexandria will be awake and eager to buy, sell, trade and argue over everything, from the price of grain to the quality of foreign wine. But just now, the city is owned by dreamers and merchants who know that the best transactions happen when the world is still soft around the edges, like now, when there are only a few minutes of silence left. The fishing boats appear on the horizon, like a fleet of moths drawn to the lighthouse's blaze, their triangular sails catching the first faint signs of dawn. He set up shop by the stone quay where Captain Marcus typically docks his ship because his crew always brings in the biggest catches in Alexandria's harbour. You don't like Marcus though, because he tends to believe his own stories about the fish that got away. You can't help but sway a little as you wait because the smooth waves breaking against the port wall make a cadence that calms your soul. As the other merchants start to gather, you can hear the sounds of water and the distant screams of seagulls starting their own daily hunt. Everyone understands their place in the pecking order because of years of successful deals, failed discussions and the occasional huge fight over fish prices. There is also an unwritten code of conduct for these morning meetings. As Marcus's boat glides toward the pier with the comfort of countless mornings, the silvery flash of fish in the nets is already evident. At the front of the boat, the captain stands with a grin that splits his weathered face. This suggests either a very good night of fishing, or a really creative way to explain why the fish are smaller than usual. It's not always easy to discern the difference with Marcus. The boat gently bumps against the pier as you sail forward with the confidence of someone who has been playing this game since Marcus was just a young fisherman with more enthusiasm than talent. As the crew begins to unload their haul, your experienced eye quickly makes a list of the options. Sea bass with bright clear eyes, red mullet that sparkle like rubies, and a number of fish species whose names you haven't bothered to learn but whose quality you can tell with a single look. You easily pull the cork out of a tiny ceramic container you take out of your bag. The smell of your special herb-infused olive oil hints at what could be, making the simple act of picking out fish a sign of the supper to come. The smell that escapes makes a lot of adjacent merchants look up. Marcus raises an eyebrow as he sees the well-known ritual. You gesture to a really nice sea bass with 2 fingers and don't say anything. Marcus nods and begins to wrap the fish in wide seaweed leaves, which is the old-fashioned way to package things. He lightly sprays the fish with the oil and then puts it back in its container when you give it to him. This is a cooperation between specialists who recognise that the best deals are good for everyone, not just one person. Years of practice have made it easy to trade coins. You both keep the goodwill that will make future business successful and fun, and Marcus gets paid properly for good fish. You get a product that will sell for high prices to quality-conscious customers. No tense talks, no big gestures, and no trying to convince each other that prices should go down because times are tough. It's just commerce between people who respect each other's knowledge. A young Egyptian quarter merchant looks with interest as you weigh the wrapped fish against the oil canisters in your backpack. His sandals are too fresh, his tunic is too clean, and his face is too eager. These are all signals that he hasn't yet figured out that successful dealing is about building trust over time rather than making big deals. You look him in the eye and offer him a tiny nod of acknowledgement. You remember your own early days when every deal felt like a test you may fail. You know that everyone has to start someplace. It's not the right time or place for long chats, but the young man's hopeful look makes it seem like he's hoping you'll share some advice. No matter how curious or well-meaning someone is, the morning market never waits for them. The fish will go rotten eventually. The harbour starts to fill up with activity as more boats come back and more merchants set up shop along the quay. You reached your main goal, but the serene morning ambiance is slowly replaced by the ordered bustle of business. The fish in your satchel represents the key to your success today. New, better products that will sustain the increased prices your devoted clients expect to pay for the things you propose. You start heading back toward the middle of the city, where the huge market square would soon be full of people shopping, merchants, and the never-ending cycle of supply and demand that made Alexandria one of the most prosperous towns in ancient times. The sun rising over the water warms your shoulders and informs you that today is a great day to do business outside. The cobblestones beneath your feet tell the story of thousands of traders who have walked this same way with their products and dreams, in quest of money. Every morning you can count on the same thing, that somewhere in the huge market someone needs what you have and is willing to pay a fair price to take it home. Some days you are lucky and get a lot of money, while other days you barely break even. Alexandria's huge market square is like a blank canvas in front of you, waiting for artists to paint it with colours, music and the beautiful chaos of people, trading. You get there early enough to obtain your preferred spot on the eastern side, where the morning sun will warm your consumers without making them squint at your goods. This is better than being in the middle, where the crowds are biggest and the competition is strongest. You stretched your woven reed mat on the polished stone sidewalk. It felt like a cherished blanket and had the same weight and texture. This mat has been with you to markets in 3 different cities, seen countless transactions, soaked up wine and olive oil, and somehow stayed strong after years of being folded, unfolded, and even used as a seat during long discussions. After 20 years of trying and failing, you have learned how to arrange items in a way that makes them seem their best. The fish is the main thing, and it still smells like fresh water and is wrapped with seaweed. You put the olive oil containers around it in a way that shows off a lot without making it look cluttered. They are close enough to make a statement, but far enough apart so that customers don't get hurt when they reach for a closer look. Your exceptional herb-infused oils require their own section. They should be on a tiny wooden platform that's a little higher up and catches the light to show off their beautiful golden colour. These little bottles of magic may turn ordinary veggies into a meal suitable for a senator's table, and plain bread into something extraordinary. They're not just cooking ingredients. As the morning sun shines through the coloured glass bottles of certain containers, tiny rainbows dance over the mat like promises of flavour. You stop for a moment to glance at your competitors and the people who live near you. To your left, an old rural woman carefully lays bundles of fresh herbs. She knows that how things look might be the difference between carrying home wilted items by twilight or selling out by noon. You notice her, and you nod in admiration as her wrinkled hands move with the confidence that comes from years of skill. To your right, a young guy is struggling with a remarkable arrangement of copper pots that are clearly heavier than he imagined. They would be when he loaded them onto his cart this morning. His face shows the particular red that comes from physical exertion, and it also shows that he's starting to think he may have misjudged how much he can take with such heavy products. You want to help, but you've learned from experience that sometimes people see help as criticism instead of goodwill. The market is full of the first customers of the day, who are moving slowly and with interest. These early consumers are usually the pickiest. They know what quality is and are willing to pay a fair price for it. They examine swiftly but carefully at the many options, moving with the confidence of experienced buyers. A well-dressed woman is walking toward your display. Her gold jewellery and linen outfit show that she is used to the better things in life. She stops when she sees your herb-infused oils, picks up one of the containers and pops the cork to smell it. Her face goes from polite curiosity to genuine awe, like someone who's just found something that blows their mind. You stay at a respectful distance so she can look at your things without feeling pressured. This client knows what she wants and has the means to get it. Your duty is to be available to answer her questions while respecting her independence. She carefully replaces the cork as someone who has been let down by bad goods in the past would, and then looks at the fish, noting its firm flesh and clear eyes. The morning market has its own rhythm, different from the busy midday market or the nighttime market when people are looking for deals. People are more polite when they negotiate and conversations are quieter. It appears like both buyers and sellers are taking their time to make sure everyone is happy. The richest people shop at this time, before the heat gets too hot and the crowds get too big to shop comfortably. The sound of coins passing hands is a gratifying metallic whisper that marks the official start of your business day. The well-dressed woman has picked out the best fish from your display and a jar of your special oil. She paid without complaint and thanked you sincerely. You might feel the same happiness you always do when you give a customer high-quality goods that they really love, as she leaves with her delivery safely wrapped. More customers are coming into the market since there are more things to choose from, and trade is getting stronger. As the sun rises in the morning, it warms the stones under your feet and signals that another successful day is coming in the biggest marketplace of all time. Your remaining goods shine brightly on their reed mat. waiting to be found by consumers who know that some things are worth buying. By mid-morning, the market square is full of people trading, doing business, and having friendly arguments over prices. That seemed too good to be true. After years of practice, you've discovered a comfortable pace that keeps you aware enough to see potential customers across the square, and relaxed enough to stay away from the frantic energy that makes shoppers uneasy and more likely to keep going. Middle-aged guy in a toga that has seen better days approaches carefully, trying to look more successful than he really is. He looks at your things with the kind of attention that only someone who cares about quality, but has to make every dollar count, can have. You can see immediately what kind of person they are. Not sloppy, but careful. They might be a mid-level manager or an adept craftsman who knows the difference between cheap and affordable. He grabs one of your normal olive oil containers, weighs it, and looks through the ceramic container to see how clear the oil is. You take note of this information for subsequent use in the debate because his manner is knowledgeable enough to suggest that he knows how to cook. Good salespeople don't try to make people buy things. Instead, they help the proper individuals comprehend why they should have your products in their homes. You don't try to sell him anything right away. Instead, you wait for him to finish his test. A merchant's best quality is patience, which is more important than making big gestures or giving convincing speeches. When he finally looks up, you smile and tell him that the oil originates from olives grown on the hills of Cyprus, where the sea wind gives them a particular flavour that goes well with anything from simple bread to complicated stews. He clearly grows, more intrigued, and asks smart questions about how long this oil will last, how to store it, and what the greatest uses for it are. You provide an honest answer, saying that this oil is fine for everyday cooking, but your herb-infused versions are better for special occasions, or when he wants to impress visitors at dinner. It's important to provide him options without making him feel bad for thinking about the cheaper one. You can show the differences by giving people small samples of both oils on pieces of bread that you set aside just for this purpose. The man's face shows that he's found something he didn't realise he wanted as he tastes the herb-infused oil. The fight between want and budget has begun. You've learned how to let customers decide for themselves what they need and how much it's worth without getting in the way. While he thinks about what to do, you hear a disturbance at the copper pot seller's stand. It sounds like thunder as it rolls on the stone pavement, like the young guy dropped one of his heavier pots. You can't help but giggle at the young merchant's embarrassed face as he runs after his missing products. Other sellers and customers run away to avoid the runaway kitchenware. This short break actually helps your buyer make a decision. Sometimes people need to take a break from thinking too much and simply go with their instincts. He has already reached for his coin purse and asked how to store the herb-infused oil so that it keeps its flavour when he looks back at your display. Now that the deal is almost done, all you have to do is give him great customer service so he will come back and tell others about you. You carefully wrap his purchase in a clean cloth and then take the time to explain how to store it and suggest foods that will bring out its unique flavour. This extra knowledge converts a simple sale into an investment in client pleasure, and the only expense is your time. Customers who are happy with your service become loyal customers, and loyal customers become brand ambassadors who tell their friends about your booth. You think about the psychology of successful selling as he leaves, evidently happy, holding his package. When a customer comes to your display, they each have their own demands, budget, and knowledge of the products. You don't have to convince everyone to buy your most expensive things. Instead, you should help each person figure out which of your products will make a small but important difference in their lives. The morning goes on with a steady stream of browsers and customers, each of whom helps you understand people better and the thin line that separates commerce from actual service. Some customers buy things quickly and easily because they know exactly what they want. Some people need time to look into things, ask questions, and slowly build their confidence in their choices. Some visitors use your stand as a stop on a leisurely tour of Alexandria's shops, enjoying the social side of buying at the market. You keep acting with the friendly professionalism that has helped you build a good reputation over the years. Always honest about the pros and cons of your products, never pushy, and always ready to help. In the long run, this method builds trust, contentment, and the kind of good word of mouth that drives new customers to your mat week after week. This is better than the big sales that come from high-pressure tactics. The market square becomes a sparkling scene as the sun rises to its highest point. Heat waves dance like invisible spirits above the stone pavement. Now tourists, slaves doing errands for their bosses, and the occasional local who can't wait until evening to shop are all in the market. Most of the morning's refined customers have gone home to cool off. The neighbouring column that gives a narrow strip of shade is one of the numerous architectural features that make Alexandria's marketplace beautiful and sometimes beneficial. You've used it to your advantage by repositioning your display. The heat from the stones is still powerful enough to make you appreciate the wide-brimmed hat you bought from a craftsman in the Ethiopian quarter last summer, even though your reed mat is now in a cooler place. During these hot midday hours, commerce slows down, but it doesn't halt completely. As a party of Roman visitors walks through the market, their fair complexion is already becoming pink. They seem to have miscalculated the North African sun. No matter what the weather is like, they stroll from stall to vendor, with the slightly overpowering excitement of individuals who are keen to experience everything Alexandria has to offer. A Roman woman with an expensive stola that shows she is used, to luxury stops by your display and looks at it with interest. As someone who has access to the best items from all over the empire, she knows how to spot quality when she sees it. She carefully looks over your herb-infused oils. She says she's sorry she doesn't speak the local dialect better, but her Greek with a Latin accent is easy to understand. Your grammar isn't perfect, but you answer in your own careful Latin, which you've learned over the years of working with Roman clientele who appreciate the effort. The discussion flows smoothly as you talk about where your different oils come from, and how they can make the Italian meals she says she misses from home taste better. Everyone likes the concept of adding unusual flavours to familiar items, and she buys several containers with the explicit purpose of revisiting her taste memories in a unique area. You can see that the young copper pot seller has now fixed up his display and seems to have learned from his mistake in the morning. The Romans are still looking about the market. He has put himself in a good position to catch anything that could try to get away, and his pots are now arranged in a way that makes them more stable. His serious look shows that he is taking his merchant education seriously. The heat of midday brings both chances and problems. Even while fewer people are walking about at these hours, the ones who do tend to have specific needs that make them less sensitive to pricing and more focused on obtaining exactly what they want. People who live there are having cooking emergencies that can't wait for cooler weather. Travellers are stocking up before they continue their trips, and rich families are sending slaves to get certain items for fancy meals. A man who seems agitated and has the energy of someone going through a family crisis walks up to your stand. His clever Greek wife is making a special dinner for important guests today, but she can't find her good olive oil. Their teenage son, who thinks that anything edible is fair game for experimenting, may have eaten it. Right now, the man needs oil, and quality is more vital than price. In times like these, experience pays off. It only takes a few seconds to figure out what a consumer really wants, and it's clear that this man needs more than detailed product descriptions to feel safe. You chose one container of herb-infused oil and one of your best regular oils. You say that the two together will provide you reliable cooking outcomes and the chance to make something special that will impress even the pickiest guests. His obvious relief as he passes over the money shows that you have correctly identified his problem and priorities. You think his wife will be happy with the quality of her ingredients and the fact that her husband is taking charge of the situation as he rushes off, holding his packages like lifelines. People often come back to buy more after seeing that high-quality ingredients can make cooking more special. The heat keeps rising in the early afternoon, making the market square feel strange. People generally think that once the sun starts to drop in the west, everything will get serious again, and conversations will get more tranquil, and motions will become more systematic. This is the time for patient businesses that know that not everyone has the same chance to make money. During this slower time, you organise the rest of your stock, wrapping up things that could be damaged by the heat and putting others in places where they can get a little breeze that blows through the square. The stone column that shields you creates small air currents that make your location a little more comfortable than the open sections, where some merchants still have to deal with the full force of the Mediterranean sun. During the warmest part of the day, a few more people look around, mostly tourists who haven't learned to respect local conventions about resting in the afternoon, or persons with special needs who put their requirements ahead of their comfort. Customers that shop during these hours are sometimes very happy to locate exactly what they need when there aren't many other possibilities, but each sale takes a little more patience than in the morning. The market square comes back to life as the afternoon sun starts to set in a beautiful way over the western horizon. It's like a sleeping giant waking up and remembering what it was meant to do. When everything is bathed in warm amber light and the shadows are soft and forgiving, the heat that made the middle of the day so unbearable gives way to the magical light that photographers would later call golden hour. As the sun moves, your shadowed spot becomes less significant, and you move your display again to take advantage of the better lighting. Even though sales have been steady all day, there is still a lot of stuff left over, and it should be displayed in a way that makes the most of the beautiful evening light. The herb-infused oils seem to hold on to the warm glow, creating a show that looks like a jewel and draws the attention of people from all parts of the square. People who shop in the morning and at noon are considerably different from those who shop at night. These customers walk at a leisurely pace, like people who have finished their daily tasks and have time to look around, investigate, and maybe find something new. People who work during the day can finally see their favourite vendors, families can walk around the market together, and servants can perform last-minute chores before going home. A retired scholar walks up to your stall with a serious look on his face and a walking stick that softly taps on the stone pavement. He looks over your products very thoroughly and asks questions that show he knows a lot about Mediterranean cooking. It's clear that this person thinks cooking is both an art and a science, and he's looking for items that will show off his skills. You have the kind of deep conversations that make this job so rewarding. He wants to know where the herbs in your infused oils come from, and how different combinations can perform better with different cooking methods. The talk goes across everything from Greek techniques to make veggies taste better, to Roman ways to cook fish. You also find out that your customer has travelled a lot and collected recipes like some people collect coins. He finally buys a lot of things, including many containers of different oils, each chosen for a specific cooking purpose that he happily describes. He tells you about uses for your items that you hadn't thought of, and he promises to send other serious cooks he knows to your stand. This is worth more than the rapid sale. No amount of yelling or flashy sales pitches can compare to the value of loyal customers telling their friends about your business. You can tell that the young copper pot seller had a tough morning, but as the day goes on, you can see that he has had a good day. With the pleasure of someone who has effectively applied important lessons learned, he has cut down on his display by a lot and is carefully wrapping up the rest of his stock. It's nice to see new people get settled into the traditional dance of business. The marketplace takes on a different identity as the day comes to an end. People seem to think that the serious business of buying and selling is giving way to the social side of market life as talks get more casual and transactions become less tense. Regular customers and sellers talk about neighbourhood gossip, family news, and what they expect to sell tomorrow. Kids who have been stuck indoors because of the heat come out with their parents and add their voices to the subtle murmur of evening commerce. The well-dressed woman who was your first customer of the day comes back with two companions who are clearly from out of town. This leads to your last big transaction of the day, something you didn't expect. She talks about your herb-infused oils with the eagerness of someone who has already used the oil she bought in the morning and is happy with the results. You mentally note your friends' choices for later use when they buy in bulk. As the sun sets, painting the western sky with pink and gold colours that would make even the gods stop and stare, you begin the process of closing down your stall for the day. Your coin purse, which is substantially heavier now than it was at daybreak, represents both your financial success and the satisfaction that comes from pairing high-quality goods with happy clients all day long. The last of the goods are carefully packaged for tomorrow's market. Each box is wrapped and secured so that they will be in perfect shape for another day of probable sales. Your reed mat, which has been a loyal friend on many market days, is folded with the respect that comes from a reliable business partner. You take apart the wooden platform that contained your special oils and store it with your other tools. The market square around you steadily empties out as other vendors conclude their own closing tasks. Some people are packing up empty containers with happy expressions after selling out. Others, who might not be as lucky or experienced, are merging their leftover goods and getting ready for tomorrow's event. No matter what happens today, tomorrow brings new chances. This shows that the merchants are always hopeful in every face. Walking home through Alexandria's quiet evening streets is a nice break from the busy market commerce and the more subtle pleasures of daily life. Your leather bag, which now houses currency instead of products, pleasantly brushes against your hip with each stride, reminding you of what you've done that day. The cobblestones under your sandals feel nice and familiar. They are still warm from the day's heat, but not too hot. As people in the city light their oil lamps and the smell of dinner cooking wafts through the windows and doors, the city relaxes into its nightly rhythm. You smile at the prospect that the money you made this morning might go toward the family dinner tonight. Someone nearby is cooking fish with herbs that smell a lot like the ones you use in your own personal blend. It feels great to know that your work helps people get together over good food and meals. You buy a loaf of bread from the bakery where you've been a regular customer for 15 years. The bread is still warm from the ovens. The heavy-set man who works as a baker and constantly has flour on his apron asks about your day with the genuine interest of a small company owner inquiring about another. A nod of approval and a loaf of bread that is a little bigger than what you paid for are the fruits of your short report of steady sales and happy customers. This is the kind of small gesture of kindness that makes a local business feel like a community instead of just a transaction. The narrow street that connects to your home and store feels like a safe place after the market square is so bustling. The voices are softer, the tempo is slower, and the problems are more personal than business related. Kids play games in small courtyards, and their laughter echoes off the old stone walls that have seen many nights like these. Elderly people sit at doorways and watch the world go by with the patient attention of individuals who have learned to enjoy the drama of everyday life. As you walk into your shop, which has been locked since daybreak, the familiar smell of olive oil and the faint floral notes that fill the whole building greet you. The huge storage amphorae, which stand like motionless guards in the darkening sky, hold both the wealth of the present and the promise of the future. Tomorrow you'll need to restock some items, maybe test out a new herb combination that came to you while you were talking to clients today, and definitely organise the best possible mix of products for another day in the market. The stairs to your living space creak their nightly greeting as you climb to the chamber that serves as both a bedroom and a quiet escape from the business world below. You may finally relax here, surrounded by things that tell the story of your 20 years as a merchant. The bronze mirror shows a face that is pleasantly tired from both mental and physical effort, which is different from just being tired. You count the money you generate every day because you need to keep an eye on your business's health and prepare for future purchases and investments, not because you want to. The coins are more than just money. They show that you have good relationships with your customers, that your pricing and quality judgment are still good, and that you'll have enough resources for new opportunities when the market opens tomorrow. You make the evening meal with food you bought on your way home, and it becomes a private celebration of the day's work. A simple but full dinner made with bread from your local bakery, cheese from the cellar 2 blocks away, and a little bit of your own best olive oil connects you to the business and community that makes Alexandria such a terrific place to live and work. As night sets, and the sounds of the evening, distant chatter, the clip-clop of late travellers' donkeys, and the closing of shutters and doors create the sweet lullaby of urban life winding down, you think about the routines and joys of the merchant's existence. Each day brings new challenges and rewards, a new group of people with different needs and personalities, and opportunities to match products with clients who will really utilise them. As you get ready for bed, the lamp flame flickers softly, making shadows dance on the walls that have kept you safe during good times and bad, when Alexandria was doing well, and when politics made trade harder. The basic appeal of being a merchant has never changed. The satisfaction of delivering high-quality goods to happy customers, the intellectual challenge of understanding markets and people equally well, and the knowledge that your work is helping the great human effort to provide food, shelter, and care for one another. Tomorrow will bring a fresh opportunity to do business ethically in one of the biggest markets on the globe. You'll meet new clientele with different needs and tastes, and you'll have new chances to do business ethically. You can rest easy tonight knowing that you did a good job, kept your relationship strong, and had another successful day in the endlessly interesting business of being human, where everyone needs something, and the wise merchant's joy is in helping. And find it. The donkey next door seems happy with how he sang this morning and goes to sleep peacefully. While Alexandria sleeps, the merchants of tomorrow are already dreaming of morning. The day my old name died began with crows on the battlements and ended with a circlet of hammered gold pressing a red welt into my brow. I had lived 17 winters as a foster son. Arthur was fit only to muck stalls at Sir Ector's holdings in the Welsh marches. Yet here I stood in a chill sunrise at Caerleon, wind off the Usk tasting of iron filings, while lords who had never met me raised spears in acclaim. The heralds trumpeted, "Pendrag!" and my ribs fluttered like a quail's. I will not pretend the cheering felt noble. It felt terrifying, as though a roaring sea had broken through the courtyard gate. Sir Kay whispered, "Hold the sword higher, brother, they need to see you." My arm shook under the hilt's surprising heft. Excalibur, Merlin called it Caldfolk, the hard bright cleaver, had looked weightless in the stone, but wielded, it was equal to a ploughshare in wet clay. As sunlight ran down the fuller, the onlookers strained forward. Hedge knights in patched mail, sleek barons whose rings smelled of civet, and barefoot children craning between guard shields. One could map the fractures in Britain by their faces, angles tight-lipped beside downtrodden Romano-British magistrates, Cymru hill kings glaring at Northumbrian envoys. All of them watched the orphan who had slipped a sword from an anvil when worthier men could not. That first week passed in parchment dust and the clack of tally sticks. My new counsellors educated me mercilessly. Grain levies were overdue in the Wye Valley. Mercian raiders had burned the monastery of Iltud, and the Royal Mint in Winchester lacked silver for coin dies. I listened, numb, and when I spoke it was mostly to ask why. Why did a salt tax vary between counties? Why did we tithe fish to Rome when Rome was ashes? Each reason produced new corridors of ignorance for me to explore in secret. Night brought no truce. Merlin, maddeningly serene, met me in the candlelit library of the old Roman basilica. He smelled of peat smoke and elderflower wine. "The crown is a mask, Arthur," he told me while aligning dusty scrolls about irrigation. "Wear it too loosely and it slips, wear it too tightly and it blinds." I wanted instruction, not metaphor, but his lessons remained riddles. He had not taught me to retrieve Excalibur for his amusement. He meant me to retrieve a future no one else dared picture. Sleep refused me. I lay in the solar on wolfskin blankets, listening to the wind whistle through arrow slits, revisiting the moment the blade slid free. The scrape of metal echoed in my memory, akin to a key reluctantly unlocking a locked childhood. My pulse quickened until dawn, and with dawn came fresh petitions. A widow from Gwent begged remission of scutage. A Gaulish mason offered to rebuild the Roman bridge at Venta if I would guarantee free toll for pilgrims. I granted both, half from pity, half because they cost only my signature. On the 7th day I mounted a nervous mare and rode the perimeter of Caerleon's outer palisade alone. Frost clung to dead bracken, mist curled between apple stumps where orchards had been raised for siege timbers. I thought, this is my acreage of sorrow to tend. Yet I also saw promise, fields where spring barley could root if given peace, kilns that might fire roof tiles instead of slingstones. By the time I reined in, the sun had melted the frost into silver rivulets. Hope, I realised, was a crop that required cultivation as deliberate as wheat. Before evensong, I convened a rookie council of blacksmiths, scribes, and 2 abbots who smelled of vellum glue. I invited them to Birkund and speak first, keen to hear sentences unclouded by flattery. They were shocked into plainness. Smiths wanted charcoal quotas, scribes wanted tariffs on imported papyrus lowered, and abbots wanted safe conduct for pilgrims. I promised nothing, recorded everything. When the assembly disbanded, Sir Kay slapped my shoulder. "You looked like a king," he lied. I felt more like a bucket catching leaks in a storm-patched roof. Still, that night as rain drummed the shutters, I wrote a single line into my ledger. A throne is not a chair, but a question asked daily. In that admission, I finally understood what Merlin had meant. The mask must never harden. The wearer must keep adjusting the fit or risk seeing nothing at all. By the time the crows returned to the battlements, I was ready to ask another question. War councils smelled of damp wool, horse sweat and candle grease. Ours convened on a ridge above the Vale of Dortmore, where Saxon banners glittered like rows of wet scales in the distance. Gawain sketched deployment arcs with a charcoal nub on his buckler's inside. Archers here, heavy spears there, while Lady Gwen Hwyfar read out casualty projections from a carved tablet. In that moment I saw the Round Table not as furniture but as an algebra, variables shifting until valour equalled victory with minimum unknowns. We fought at first light, hoarfrost crunching under greaves, trumpets blew a sour brassy note that made my teeth hurt. I led Calidor's cavalry wing, 200 destriers snorting steam. Gawain, brilliant and reckless, angled the infantry phalanx 15 degrees off the expected axis. The Saxons misread the feint, plunging into our kill pocket where marshy ground devoured their footing. The real slaughter, though, occurred at the ford of Barn. Kay blocked it with a shield wall 3 men thick, forcing enemy cohorts east where our slingers perched among leaf-bare alders. Stones whistled, helmets dented. By noon the river was pinkish, yet triumph tasted metallic. I walked among the fallen wearing a surgeon's grimace, instructing squires to bind the wounded regardless of allegiance. A captured Saxon boy no older than 12 tried to spit at me but produced only blood. Holding his gaze, I ordered bandages. Mercy is harder than steel. It resists tempering and bends toward fatigue. My captain muttered I was naive. I reminded them that a terrorised enemy often regroups in the dark while a respected one hesitates before recrossing the border. Afterward, we quartered in a half-ruined Roman amphitheatre nearby. The curved seating became crude barracks. Rain filtered through collapsed vaults, pooling in the arena where gladiators once bled under imperial applause. I addressed the fighters from the old emperor's box. What we win in fear we lose in seasons to come. Rule by respect, and we plant hedges no sword can shear. Some nodded, some scoffed, but the words lodged like seeds. The campaign dragged into winter. We learned to move on frozen ground, sledging supplies on ox-drawn travois. My gauntlets cracked from the cold. The smell of pine pitch replaced blossom in my memory. On solstice eve, snow swirling like ghost feathers, I found Merlin alone by a ruined milestone reciting a fragment of Virgil about husbandry. Even empires, he murmured, begin as fences to keep goats from eating winter wheat. I laughed despite fatigue. He never preached, he implied. By spring, peace chatter reached us from Saxon envoys. I drafted terms on scraped sheepskin, a boundary set at the limestone ridge, hostages exchanged but treated as honoured guests, and intermarriage encouraged to weld bloodlines. Gawain bristled, wanting a punitive march. Gwen Hwyfar, ever pragmatic, pointed out we lacked surplus grain to feed conquered households. The council split until I invoked the fording scene, how our mercy had softened Saxon resolve. Reluctantly they consented. Signing the treaty took place in a smoky timber hall north of the new border. Both sides brought bards to witness. I clasped forearms with Eldred, a war-cautious alderman whose beard reeked of mead. He muttered, "Your sword could have drunk deeper." I replied, "But your grandchildren will sip cider in orchards we did not burn." His belly laugh rattled roof beams. Alliances sometimes germinate in unexpected soil. In the months after, the Vale of Dortmore greened under truce. I requisitioned stonemasons to repair weirs, reopened Roman causeways and established a bilingual toll house where erstwhile enemies haggled over salt weight using standardised counterstones. Commerce often clinches what diplomacy initiates. Seeing Saxon traders bow to Cymry clerks over tariff receipts thrilled me as much as any martial cheer. Privately I wrestled nightmares, blood-slick reeds, dying boys with accents I barely understood, and my crown dipped in gore. Gwen Hwyfar found me pacing ramparts and urged prayer. I preferred ledgers. I tallied war costs, lost ploughshares, orphaned stipends, and forced the numbers to speak. They said moderation was cheaper than triumph. They never lied. One damp morning, while Oliver the quartermaster complained about dwindling pitch reserves, a courier arrived bearing a wreath of river reeds from Ildred, to the king who waters peace. I pinned it in the council chamber above our campaign map. Some mocked the rustic token, others touched it like a relic. For me, it represented both a reminder that swords end battles and a recognition that agreements end wars. Thus, my second year of kingship closed not with a coronation feast, but with an accounting ledger and a wreath made by a former foe. I slept soundly that night for the first time since lifting the blade. Camelot was never marble. It was coarse sandstone sweating lichen, scaffolds creaking like old knees. Yet visitors entering its magnificent hall felt something rare, a geometry of fellowship. Round tables, contrary to gossip, are terrible for hierarchy and perfect for candour. My smiths forged a 30-seat monster from oak and riveted iron bands. It smelled of resin and rain on the day we slid it into place. The crack it made across the flagstones felt like a knell tolling for privilege. Within a month, debates at that board ranged from maritime tariffs to whether owls could predict frost. Sir Bedivere cited Alder Ring thickness charts. Dame Rhiannon cross-checked shipping dockets from Cornish ports. Laughter flared, daggers flashed into tabletops for emphasis, but each voice found equal purchase. I learned to moderate like a choirmaster, coaxing melody from opinion. Court politics, I discovered, is less duel than duet. Themes offered, harmonies tested, discord resolved or embraced as counterpoint. Social experiments, however, breed social consequences. My barons grumbled that Franklin farmers now supped alongside them during harvest councils. One sneered that peasants stank of manure. I replied sweetly, "So does the earth we all depend upon." The retort earned silent respect and silent enemies. Soon, anonymous leaflets with still tacky ink accused me of hobnobbing with swineherds while I neglected noble bloodlines. I left the pamphlets tacked to gateposts. Nothing defangs slander like daylight. Domestic alliances formed in subtler currents. Gwen Huifar established a guild of herbalists, recruiting peasant women whose willow bark tinctures outperformed monastic leechcraft. Knights wounded in jousts found themselves dosed with poultices prepared by hands they once dismissed. Healing, unlike war, proved indifferent to pedigree. Watching the Queen kneel beside a tanner's daughter, grinding sage into salve, reminded me governance can bloom at ground level. Evenings rippled with softer intrigues. Minstrels sang Breton lays, jugglers tossed iron apples, Lancelot, bright as dawn on new steel, led sparring exhibitions that drew appreciative gasps. My admiration for him was a delicate balance. I felt pride in having a fierce comrade, but also unease at the way Gwen Huifar's eyes shone like moonlight when Lancelot bowed. I told myself trust is stronger than jealousy. My heart argued otherwise in sleepless whispers. I commissioned a scriptorium, hiring Greek copyists formerly marooned in Exeter by piracy. They illuminated legal codices with celadon inks, rendering statutes almost luminous. Literacy rates crept upward, as stewards demanded to read decrees rather than memorise them. When a reeve from Devon petitioned for the right to cite code in a land dispute and won, the cheers in the hall outshone any tournament roar. Words became both weapons and shields, and every child who learned to etch letters into wax inherited a small amount of power. Religion, that restless fox, prowled our henhouse. Rome's emissaries urged higher tithes. Druids insisted the spring equinox remain a feast day. My compromise, dual calendars, The offerings did not fully satisfy either sect, but they helped to prevent riots. Unity, I learned, is not homogeneity. It is the artful overlap of dissimilar circles. Merlin called it interlaced sovereignty, like Celtic knotwork where strands meet, part, and meet again without severing. Still, friction sparked. When a knight struck a serf for stepping on his cloak, I hauled the offender before the round table and fined him triple the annual grain tribute he collected. Outrage roared among old families. Peasants toasted in cider lofts. Justice, though blind, is rarely silent. Between crises I sought quiet with Gwen Huifar in the orchard courtyard, where our first apple crop dangled. She confessed fear, of plague, invasion, and her childlessness. I confessed fear of a kingdom buoyed by my charisma rather than structural strength. Charisma dies, she said. So do kings. We resolved to embed redundancies. Delegate treasury to 3 co-stewards, rotate militia captains quarterly, and copy archive scrolls in triplicate. We decided to govern by scaffolding, not by personality. One amber dusk, troubadours rehearsed a ballad calling me Rex Quondam, Rex Futurus, the once and future king. The phrase sent a cold shiver along my spine. Legends petrify living men into symbols. Symbols risk shattering under inquiry. I walked out before they could finish, and spent the night in the smithy helping sharpen scythes for harvest volunteers. Sparks bit my sleeves, iron rang in my bones. Real kingship, I reminded myself, smelled not of incense but of hot metal and tough questions. As autumn fog muffled Camelot, I watched ravens pinwheel over parapets. Their calls sounded like quarrels from a distance, like counsel at close range. I listened for patterns, hoping that amidst the cause and council squabbles, I could still discern the rhythm of the realm, chaotic, diverse and vibrant. Love, when braided with rulership, frays at stress points. I learned the truth the night Gwen Huifar failed to return from Vespers. Lantern in hand, I combed the cloisters until dawn, finding only footprints and stone-cold beeswax. She reappeared at sunrise, cloak damp, claiming prayer had carried her beyond time. I believed her until a squire whispered of Lancelot's horse seen tethered near the aqueduct ruins. Jealousy can outpace any charger. That morning I presided over petitions with iron politeness, but parchment edges shredded under my grip. Rumours possess a multifaceted nature. A spilled cup in the refectory became proof of an adulterous pact. A misfiled stable roster mutated into clandestine rendezvous. I addressed none directly, hoping discretion might starve speculation. Instead, it fattened. Lancelot avoided my gaze during lance drills. Gwenhwyfar busied herself in the herb garden, eyes rimmed red. Merlin, sensing fracture, suggested a pilgrimage to St. Albans for conjugal renewal. I nearly laughed. Miracles of the sacred spring would not mend brittle trust. War interrupted scandal. Pictish raids harried our northern garrisons, forcing a muster at Hadrian's broken wall. In frigid drizzle, I marched alongside Lancelot, sharing campfire silence as men sharpened seax blades. On the eve of engagement, he finally spoke. "My loyalty is yours," he whispered, his voice as raw as peat smoke. I wished he had said affection or even desire, words that might name the shadow between us. Instead, loyalty, that slippery coin, rolled into darkness. Battle against the Picts proved brutal but brief. Their skirmishers scattered after our heavy horse flanked them through misty birch copses. The victory did not alleviate my emotions. On return, I found Gwenhwyfar pale and fevered. She had miscarried, a secret child I'd never known she carried. Grief welded us strangely. We wept together beneath quilts while rain scratched the shutters like quills scripting tragedy. Suspicion for a while drowned beneath shared loss. Court, however, has no patience for the private mourning. Accusers soon hissed that the lost babe bore not Pendragon blood but Lancelot's. In fury, I convened a closed tribunal, Gawain, Morgan, and Dame Rhiannon as adjudicators. Evidence proved vaporous, testimony coloured by envy. The panel dismissed charges, yet acquittal cannot erase insinuation. Lancelot requested leave for solitary penance. Gwenhwyfar prayed daily in the chapel's darkest niche. A hairline crack in the kingdom's foundation spread like frost under paint. Politics sensed weakness. Mordred, my nephew fostered at court, began cultivating malcontents, dispossessed barons and debt-burdened merchants. His rhetoric skewered my egalitarian reforms. Arthur feeds peasants but starves chivalry. Listening from behind a tapestry, I recognised hunger in his tone, not for justice but for my throne. Betrayal by blood weighed heavier than adultery's rumour. Yet I hesitated. Public reprimand might martyr him. I sought Merlin's counsel at midnight under a sky brazed by aurora. He traced constellations in the frost on the parapet. "A king must prune to save the orchard," he said, "but not all blossoms you sever are weeds." His riddles, once charming, now exhausted me. I snapped, speak plainly." He touched my shoulder, weightless, pitying. "Find the true root," he answered, "or rot will claim trunk and fruit alike." The next day I ordered a tournament to channel courtly aggression. Jousts clanged, banners snapped, and the populace roared approval. Lancelot, newly returned, unseated every challenger until only Mordred remained. Their final pass ended in a splintering collision. Mordred toppled, Lancelot's lance buried in turf. Cheers erupted, but Mordred rose grinning, blood on his lip. "Behold your champion," he called to the stands, "friend to queen and king alike." Applause faltered. Suspicion rekindled. The acclaim seemed to exile Lancelot as he bowed stiffly and left the field. That evening I stared into a silver basin, watching torchlight ripple across water like molten doubt. Choices presented themselves like duelists: expose the affair and risk civil fracture, swallow pride and risk moral decay, or punish rumour and risk tyranny. None felt royal, all felt human. In the end I chose delay, believing time could cauterize wounds. History would call that indecision. Yet in that moment I was still the boy of 17, a crown too big, calculating that love, even bruised, was lighter to bear than bloodshed. I clasped the circlet, straightened my spine, and prepared for whatever scabbard destiny would draw next. Not every saga of rule is wrought in steel. Many unfold in barley. 3 summers after the Pictish affair, drought crisped the Midlands. Streams shrank to pebble staircases, and sheep nibbled dust. My granary ledgers bled red ink. Famine is a slower blade than war, but kills as surely. I summoned economists, though we lacked that word, for emergency counsel. Gawain, pragmatic as ever, advised seizing surplus from hoarding barons. Gwenhwyfar proposed seed grants and communal mills. Lancelot, recently returned from self-imposed exile, offered to escort relief convoys. Amid logistical squabbling, a monk named Galen arrived bearing tales of a relic, a chalice reputed to refill inexhaustibly, a grail. He claimed it lay hidden in the ruined valley of Anar, guarded by faith rather than fortification. Hungry people, overhearing, seized upon myth the way parched lips cling to dream water. Soon pilgrims clogged crossroads, abandoning ploughs and plumb lines to search holy gullies. Grain yields plummeted further. I recognised danger. Scarcity breeds credulity. Credulity begets chaos. Yet I also recognised narrative power. Merlin once said stories are scaffolds humans climb to reach outcomes reason alone cannot fetch. So I sanctioned an exploratory quest, not to chase miracles but to restore focus. Lancelot would lead, Galen would guide, I would underwrite supplies. Behind closed doors I told them, return with truth, not talisman. Truth sells dearer in famine. They departed in midsummer while I remained to wrestle spreadsheets of oats versus population. I dispatched riders to confiscate hoards at cost plus 10%, a fair premium. Barons balked, K enforced, wagons rolled. At night I walked incognito through village alehouses, listening to whispers. Some cursed me as a grain thief. Others blessed me for flatbread still warm in ash ovens. Approval, I learned, is never unanimous. Effective policy courts equal praise and scorn. Meanwhile, Gwenwyfar organised spinning circles where idle hands produced linen to trade for imported rye. The queen who once orchestrated lute recitals now bartered thread counts against caloric yield. Her eyes lost some brightness but gained steadiness. Partnership, we discovered anew, could transcend romance. In autumn, the questing party returned, gaunt, mud-streaked and empty-handed. They found no grail. Instead, they discovered a collapsed monastery library where architectural fragments indicated that Roman aqueduct channels had rerouted spring water underground. Galen wept. His faith cracked. Lancelot knelt. A slab of marble etched with Latin, reading Aqueducta vivificat, drawn water brings life, was proffered before me. We found an engineering marvel, he murmured, not a miracle. I hugged him publicly, declaring the inscription a holy message directing us to practical salvation. We mobilised masons to rehabilitate those subterranean channels. When water surfaced again in frost-stiff fields, Galien proclaimed it sign enough. Pilgrims returned to ploughs. Barley germinated in resurrected soil. Famine abated not by chalice but by limestone, leverage and labour. Still, bards sang of a grail uncovered. Hope prefers cup imagery to culverts. I let the myth stand. If people sleep easier, believing Providence favoured them, let them dream. The grain crisis taught me economics is theology wrapped in numbers. To feed bodies, we must first feed belief. Belief that tomorrow's loaf exists. Without that trust, coin hoards vault upward like drawbridges, cutting off circulation. The Round Table issued the first bread depository notes. Parchment chits guaranteeing a fixed ration redeemable in any county granary. Some scholars called it proto-currency. Peasants called it Arthur's word. In either tongue, famine loosened its grip. During the harvest festival, I addressed the gathered throng beneath bundled sheaves stacked like copper obelisks. The grail we sought, I said, proved to be the will to work together. Sceptical grunts mixed with cheers, but I sensed a new tone in the crowd, a spark of civic confidence. Legends may spark action, yet outcomes are rooted in the tangible. My realm learned that year how infrastructure can masquerade as a miracle if narrated properly. When the revels subsided, Gwenwyfar and I walked the orchard path under lanterns. We spoke no word of Lancelot or miscarriage, only of next year's seed strains and the colour of dawn on ripening grain. We discovered that peace was as quotidian and delicate as spider silk woven across plough furrows, easily broken, readily rewoven. In my journal, I recorded the observation that a king is half granary clerk and half storyteller. Forget either half, and the kingdom starves. Merlin later read the line, chuckled, and pronounced it the truest magic I would ever wield. Prosperity irritates complacent adversaries. 5 winters after the drought, Norse longships knifed into 7 estuaries, disgorging warriors armoured in bear pelts. Their raids threatened our trade arteries. I mobilised a coalition. Cymri slingers, Anglian bowmen, and Saxon auxiliaries bound by the old Dortmund Treaty. Even Mordred, aging into statesman-like gravity, pledged spearmen. Our muster at Dyffryn Clud was the largest Britain had seen in generations. On the eve of battle, a red storm birthed thunderhead anvils that blotted out stars. Superstitious murmurs surged. I convened the army around beacon fires and spoke not of divine mandate but of shared markets, shared marriages, and shared bread. Who here eats grain milled beyond his parish? Hands rose. Who drinks cider pressed by folk with foreign grandmothers? More hands. Then you already fight together every harvest. Tomorrow only formalises what you practice. Silence. A thoughtful one answered. Combat exploded at dawn. Norse berserkers bellowed under horn blasts, rushing our vanguard like river ice. My centre buckled. I rode the perimeter, rallying foot archers into wedge formation. Bedivere redirected reserves through willow scrub to flank their shield wall. The rain slicked the helms and the clay sucked the boots. I witnessed death up close, a flute-voiced page skewered through lungs, a Pictish mercenary slipping on entrails, and a priest clutching a splintered crucifix like a cudgel. War's indiscriminate appetite never altered. Mid-melee, I locked eyes with the Norse Jarl, a giant crowned by a raven helm. He charged, axe screeching against my shield, driving me backwards until Excalibur caught the haft and sheared it. Sparks showered, his helm skewed, exposing startled blue irises. Before I could finish, a Saxon ally intercepted with a spear thrust. The Jarl fell. Victory pivoted in that flicker, a coalition's blade saving a king who once viewed Saxons only as foemen. Irony tastes metallic indeed. By dusk, the surviving enemies fled toward the surf, leaving behind a silence filled with death. Our dead lay interlaced, no regard for ethnicity, just stillness. I ordered a shared burial mound, no segregation by tribe, and inscribed a lintel. They sowed defence, we reap tomorrow. Some scoffed at the sentimentality, yet I needed living minds to remember costs. That night, huddled under rain-patched canvas, I felt an old wound near my ribs throb like a metronome. Gwen Hwyfar sat beside me, her hand steadying the poultice. We said little, understanding conversation would garnish exhaustion with regret. Out beyond tent walls, bards tuned lyres to weave victory into oral tapestry before grief cooled. Legend works fastest on fresh blood. Mordred approached at dawn, helmet under arm, expression unreadable. He congratulated me, yet something in his posture, too straight, too silent, troubled me. Rumour later whispered he coveted the admiration my battlefield survival commanded. I made a mental note. Watch the nephew whose smile revealed more teeth than warmth. We returned to Camelot trailing wagons of wounded. Cheers greeted us, but eyes quickly flicked to casualty carts. Triumphs age rapidly when widows count absences. I declared a fortnight of mourning before any celebration, and the court accepted this decision. However, merchants were concerned about the potential loss of revenue. In council, we moved to fortify estuary beacons, create river patrols, and negotiate neutrality pacts with Danish settlements. Strategy matured, not conquer but discourage. The kingdom's fabric, now densely woven, discouraged single-thread repairs. Weeks later, Merlin, gaunt, cough-ridden, visited my solar. He traced campaign maps with a shaking finger, pronouncing the realm near its zenith. I asked, "What follows zenith?" He answered, "Shadow, unless vigilance burns like a second dawn." He then placed a raven feather on my desk. "Ravens remember kindness but feast on complacency," he said, departing before I framed a response. I stared long at that feather. Had complacency already nested in my council? Mordred's stiff congratulations replayed. Gwen Hwyfar's lingering sadness remained unresolved. Lancelot's loyalty persisted yet felt fragile. Victory, paradoxically, highlighted the fractures that success had only partially sealed. Victory, similar to forged steel, is hard yet susceptible to hidden cracks caused by the quenching process. Still, I slept that night, content that the realm endured. On the window ledge, the raven feather quivered in the breeze. I dreamt I planted it in soil, and it sprouted into a black-leaved tree, casting complicated shade. When I woke, dawn pulled gold on the horizon, indifferent yet generous. The kingdom breathed for now. Peace unravelled 3 years later, not by foreign sail, but by domestic ambition. Mordred, bolstered by disaffected nobles and whispers of my failing vigour, declared the realm should move from sentimental roundness to firm straight lines. His manifestos, crisp vellum, gold ink, decried my tolerance as weakness and my mixed counsels as corruption of lineage. Older knights shrugged, younger captains listened. Momentum tilts kingdoms. I confronted Mordred in the council hall. The air smelled of damp rushes and old tallow. He argued succession law, claiming Pendragon blood entitled him to regency, while I convalesced from battle fatigue. My anger sharpened my voice, leading me to label him as an oathbreaker. Yet I hesitated to order an arrest. Family and precedent tangled my judgment. That hesitation granted him nightfall to abscond north with 300 lancers, the Treasury's reserve gold, and a captive, Gwen Hwyfar. The pursuit culminated at Camlan's mist-shrouded plain. The rain fell heavily. Our armies formed up under a slate sky, transforming the Round Table ideal into a geometric horror. Before the charge, I attempted parley. I offered exile and a stipend in Armorica. Mordred laughed, calling me a relic. We clashed. Battle consumed vision and hearing until only pulse remained. I found Mordred amid briar thickets, red plumes soaked. Words failed. Swords spoke. His style mirrored mine, tempered by resentment. We traded blows until Excalibur cleaved his shield. He lunged at me, wielding iron in both fists, and stabbed my thigh. Pain detonated behind my eyes, but I pivoted Excalibur upward into his cuirass. The sword lodged in bone, his breath exited like extinguished bellows. He whispered, "Round ends here," then collapsed, pulling my balance with him. I tore the blade free, but I staggered as my thigh wound gushed warmth into the mud. Chaos ebbed by dusk. Both armies, leaderless, withdrew in wounded whimpers. I lay under thorny hawthorn, rain stinging the wound. Gwen Hwyfar found me hours later, face streaked with ash. She pressed linen, tears mixing with blood. Lights blurred, her voice sounded like surf on a distant shore. I felt softness, perhaps Lancelot's cloak cover me. Someone wept the old Breton lament reserved for harvest deaths. They ferried me to Avalon's marshy isle, accompanied by Merlin and 3 cloaked priestesses. Night herons shrieked overhead. In a reed-roofed hospice I hovered between sleep and echo. Merlin murmured, "Kings do not die, they redistribute into stories." I wanted to ask about grain reserves and treaty renewal, mundane legacies, but speech faltered. Gwen Hwyfar squeezed my hand, the first uncomplicated gesture in years. At dawn's haze I instructed Bedivere to return Excalibur to the lake. Twice he balked, unwilling to discard legend. The third time he hurled the blade into the mist. A silver arm, they say, rose to claim it. I never witnessed it, yet I believe some objects deserve mythic custody once human hands exhaust them. Breath thinned. I recalled frost on my first crown morning, the wreath of reeds from Eldred, the grain vouchers, children's scribbling letters, Saxon traders bowing at toll houses, Gwen Hwyfar's herb guild, and Lancelot's spear snapping on Mordred's shield. None of it is perfect, but all of it is real. I hoped history would keep at least fragments intact. As the skylight brightened, I released Gwen Hwyfar's fingers. She kissed my temple, murmuring forgiveness neither of us fully understood. Merlin whispered the final riddle. The once and future king. Not a promise of bodily return, but a warning that any generation may need to wear responsibility anew. I exhaled, tasting apple blossom carried on a salt breeze. When consciousness lifted, I saw not gates of paradise, but a vast round table of faceless figures debating drought relief and treaty clauses. I smiled. Work continues. The vision receded. Silence arrived. Coda, chronicle of the Ledger King monks who recorded the Camlan ruin, would later puzzle over the scarcity of gold loot. Gwen Hwyfar had secretly donated treasury bars to rebuild the hamlets that had been displaced. Lancelot vanished into hermitage, copying agricultural treatises for posterity. The Round Table burned in a later siege, yet charcoal shards discovered centuries later bore scratches of early property law. Legends took shape in other places, transforming my identity into a romantic ideal. That is acceptable. Let songbirds have the shiny fragments while archivists hold the ledgers. If you, ambitious reader, seek guidance from my experiences, consider this. Kingship, parenting, project management, marriage, and citizenship all require a similar approach. Knees unlocked, centre of gravity forward, one question always ahead. What does the next dawn require? Ask it each morning, crown or no crown. Then lift whatever sword, ledger or ladle the work demands, and remember grain sometimes matters more than grails. clothing you owned, held the belief that the human body was merely a suggestion. Welcome to Victorian fashion, where comfort became obsolete and common sense took a long hiatus. Picture this, it's 1850 and you're a well-to-do lady preparing for your day. But first, you need to put on approximately 17 different garments, each one more bewildering than the last. Your morning routine doesn't start with coffee, it starts with an engineering degree and the patience of a saint. The Victorians had this peculiar relationship with the human form. They believed that nature had created significant design flaws, and they were determined to rectify these flaws using materials such as whalebone, steel, and unwavering determination. It was like they looked at the human body and said, you know what this individual needs? More geometric shapes and less ability to breathe. But here's the thing that makes Victorian fashion so fascinatingly absurd. None of these changes happened overnight. It wasn't like someone woke up one morning in 1837 and declared, from now on, women's waist shall be the circumference of a coffee mug. No, the outcome was a gradual slide into sartorial madness that took decades to perfect. The truly surprising aspect is that people at the time believed they were acting completely rationally. They had elaborate justifications for every ridiculous element. Tight corsets? Needless to say, they were beneficial for posture, and the skirts so wide that they can't fit through doorways. Undoubtedly, they are essential for maintaining modesty. Do sleeves need their own unique zip code? Simply fashionable, darling. You have to admire the dedication, really. These weren't people who half committed to anything. When Victorians decided to complicate fashion, they went all in like they were trying to win an Olympic medal in most impractical clothing design. They approached fashion the way modern people approach extreme sports, with enthusiasm that bordered on the reckless. Men were not exempt from this madness, although their version was more subtly ridiculous. While women were being transformed into human geometric shapes, men were busy perfecting the art of looking like very serious penguins. They wore top hats that accentuated their height, coats with useless tails, and enough starch in their collars to construct a miniature boat. The fascinating thing is how this all started with genuine intentions. The early Victorians weren't trying to create a fashion nightmare. They were responding to real social and economic changes. The Industrial Revolution had created new wealth, new social classes, and new anxieties about respectability. Fashion became a language, a way to communicate your place in this rapidly changing world. But somewhere along the way, that language became increasingly complex, like a secret code that only the initiated could understand. What started as dress nicely to show you're respectable evolved into transform yourself into a walking architectural marvel or risk social extinction. The irony is delicious when you contemplate it. Here was an era obsessed with moral virtue and proper behaviour, yet they created clothing that made simple human activities like sitting, walking, or breathing into minor athletic achievements. It was as if they believed that suffering for beauty was not just acceptable, but actually virtuous. As we drift into this story together, imagine the rustling of silk, the creaking of whalebone, and the gentle chaos of an era when getting dressed was an adventure, and staying dressed was an endurance test. The Victorians may have been many things, but boring wasn't one of them. Let's talk about the corset, shall we? If Victorian fashion were a movie, the corset would be the villain everyone loves to hate. Simultaneously fascinating and horrifying, like a beautifully crafted instrument of torture that someone decided to wear to afternoon tea. You've probably heard the stories about women fainting left and right, their organs rearranged like furniture in a studio apartment. However, the truth about corset wearing was not as dramatic as the legends portray. It's like that friend who tells fish stories. The basic facts are there, but they've grown considerably in the telling. Let's first tackle the issue of the 18-inch waist in the parlour. Do you notice the remarkably small waists in fashion plates and photos? Many of them were about as real as a unicorn wearing a tutu. Victorian photographers and illustrators were just as fond of creative editing as modern Instagram users. They'd pinch in waists, enhance curves, and generally present an idealised version that was as achievable as becoming a professional mermaid. But that doesn't mean corsets were just gentle, supportive garments either. These were indeed serious business. A well-made Victorian corset was like wearing an architectural support system, designed by someone who'd never actually met a human spine. They were marvels of engineering, really. Dozens of pieces of whalebone or steel, carefully shaped and sewn into what was essentially a wearable cage. The thing is, most women didn't tight-lace to the extreme degrees you might imagine. Your average Victorian lady laced her corset snugly indeed, but not to the extent that she required smelling salts each time she ascended a staircase. The fainting epidemic was more about the combination of tight lacing, heavy clothing, overheated rooms, and the Victorian lady's delicate constitution, which was often more performed than genuine. Think of it this way. If women were really fainting en masse from their undergarments, the Victorian era would have been remarkably unproductive. Yet somehow, these same corseted women managed to run households, raise children, engage in social causes, and even work in factories. They weren't delicate flowers. They were surprisingly hardy individuals who happened to dress like they were preparing for battle with their bodies. The corset also served purposes beyond the aesthetic. In an era before bras were invented, it provided necessary support for women's busts. It also helped distribute the weight of those massive skirts we'll talk about shortly. Imagine carrying a small tent around your waist all day. You'd want some structural support too. But here's where the corset story gets really interesting. It became a symbol of women's oppression and liberation simultaneously. Critics argued that tight lacing represented society's control over women's bodies, forcing them into unnatural shapes to please male ideals of beauty. Supporters countered that the corset gave women an hourglass figure that emphasized their femininity and power. The medical establishment, never one to miss an opportunity to have opinions about women's bodies, weighed in with dire warnings about the dangers of tight lacing. Doctors wrote lengthy treatises about corset liver and corset lung, conditions that sound like they were invented by someone who'd never actually examined a corseted woman but had profound feelings about fashion. Meanwhile, the women actually wearing these garments had more nuanced views. Many found their corsets comfortable and supportive when properly fitted. Others endured silent suffering for the sake of fashion. Some rebelled entirely and joined the dress reform movement, which sounds much more exciting than it actually was. Imagine a group of very earnest women campaigning for the right to wear clothing that didn't require an engineering degree to put on. The corset industry itself was fascinating. A complex network of manufacturers, from high-end corsetiers who created custom pieces that fit like a second skin, to mass-market producers who churned out ready-made versions for the growing middle class. Getting a corset properly fitted was like visiting a very specialised architect who worked exclusively in human modification. As you settle deeper into your comfortable, uncorseted evening, remember that for Victorian women, this daily ritual of lacing and unlacing was simply part of life. They adapted to their constraints with remarkable ingenuity, developing techniques for movement, breathing, and even dancing while wearing what was essentially a fabric-covered cage. The human capacity for adaptation is truly remarkable, even when adapting to something utterly ridiculous. Let's pause here while you adjust your position on the couch, something Victorian women couldn't do quite so easily. If corsets were the foundation of Victorian fashion madness, then skirts were the magnificent, impractical superstructure built on top. We're talking about garments that required their own transportation planning and had a carbon footprint larger than some small countries. Picture yourself getting ready for a simple trip to the market in 1860. First, you'd need to consider your skirt's diameter, typically anywhere from 6 to 12 feet across. That's not a typo. We're talking about wearing a fabric tent that could house a small family. You couldn't just walk out the door. You had to strategize your exit like you were launching a space mission. The evolution of the Victorian skirt can be compared to a person gradually losing their sense of reality, albeit in a methodical manner. It started reasonably enough in the 1840s. Full skirts, yes, but nothing that required architectural consultation. Then something happened. Maybe it was competition, maybe it was boredom, or maybe someone made a bet about how wide they could make women's silhouettes before physics intervened. By the 1850s, the crinoline had become ubiquitous and irreversible. The crinoline was essentially a cage you wore under your skirt, hoops of steel or whalebone that created a bell-shaped foundation. It was like wearing a personal tent frame, except the tent was made of silk and you were expected to waltz in it. The logistics of crinoline life was staggering. Doorways became navigation challenges. Sitting required careful calculation and preferably a chair without arms. Getting into a carriage was like solving a three-dimensional puzzle while wearing a small building. Victorian women developed skills that would have made NASA engineers weep with admiration, and yet they made it look effortless. Photos from the era show women gliding around in these massive skirts as if they were perfectly natural. However, A complex science underlay the management of crinolines. Women learned to compress their skirts by pressing down on the hoops, to navigate stairs by lifting the front of their skirts just so, and to sit by effortlessly collapsing their crinolines. The really magnificent part was how the fashion industry supported this madness. Crinoline manufacturers competed on engineering principles. Some crinolines had collapsible sections for sitting, others featured graduated hoops that created the perfect bell shape. The advertisements read like technical manuals for personal transportation devices. But crinolines had their dangers, and not just the obvious ones like getting stuck in doorways or accidentally sweeping objects off tables. Fire was a genuine hazard. All that fabric, often treated with flammable starches and dyes, combined with open flames for lighting and heating. Victorian newspapers are full of tragic stories of women whose skirts caught fire, and the width of their crinolines made it difficult to extinguish the flames quickly. Then there were the weather-related challenges. Wind turned a crinoline into a sail, which sounds poetic until you realise it meant women could be literally blown off course during their daily walks. Rain was particularly problematic. Imagine trying to dry a tent that you'd been wearing all day. The social implications were equally complex. A wide crinoline was a status symbol, proof that you could afford not just the garment itself but the lifestyle that accommodated it. If you could wear a 6-foot wide skirt, you didn't need to work, cook, clean or engage in any practical activity. It was conspicuous consumption in its most literal form. You were conspicuously consuming space. But here's what makes the crinoline era so endearing in retrospect. Victorian women took these absurd constraints and somehow made them work. They developed elaborate etiquettes for crinoline navigation, techniques for managing their skirts in various social situations, and even sports modified for women wearing personal tents. Croquet became popular partly because it was one of the few activities where a crinoline wasn't a complete impediment. Dancing required choreography that accounted for each partner's circumference. Even something as simple as walking with a friend became an exercise in spatial coordination. The crinoline reached its peak absurdity in the 1860s, when skirts achieved their maximum circumference. It was as if Victorian fashion had been steadily expanding like a balloon, and everyone was waiting to see who would be brave enough to suggest that maybe, just maybe, this was getting a bit ridiculous. Little did they know, the next chapter would involve bustles, because apparently making skirts impossibly wide wasn't quite enough. The Victorians were just getting warmed up. Just when you think the Victorians couldn't possibly make clothing more complicated, along came the bustle era to prove that human ingenuity in the service of impracticality knows no bounds. If the crinoline was like wearing a bell, the bustle was like strapping a small shelf to your posterior and pretending your posture was perfectly normal. The transition from crinoline to bustle in the 1870s wasn't gradual. It was like watching a balloon deflate and then reinflate in a completely different shape. One day women were navigating doorways sideways because of their width, and the next they were backing into rooms because their skirts projected 3 feet behind them. It was as if Victorian fashion designers had gotten bored with horizontal challenges and decided to explore vertical possibilities. The bustle itself was a marvel of engineering that would have made bridge builders jealous. Early bustles were essentially wire cages designed to create a shelf-like projection at the back of the skirt. Later versions became increasingly elaborate. Some had springs, others featured adjustable frameworks, and the most advanced models included collapsible sections for sitting. Imagine attempting to sit down while wearing a bustle. It wasn't just a matter of bending at the waist, it required a carefully choreographed sequence of movements. You'd approach the chair from the side, collapse your bustle by pressing down on it, lower yourself carefully while managing several layers of skirt, and then somehow arrange all that fabric so you didn't look like you were being swallowed by your clothing. The logistics of bustle life were even more complex than crinoline management. At least with a crinoline, you knew you needed extra space in all directions. You never know what's going on behind you when there's a bustle. Victorian women developed a kind of spatial awareness that modern people can't imagine. They could sense exactly how much room their rear projection required and navigate accordingly. Doorways remained challenging, but in new ways. Instead of squeezing through sideways, bustled women had to judge angles carefully. If your approach was too steep, your skirt might snag on the doorframe. If the approach was too shallow, you wouldn't be able to pass. It was like parking a car, except the car was attached to your body and made of silk. The bustle also created intriguing social dynamics. Conversations became exercises in geometry. How close could you stand to someone when you were both wearing rear projections? Dancing required new techniques, and something as simple as walking arm in arm with a friend became a coordination challenge worthy of synchronized swimmers. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about the bustle era was how it demonstrated Victorian society's ability to adapt to absolutely anything. Furniture makers began designing chairs that accommodated bustles. Architecture started accounting for the extra space women required. Social customs evolved to handle the new spatial requirements of female fashion. The fashion plates of the era show women looking perfectly composed in their bustled gowns. But the reality behind the scenes was a constant comedy of spatial miscalculations. Victorian literature is full of subtle references to the challenges of bustled life. Women getting stuck in carriages, skirts caught indoors, and the general chaos of trying to live normally while wearing architectural elements. Yet somehow, Victorian women made it work. They developed techniques for bustle maintenance, strategies for navigation, and even created new forms of social interaction that accommodated their enhanced silhouettes. The human ability to normalise the absurd is truly impressive. The bustle went through several iterations during its reign. The first bustle era featured relatively modest projections. Consider it to be training wheels for posterior architecture. The early 1880s brought a brief respite when skirts became more streamlined, likely bringing a sense of relief to everyone. But Victorian fashion wasn't done yet. The second bustle era, beginning in the mid-1880s, brought projections that defied not just comfort but basic physics. These weren't just bustles. They were engineering marvels that created silhouettes so extreme they looked like costume designs for a play about furniture. The final bustle designs were so elaborate they came with their instruction manuals. Some featured multiple tiers, others had adjustable angles, and the most advanced models included patented mechanisms for collapse and expansion. It was as if Victorian women were wearing transformer robots, except instead of turning into cars, they turned into chairs. As we move through this fashion timeline, remember that each of these trends lasted for years. This wasn't a brief moment of collective madness. Entire generations of women lived their daily lives in these contraptions, adapting with remarkable grace to constraints that seem impossible from our modern perspective. If you thought Victorian fashion was done surprising us after corsets, crinolines and bustles, you clearly underestimated their commitment to making every part of the human body an engineering challenge. Enter the 1890s sleeve, also known as the leg of mutton sleeve, though that name doesn't quite capture the full absurdity of wearing what amounted to small hot air balloons attached to your shoulders. Early Victorian sleeves were snug, practical affairs that allowed for actual arm movement. However, as the century progressed, sleeves began to expand, as if they were competing with skirts for the title of most impractical garment component. By the 1890s, sleeves had achieved such monumental proportions that women needed to turn sideways to fit through doorways, not because of their skirts this time, but because their shoulders had effectively doubled in width. These garments were not merely sleeves, they resembled fabric architecture with arms hidden inside them. The construction of a proper leg of mutton sleeve was an engineering marvel that required more planning than most modern home renovations. The sleeve had to be supported from within using various frameworks, wire, whalebone, or even cotton padding arranged in precise configurations to maintain the proper shape. Getting dressed involved not just putting on clothing, but assembling a complex structural system. Imagine trying to eat dinner while wearing sleeves that extended well beyond your actual arm span. Victorian women developed eating techniques that would have impressed contortionists. They learned to approach their plates at specific angles, to cut food using carefully calculated arm movements, and to drink tea without completely obscuring their faces behind walls of fabric. The practical challenges were endless. Embracing someone required strategic planning. Getting into a carriage meant compressing your sleeves like accordions. Even something as simple as reaching for an object on a shelf became an exercise in spatial mathematics. Victorian women lived in a world where their clothing had a larger footprint than their actual bodies. But the sleeves weren't just large, they were elaborately decorated. Puffed, pleated, gathered, and trimmed with every conceivable ornament, they were like wearing two small ballrooms complete with their interior design schemes. Some sleeves featured multiple tiers of fabric, creating layered architectural effects that would have made wedding cake decorators weep with envy. The maintenance requirements were staggering. These sleeves needed to be pressed into shape regularly, their internal structures adjusted and repaired, and their elaborate decorations kept pristine. Victorian women employed armies of servants, or spent hours themselves maintaining their sleeve architecture. It was like owning a very high-maintenance pet that you wore to social events. Then there were the seasonal challenges. Summer sleeves in heavy fabrics created portable saunas around women's arms. Winter meant adding even more layers to already monumental constructions. Rain posed a significant challenge. Imagine attempting to dry 2 fabric pavilions fastened to your shoulders. The social implications of extreme sleeves were fascinating. They were clear indicators of leisure-class status. If you could wear sleeves that made practical work impossible, you obviously didn't need to engage in any. They were an extreme form of conspicuous consumption, demonstrating that one could afford to be completely impractical. But Victorian fashion wasn't finished with extremities yet. Hats during this era became increasingly elaborate, often featuring entire gardens of artificial flowers, preserved birds, and decorative elements that would have been impressive on a parade float. These weren't hats. They were portable ecosystems that happened to sit on people's heads. The millinery arts reached new heights of complexity during the Victorian era. Hat construction involved multiple specialists. One person might create the basic structure, another would handle the flowers, and a third would add the birds and ornamental elements. Some Victorian hats required their own structural engineering consultations. Gloves, too, became exercises in extremity enhancement. Victorian gloves were often so long they disappeared entirely under those enormous sleeves, creating the impression that women's arms simply ended in fabric somewhere around the elbow. The longest gloves extended past the elbow, requiring complex systems of buttons and hooks for removal. Even shoes joined the extremity enhancement project. Victorian boots often featured dozens of tiny buttons or an elaborate lacing system that required special tools to fasten. Getting dressed from head to toe could take hours and often required assistance from servants or family members. The cumulative effect of all these extremity enhancements was that Victorian women became walking demonstrations of their society's relationship with practicality, which was to say they'd broken up entirely and weren't on speaking terms. Now settle in for this part of our story, because we're about to explore how Victorian fashion became more complex than quantum physics, but with more rules about appropriate necklines. Behind all this sartorial madness was a scientific approach to respectability that would have impressed laboratory researchers. The Victorians didn't just randomly decide to make clothing complicated, they developed elaborate systems of social communication through fabric, creating a language so complex that anthropologists are still trying to decode it. The Victorian dress code wasn't just about looking nice, it was about broadcasting your moral character, social status, economic situation, marital availability, and probably your opinion on the weather, all through carefully calculated costume choices. It was like wearing a social media profile, except instead of posting updates, you changed your outfit. Morning dress, afternoon dress, evening dress, calling dress, walking dress, travelling dress. Victorian women needed different costumes for different hours of the day and different social activities. It was as if they were actors in an incredibly elaborate play where the costumes changed every few hours, and forgetting your lines meant social death. The specificity of the rules was astounding. There were appropriate colours for widows at different stages of mourning, precise neckline depths for various social occasions, and exact sleeve lengths that communicated whether you were available for courtship or properly chaperoned. Getting it wrong wasn't just a fashion faux pas, it was a social catastrophe that could affect your family's reputation for generations. Take mourning dress, for example. Victorian society had developed mourning into a complex ritual that lasted for years and involved costume changes more elaborate than a Broadway production. Full mourning required completely black clothing with no ornamentation for the first year. Then came half mourning, which allowed for touches of white, grey or purple. The gradations were so specific that there were etiquette books devoted entirely to appropriate mourning attire. The fabric choices alone were a science. Certain materials were appropriate for certain seasons, social classes and life stages. Silk was appropriate for formal occasions, cotton for everyday wear, wool for winter, and linen for summer. But not just any type of silk, cotton, wool, or linen. There were dozens of varieties of each, and choosing the wrong type could broadcast ignorance of social codes more effectively than wearing a sign. Colour symbolism reached levels of complexity. that would have challenged medieval scholars. White symbolises purity and youth, but this symbolism is limited to unmarried women, specific fabrics, and specific seasons. Black signifies respectability and authority, yet its significance varies based on factors such as age, marital status, and the particular shade of black. Purple was mourning, but also royalty, but also dangerous if worn by the wrong person at the wrong time. The trimming and decoration systems were equally elaborate. Ribbons, lace, embroidery, buttons and bows weren't just decorative elements. They were parts of a complex communication system. The amount of ornamentation appropriate for your age, social status, and the occasion required calculations more complex than filing tax returns. Even undergarments were part of this social communication system. The right corset, chemise, drawers and petticoats weren't just about creating the proper silhouette. They were about demonstrating that you understood and could afford to participate in the full complexity of Victorian fashion culture. The economic implications were staggering. A proper Victorian lady's wardrobe required a fortune not just to acquire but to maintain. The cleaning, pressing, mending and updating needed to keep pace with fashion changes meant that clothing consumed a significant portion of middle and upper-class household budgets. Dressmakers became crucial figures in Victorian society, not just as craftspeople, but as cultural interpreters. A competent dressmaker didn't just sew, she guided her clients through the complex social codes embedded in fashion choices. She was part counsellor, part artist, part social strategist, and part structural engineer. The seasonal transitions were particularly complex. Spring cleaning wasn't just about houses, it was about wardrobes. Summer and winter wardrobes were stored separately, with elaborate systems for preservation, moth prevention, and maintaining the shapes of complex garments during storage. Fashion magazines became essential reading, not for inspiration but for survival. They provided the constantly updated information necessary to navigate the changing rules of appropriate dress. Reading Godey's Lady's Book or Peterson's magazine wasn't leisure. It was continuing education in the science of social acceptability. The really remarkable thing is how Victorian women managed to internalise all these rules while making their complex fashion choices appear effortless and natural. Behind every graceful Victorian lady gliding through a social gathering was someone who had mastered a system of cultural communication more complex than most modern professional training programs. By the 1890s, something crazy was happening in the world of Victorian fashion. People were beginning to realise that clothing should allow for basic human functions like breathing, sitting, and moving one's arms. Although it took several decades for this revolutionary concept to gain traction, women's freedom to move was a significant catalyst for change. The dress reform movement had been percolating throughout the Victorian era, led by brave souls who dared to suggest that perhaps women's clothing shouldn't require engineering degrees to operate. These fashion rebels proposed radical ideas like skirts that didn't require their own zip codes and sleeves that acknowledged the existence of human arms. Dr. Gustav Jaeger introduced the world to woolen undergarments that prioritised health over silhouette manipulation. The rational dress movement promoted clothing that allowed for actual physical activity. As casual clothing that valued comfort over structural soundness, tea gowns gained popularity. It was like watching civilization slowly remember that humans had bodies underneath all that architectural clothing. The bicycle craze of the 1890s delivered a particularly effective blow to impractical fashion. You simply cannot ride a bicycle while wearing a bustle, and Victorian women were not about to give up this exciting new form of transportation just to maintain their rear projections. Cycling costumes featured a revolutionary concept, divided skirts that allowed women to actually move their legs independently. Sports in general began to influence fashion in ways that prioritised function over form. Tennis required clothing that allowed arm movement. Golf needed skirts that didn't interfere with swing mechanics. Even croquet, that most Victorian of games, worked better when players could actually see their feet and move without strategic planning. The influence of artistic movements cannot be understated. The aesthetic movement promoted artistic dress that prioritised beauty and comfort over rigid social signalling. Pre-Raphaelite artists painted women in flowing gowns that actually followed the lines of the human body, rather than imposing geometric shapes upon it. It was as if artists were reminding society what people actually looked like under all that structural engineering. World War I would ultimately bring an end to the excesses of Victorian fashion, But by 1900, the seeds of change had already begun to emerge. Women were entering the workforce in increasing numbers, pursuing higher education, and engaging in social causes that required practical clothing. You can't effectively advocate for social change while wearing a garment that requires two people and a manual to put on. The corset began its long, slow retreat from maximum tightness. The S-curve silhouette of the early 1900s, while still involving serious foundation garments, allowed for a somewhat more natural waist placement. Skirts began to narrow, sleeves returned to more reasonable proportions, and hats stopped requiring their own postal codes. Fashion magazines began featuring articles about healthful dress and rational clothing choices. Doctors, who had warned for decades about the dangers of tight lacing, were finally receiving attention. Social pressure for impossible silhouettes was beginning to give way to the medical establishment's concerns about corset liver and compressed organs. Perhaps most importantly, women themselves were beginning to question why their clothing should be more complex than their educations. The new woman of the 1890s and early 1900s wanted clothing that matched her expanded role in society. Practical enough for work, comfortable enough for an active lifestyle, and sensible enough to allow for the full range of human activities. The transition wasn't immediate or complete. Many Victorian fashion elements persisted well into the 20th century, and some never entirely disappeared. But by 1910, the era of truly extreme fashion construction was winding down. Women were beginning to dress like human beings rather than walking demonstrations of their family's economic status and their tolerance for physical discomfort. Looking back at Victorian fashion from our comfortable modern perspective, it's easy to laugh at the absurdity of it all, but there's something admirable about the sheer human adaptability it represented. Victorian women took clothing that seems impossible to live in and somehow built entire lives around it. They developed skills, techniques, and social systems that allowed them to function despite wearing architectural elements. The Victorian fashion era teaches us something important about human nature. We can adapt to almost anything, but that doesn't mean we should have to. Admitting that something widely accepted is actually ridiculous and needs change can often be the most revolutionary act. As you settle in for a comfortable night's sleep in your practical, breathable pyjamas, spare a thought for those Victorian women who managed to build rich, complex lives while wearing clothing that defied both physics and common sense. They may not have been comfortable, but they were certainly never boring. And with that, we conclude one of history's most intricate attempts to overly complicate daily life through fashion. Sweet dreams, and be grateful for elastic waistbands. Picture this. You're walking down a city street in 1923, and the world around you is humming with an energy that feels almost electric. The atmosphere isn't quite electric, but it's close enough. Sure, there are more light bulbs than ever before, but the real electricity is in the air itself, crackling with possibility and change. You'd notice it first in the sounds. The clip-clop of horses that dominated just a decade ago has been replaced by the puttering growl of automobiles. The sound is not the smooth purr of modern cars, but rather a sound akin to a coffee grinder arguing with a lawnmower. The Model T Ford, despite its mechanical prowess, was as unassuming as a brass band playing in a library. The smell hits you next, a cocktail of motor oil, cigarette smoke, and something indefinably optimistic. It's the scent of a country that's just discovered it can reinvent itself, like a middle-aged person trying on a completely different haircut and deciding they rather like it. You're dressed in attire that would make your great-grandparents cling to their pearls. If you're a woman, your hemline is scandalously revealing several inches of ankle and calf. Your hair is bobbed shorter than most men's, and you might be smoking a cigarette in public without a single person calling the authorities. If you're a man, your collar is a bit lower, your pants a bit looser, and you've got enough hair pomade to lubricate a small engine. The funny thing about the 1920s is that everyone calls them roaring, but they didn't start out that way. The decade began with people suffering from severe hangovers from World War I. The country was like someone who'd been to a really intense party and was now standing in their kitchen at 2 a.m, eating cold pizza and wondering what on earth had just happened. However, the Americans, with their unwavering optimism, gazed at the chaos and expressed, "That was quite unpleasant. Let's try something completely different." And boy, did they ever. The war had ended in 1918, and by 1920, everyone was ready to forget it had ever happened. It was as if everyone had experienced collective amnesia, accompanied by jazz music and illegal cocktails. People wanted to dance, laugh, make money, and generally behave as if they had discovered the perfect cocktail sauce. You'd see this attitude everywhere. People walked with a spring in their step, suggesting they were late for something fun. They spoke faster, louder, and with more slang than a teenager who had just discovered they could invent their own language. Bee's knees and cat's pyjamas not only served as expressions, but also as declarations of independence from the Victorian era, which had finally, thankfully, left town. The cities were growing like mushrooms after rain. People were flooding in from farms and small towns, drawn by the promise of factory jobs and electric lights, and the chance to reinvent themselves completely. It was like the world's largest costume party, except the costumes were new lives, and nobody was planning to take them off at midnight. Money was flowing like water from a broken pipe, and everyone was convinced they could catch some in a bucket. People were buying stocks with the same casual confidence they'd used to choose a new hat, as the stock market soared to unprecedented heights. What could possibly go wrong? However, we're assuming too much at this point. Right now, in this moment, you're standing on a street corner in 1923, and the future looks as bright as a freshly polished brass button. The air brims with potential. Your pockets may hold some cash, and a jazz band playing a tune in the distance entices your feet to dance independently. Welcome to the Roaring Twenties, where the past was new and the future was whatever you dared to make it. Let's now discuss your daily activities in the exciting world of 1923. If you're fortunate enough to have a job, as most people did, adding to the magic, you'd be engaged in a way that would have left your parents scratching their heads in confusion. For the first time in American history, more people were living in cities than on farms. This transformation wasn't just a demographic shift. It was like the entire country had decided to change its personality. America was transforming from a nation of people who knew every neighbour's cow by name to a place where you might not even know the name of the person living in the apartment next door. If you were a woman, you'd probably be working outside the home in a way that would have scandalised your grandmother. Instead of performing strenuous farm tasks or handling laundry, women found themselves seated at a desk in an office building, using innovative typewriters that resembled a hybrid of a piano and a mechanical spider. You'd be earning your money, which gave you a kind of freedom that previous generations of women could only dream about. The work itself had a rhythm to it that was entirely new. You'd clock in at 8 a.m. sharp, because the whole concept of business hours was becoming sacred. Lunch was exactly 1 hour, usually eaten at a counter lunch spot that served food faster than you could say efficiency. Everything was about speed and productivity, and the wonderful, terrible idea that time was money. But here's the thing that made the 20s special. When that workday ended, the real fun began. You'd step out of your office building into a world that was determined to entertain you. The streets were lined with movie theatres showing the latest Charlie Chaplin or Buster Keaton films. These weren't just movies. They were escapes into worlds where anything could happen, and usually did. If you desired to dance, you would make your way to one of the hundreds of dance halls that had sprung up like fervent plants. Jazz, a new musical genre, resembled traditional music with a hint of improvisation. It was syncopated, unpredictable, and absolutely irresistible. You'd do the Charleston until your feet hurt, and keep dancing anyway because the music wouldn't let you stop. The food was changing too. Instead of the heavy Germanic meals that had dominated American tables, you'd find yourself eating lighter fare. Salads became fashionable, not because anyone was particularly concerned about health, but because they felt modern and sophisticated. Canned foods were everywhere, promising convenience and consistency. You could open a can of peaches in the middle of winter and feel like you were living in the future. And speaking of the future, everything was about being modern. The furniture, art and ideas were all modern. If something was old, it was automatically suspect. People were redecorating their homes with clean lines and geometric patterns, throwing out the heavy, ornate Victorian furniture that had dominated parlours for decades. It seemed as though the entire nation had made a resolute decision to purge and never look back. Your evening entertainment might include listening to the radio, which was still magical enough to make you shake your head in wonder. The air carried voices and music directly into your living room. You'd gather around the radio like it was a campfire, listening to programs that connected you to the rest of the country in a way that had never been possible before. But the real excitement came from the speakeasies. Now, officially, alcohol was illegal thanks to Prohibition, which had gone into effect in 1920. But in reality, people were drinking more than ever, and they were drinking it in hidden clubs that had the atmosphere of a permanent party. You'd knock on an unmarked door, whisper a password, and suddenly you'd be in a world of dim lights, strong drinks, and the kind of music that made you want to dance until dawn. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. The government tried to make America more moral by banning alcohol, but it made drinking more fun, social and exciting. It was akin to receiving a ban on dessert, which instantly elevated it to the pinnacle of desire. Let's settle in and talk about money in the 1920s, because this is where things get really interesting. Imagine if everyone in your neighbourhood suddenly discovered they had a talent for finding $20 bills in their coat pockets. That's roughly what the economy felt like in 1924. You'd wake up each morning and check the newspaper for stock prices the way people today check their social media. The numbers consistently increased, akin to a helium balloon devoid of gravity. Your neighbour, who previously sold insurance, was now providing you with valuable insights about radio companies and automobile manufacturers. Your barber was talking about his portfolio while he trimmed your hair. Even the woman who ran the corner grocery store was buying stocks with the confidence of someone who'd been doing it for decades. The beautiful thing was, you didn't need to be rich to get started. You could buy stocks on margin, which meant you only needed to put down a small amount of your money and borrow the rest. It was like a layaway, but for wealth building. What could possibly go wrong with borrowing money to buy something that was guaranteed to go up in value? Your typical day might start with a quick stop at the bank, where the teller would greet you with a smile that suggested he was personally invested in your financial success. Banks were no longer the stern, intimidating institutions they'd been in your grandfather's day. They were friendly, welcoming places that were eager to lend you money for just about anything. Want to buy a car? Here's a loan. Want to buy a house? Here's a mortgage. Want to buy stocks? Here's some margin financing. The bankers practically threw money at you, instilling in you a sense of gratitude for their faith in your future. The cars were a perfect example of how money was changing everything. Henry Ford had figured out how to mass-produce automobiles, which meant that for the first time in history, regular working people could afford to buy one. A Model T cost about $290 in 1925, which was roughly 3 months' wages for an average worker. Compare that to today, when a new car costs more like 8 months' wages, and you can see why everyone was feeling pretty optimistic about their purchasing power. But the real magic happened when you got that car home. Suddenly you weren't limited to your neighbourhood anymore. You could drive to the next town over for dinner, or take a weekend trip to the mountains, or simply cruise around on a Sunday afternoon feeling like the king of the world. The automobile didn't just change how you got around, it changed how you thought about distance, time and possibility. Consumer goods were flooding the market. Electric refrigerators, vacuum cleaners, washing machines, radios. All of these things that had been luxuries for the wealthy were suddenly within reach of the middle class. You could buy them on instalment plans, paying a little bit each month until they were yours. It was like Christmas morning every time you brought home a new appliance. Department stores became wonderlands of possibility. You'd walk through Macy's or Wanamaker's and feel like you were touring a museum of modern living. Everything was bright, shiny, and available for purchase. The salespeople made you feel entitled to the best, and the credit terms were so generous that you couldn't afford not to buy. The advertising was getting more sophisticated too. Instead of just listing the features of a product, advertisers were selling you a lifestyle. Buy this soap and you'll be more attractive. Buy this car and you'll be more successful. Buy this radio and you'll be more connected to the world. They weren't just selling products, they were selling dreams, and business was booming. Your neighbours were all participating in this wonderful dance of prosperity. Everyone was buying, everyone was selling, and everyone was convinced that the music would never stop playing. The stock market was like a giant casino where everyone was winning, and the house never seemed to mind. But here's the thing about dancing. It's wonderful while the music is playing, but eventually the band needs to take a break. The trouble was, nobody in 1925 was thinking about what would happen when the music stopped. They were too busy enjoying the rhythm, the movement, and the sheer joy of being part of something that felt bigger than themselves. When the sun went down in 1925, that's when the real personality of the decade came out to play. You'd finish your dinner, straighten your tie or powder your nose, and step out into a world that was absolutely determined to show you a good time. The streets after dark were like nothing America had ever seen before. Electric signs blazed from every storefront, turning night into a neon-tinged approximation of the day. The cities had learned to stay awake, and they were absolutely delighted with their insomnia. You'd walk down Broadway or State Street or any main drag in any city, and the lights would be so bright you could read a newspaper without squinting. Your first stop might be a movie theatre, because the pictures were getting more elaborate and entertaining by the month. These weren't just films, they were experiences. The theatres themselves resembled palaces, adorned with elaborate ceilings, luxurious seats, and orchestras that accompanied the silent films. You'd sit in the dark with hundreds of other people, all of you gasping and laughing and collectively forgetting that the real world existed outside those velvet curtains. Charlie Chaplin was making everyone laugh with his little tramp character, a fellow who seemed to find dignity in the most undignified situations. Buster Keaton was performing stunts that defied both gravity and common sense. These comedians weren't just entertainers, they were philosophers of the absurd, showing you that life's problems could be solved with creativity, persistence, and a willingness to look ridiculous. But the real adventure began when you decided to find a speakeasy. By 1925, the country had gotten very creative about working around the 5-year-old prohibition. You'd walk down a perfectly ordinary street, counting doorways until you found the right one. Maybe it was marked with a small symbol, or maybe you just had to know which door to knock on. The password might be something like bee's knees, or Oscar sent me. You'd whisper it to a person whose eyes you could see through a small window, and if you'd gotten it right, the door would swing open to reveal a world that was half party, half conspiracy. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with cigarette smoke and possibility. The air practically vibrated with jazz music played by musicians who seemed to be making it up as they went along. In numerous instances, their interpretations were accurate. Jazz was all about improvisation, about taking a familiar tune and twisting it into something entirely new. It was music that matched the mood of the times, confident, experimental, and slightly dangerous. The drinks were stronger than anything you'd ever tasted, partly because the bootleggers weren't particularly concerned with subtlety. They mixed gin that could strip paint with fruit juices and served it in cocktail glasses reminiscent of fairy tales. The cocktails had names like Gin Ricky, Sidecar, and Bee's Knees, as if someone had decided that drinking should be an adventure in linguistics as well as intoxication. The dancing was unlike anything your parents' generation had ever seen. The Charleston was the signature move, all flying feet and swinging arms and complete abandonment of anything that might be considered dignified. The music would compel you to continue dancing despite your clothes becoming soaked with sweat. The women smoked cigarettes, wore makeup, and generally behaved in ways that would have horrified their grandmothers. Known as flappers, they appeared to have collectively decided to disregard the traditional norms of feminine behaviour. They wore their hair short, their skirts shorter, and their attitudes shortest of all. The men were trying to keep up, loosening their ties and learning dance steps that would have been considered scandalous just a decade earlier. Everyone was engaged in a collective rebellion against the stuffiness of the previous generation, and they were thoroughly enjoying themselves in the process. But here's the thing that made the speakeasy culture so special. It was democratic in a way that American social life had never been before. Rich and poor, young and old, immigrants and native-born Americans all crowded together around the same small tables, drinking the same illegal liquor and dancing to the same outrageous music. Prohibition had inadvertently created a kind of social mixing that the country had never experienced. The night would end with you stumbling out into the dawn, your ears ringing with jazz and your head spinning with gin, and the sheer exhilaration of being alive at a time when anything seemed possible. Tomorrow was another day, and tomorrow's night would bring new adventures, new music, and new reasons to celebrate the simple fact that you were young and American, and living in the most exciting decade anyone could remember. Now let's talk about how the 1920s changed the way people thought about everything. Not only did the music and clothes change, but the concept of what it meant to be an American underwent a complete transformation. You'd wake up in 1926 and realise that the world your parents had prepared you for no longer existed. A kind of exhilarating uncertainty replaced the old certainties, making every day feel like an adventure. It was like someone had rewritten the rules of life while you were sleeping, and you had to figure out the new version as you went along. The most significant change was in how people thought about themselves. Your great-grandparents had defined themselves by their work, their family, their church, and their community. But you were part of the first generation that could define itself by its entertainment, its style, and its attitude. You weren't just a blacksmith or a farmer or a shopkeeper. You were someone who listened to jazz, drove a car, went to the pictures, and had opinions about everything. The radio was particularly important in this transformation. Every evening you'd gather around that wooden box with its mysterious glowing tubes and listen to voices from New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. For the first time in American history, the entire country was hearing the same jokes, the same music, and the same advertisements. You were part of a shared national conversation that stretched from coast to coast. These developments created a kind of cultural democracy that was entirely new. A song that was popular in Harlem could be hummed by a farmer in Kansas within a week. Within a month, a dance that originated in Chicago might be performed at an Alabama high school dance. The regional differences that had defined American culture for centuries were beginning to blur into something more unified and simultaneously more diverse. The movies were doing something similar, but even more powerfully. You'd sit in a dark theatre and watch stories that took you places you'd never been, showed you lives you'd never lived, and made you feel emotions you'd never experienced. The stars weren't just actors, they were templates for how to be glamorous, sophisticated, and modern. Mary Pickford, Charlie Chaplin, and Rudolph Valentino weren't just entertainers, they were teachers in the Academy of Style. The magazines were changing too. The previous generation's serious, morally instructive publications gave way to magazines entirely focused on entertainment, fashion, and lifestyle. You'd flip through pages of photographs showing you how to dress, how to decorate your home, and how to conduct yourself at parties. It was like having a personal tutor in the art of being modern. The younger generation were particularly enthusiastic about rejecting everything their parents had taught them. They called themselves the Lost Generation, which sounds melancholy, but was actually a kind of celebration. They were lost from the old certainties, the old restrictions, and the old ways of thinking about life, and they were perfectly content to be lost, because being lost meant being free to find their own way. The slang reflected this new attitude. Everything was swell or keen or the cat's pyjamas. The language was becoming more playful, more inventive, and more fun. People were making up words and phrases with the confidence of poets, and everyone was eager to adopt the latest linguistic fashions. Even the art was changing. Instead of the realistic paintings and sculptures that had dominated American culture, artists were experimenting with abstract forms, bold colours, and ideas that didn't necessarily make logical sense. It was art that matched the mood of the times, experimental, confident, and slightly rebellious. The architecture was transforming too. Buildings were getting taller, sleeker, and more geometric. The Art Deco style was emerging, with its emphasis on clean lines and mechanical elegance. Cities were beginning to look like the future, which was precisely what their inhabitants wanted. But perhaps the most important change was in how people thought about tradition itself. Previous generations had revered the past, seeing it as a source of wisdom and guidance. However, the 1920s generation viewed the past as a challenge to conquer, enhance, or disregard. The future was more interesting than the past, and the present was more fun than either. This perspective created a kind of cultural acceleration that was both exhilarating and exhausting. Everything was changing so fast that you could barely keep up. But that was part of the excitement. You lived in a time of global reinvention and were part of it. By 1927, it was evident that something was beginning to go awry. The party was still going strong, the music was still playing, and everyone was still dancing. But if you looked carefully, you might have noticed that some of the dancers were starting to look a little worn out, and some of the music was starting to sound a little forced. The stock market was still climbing, but it was climbing in a way that was starting to make thoughtful people nervous. The numbers were getting so high that they seemed to have lost any connection to reality. Companies that had never made a profit were worth millions on paper. Stocks were doubling and tripling in value, based on nothing more than the assumption that they would continue to double and triple. You'd overhear conversations that would have been impossible just a few years earlier. Your barber would be talking about his stock portfolio while he cut your hair. The woman who sold newspapers on the corner would be discussing market trends with her customers. Everyone claimed to be an expert, And while many appeared to be getting rich, nobody was asking the obvious question: where was all this money actually coming from? The answer, it turned out, was that it was coming from the future. People were borrowing against tomorrow's prosperity to pay for today's lifestyle. They were buying stocks on margin, which meant they were borrowing money to buy investments that they hoped would be worth more money later. It was a pyramid scheme that worked perfectly, as long as everyone kept believing it would work forever. The agriculture sector was already showing signs of strain. Farmers had expanded their operations during World War I to meet the demand for food. But when the war ended, that need disappeared. Crop prices were falling, and farmers were struggling to pay off the loans they'd taken to buy more land and equipment. No one in the cities was paying much attention to the fact that rural banks were beginning to fail. The construction industry was beginning to slow down. There were only so many office buildings and apartment complexes that any city could actually use, but developers kept building them anyway because construction loans were easy to get, and real estate seemed like a guaranteed investment. Empty buildings were becoming more common, but the newspapers didn't write much about that. Even the consumer goods market was showing signs of saturation. What is the practical number of radios a family might need? What is the practical number of automobiles a person can drive? The factories were producing more than the market could absorb, but they kept producing anyway because the credit was available and the future looked bright. The international situation was becoming more complicated too. Europe was still struggling to recover from the war, and the German economy was particularly fragile. American banks had loaned enormous amounts of money to European governments and businesses, but those loans were looking increasingly risky. If Europe couldn't pay back what it owed, American banks would be in serious trouble. But in 1927, you probably wouldn't have noticed any of this. You'd be too busy enjoying the prosperity, the entertainment, and the sheer fun of being alive in the most exciting decade in American history. Despite the presence of warning signs, it was effortless to overlook them when everything in your immediate experience was thriving. The speakeasies were still packed, the jazz was still playing, the stock market was still climbing, and everyone was still convinced that the good times would last forever. The prospect of everything collapsing was too disheartening to contemplate. This was America, after all. Americans didn't have economic disasters. They had temporary setbacks followed by even greater prosperity. The newspapers were full of optimistic predictions about the future. By 1950, they said, everyone would have an airplane in their garage and a robot in their kitchen. Machines would do all the work, eliminating poverty and disease and reducing the work week to a few hours. It all sounded perfectly reasonable. Science was advancing rapidly, technology was solving problems faster than anyone could have imagined, and the American economy seemed to have discovered the secret of perpetual growth. What could possibly go wrong? The answer to this question was already beginning to emerge in the financial markets, the agricultural sector, the construction industry, and the international banking system. But in 1927, you could still choose to ignore those warning signs and focus on the fun, and that's exactly what most people did. And then, suddenly, it was 1929, and the music stopped. You'd wake up on a Tuesday in October and the world would look the same as the day before. You'd see the same buildings, streets, and people rushing to work with the same hopeful attitude. But something fundamental had changed overnight. Something that would take months or even years to fully understand. The stock market had crashed. The stock market not only experienced a decline, correction, or adjustment, but it plummeted, akin to a chandelier plummeting from a ballroom ceiling. Stocks that had been worth hundreds of dollars were suddenly worth pennies. Fortunes that had been built over years of careful speculation were wiped out in a matter of hours. The crash did not occur abruptly. The process began when a few nervous investors decided to sell their stocks, leading to a slight drop in prices that made other investors anxious. More selling caused prices to drop further, which made even more investors nervous. The situation resembled a domino effect, but instead of traditional dominoes, the pieces consisted of money and confidence. In just a few days, the American economy had experienced a significant decline of approximately 40% in its value. People who had gone to bed wealthy woke up poor. Suddenly the banks, seemingly as solid as mountains, revealed themselves to be based on sand. The prosperity that had seemed so permanent was exposed as an elaborate illusion. The human cost was staggering. Your neighbour, who had been bragging about his stock portfolio, was now trying to figure out how to pay his mortgage. Suddenly the bank where you deposited your savings closed, and a sign on the door declared your money unavailable. The factory where you'd worked for years was laying off workers because nobody could afford to buy what they were producing. But here's the thing about the crash. It wasn't really the end of the Roaring Twenties. It was more like the moment when someone turned on the lights at the end of a party and everyone realised what the place actually looked like. The problems had been there all along, hidden by the excitement, optimism and sheer fun of it all. We would call the decade that followed the Great Depression a period marked by hardship, struggle and collective soul-searching. But it would also be a time of innovation and resilience, and the discovery that Americans could survive just about anything if they worked together. Looking back from the perspective of 1932 or 1935, you might have been tempted to dismiss the entire decade of the 1920s as a foolish mistake, a time when the country lost its mind and forgot about the values that had made it great. But that would have been unfair to the genuine achievements of the era. The 1920s had given America jazz, movies, radio and automobiles, as well as the beginnings of a modern consumer culture. It had liberated women from Victorian restrictions and given young people the freedom to define themselves. It had connected the country in ways that had never been possible before, and created a shared national culture that transcended regional differences. Most importantly, it had shown Americans that they could reinvent themselves, that they could reject the limitations of the past and create something entirely new. That lesson would prove invaluable in the decades to come as the country faced the challenges of depression, war, and social transformation. The Roaring Twenties evoked a vision of immense prosperity and boundless possibilities. It was excessive, unsustainable, and ultimately destructive. But it was also creative, liberating, and genuinely enjoyable. It was a time when Americans learned they could be more than they ever thought, even if they couldn't keep it up. As you drifted off to sleep, you may have realised that the 1920s' true legacy was the confidence they gave Americans to believe anything was possible, not the crash that ended them. That confidence would be tested in the years to come, but it would never be completely broken, and that perhaps was the most important lesson of all. The music had stopped, but the memory of the dance would last forever. Shirley Temple was born in Santa Monica, California, on April 23, 1928, into a family that was neither destitute nor lavishly wealthy. Her father, George Temple, worked in finance, and her mother, Gertrude, carried an almost obsessive desire to shape her daughter's destiny. The Santa Monica of that era was a fast-evolving beachside enclave, brimming with both glamorous illusions from the burgeoning film industry and the more everyday routines of middle-class families trying to navigate a mercurial economy. It was within this dual atmosphere, flickering studio lights on one side and thrifty living on the other, that Shirley Temple began her path to stardom. Even before she could walk confidently, Gertrude recognised something luminous in her daughter's presence. Shirley had a precocious way of mimicking gestures she observed in adults. This knack for imitation would define her early days, turning dance and drama lessons into more than just passing amusements. Gertrude seized every opportunity to enroll Shirley in local dance classes. Meanwhile, the child's father, though more reticent, eventually supported these pursuits, especially as he sensed that his daughter's talents might help the family rise above its mundane financial prospects. Hollywood in the early 30s offered an odd mixture of unpolished opportunity and exploitative risk. The Great Depression had shattered many Americans' hopes, yet movie studios scrambled to produce escapist fare. Child performers were especially valuable, used to deliver cuteness and innocence during a time of national hardship. Shirley, with her natural curls, though constantly fussed over by her mother, who insisted there be exactly 56 of them, and an almost hypnotic ability to project joy, fit seamlessly into this mould. She was introduced to casting agents even before she turned 4, auditioning for bit parts that sometimes entailed dancing routines with the adult actors. Initially, Shirley's family juggled skepticism and ambition. The film sets she visited were not always the polished worlds fans saw on screen. Instead, they were chaotic places, where directors yelled, lighting rigs buzzed, and many child performers discovered their so-called cute factor overshadowed any genuine acting skill. Shirley, however, proved adept at capturing adult expectations. Her seeming earnestness, paired with that bright, dimpled smile, won over producers who recognised a phenomenon in the making. By 1932, She had landed small roles in a series of shorts called Baby Burlesques, comedic sketches where toddlers were placed in decidedly adult situations. Watching them today, many find the concept jarring, but in the economic desperation of the 1930s, these short films gained traction and Shirley's star quality began to gleam. Gertrude, operating as both mother and unofficial manager, monitored every facet of Shirley's budding career. The mother's presence on set was constant, at times protective and at other times controlling. Tales circulated of Gertrude touching up Shirley's curls between takes, ensuring that not a single ringlet strayed from the image of cherubic perfection. She championed Shirley's needs, but also drove her onward in a business known for discarding child actors once they outgrew their roles. This mixture of maternal devotion and unwavering ambition became a recurring theme in Shirley's early years. Even so, Shirley's own temperament provided a counterbalance. Despite the intense schedule, she exuded genuine curiosity about her surroundings. She asked questions about how cameras worked and who was responsible for set design. In an era where children were expected to be seen but not heard, her inquisitiveness made a subtle impression on directors and stagehands alike. They realised the girl was not a living doll, but a quick-thinking child who grasped far more than she let on. By 1934, she had secured her first breakthrough roles in feature-length films, with Fox Film Corporation, soon to merge into 20th Century Fox, backing her. Shirley Temple became one of the Depression-era's most iconic faces. Her movies, such as Stand Up and Cheer and Little Miss Marker, gave audiences a dose of optimism they craved. Critics raved about her bright-eyed sincerity, and ticket sales soared. Movie theatres saw a direct correlation. The more Shirley Temple danced and sang on screen, the more Americans showed up in droves, clinging to a child's radiant energy as a beacon in otherwise bleak times. At the tender age of 6, Shirley transformed from a curious toddler learning dance steps into a genuine star, symbolising hope in a world ravaged by economic hardships. However, behind the wide-eyed innocence of her film persona, a more complex story was forming, a dance of parental ambitions, studio pressures, and her own youthful resilience. That complexity would deepen as she soared to new heights of stardom in the years to come. In 1935, Shirley Temple underwent a significant transformation when her studio recognised the potential of their petite leading lady to lead full-length features. With the country still reeling from widespread unemployment and breadlines, her films provided escapism laced with optimism. Titles like Bright Eyes and Curly Top showcased not just her cherubic face, but an uncanny knack for on-screen chemistry with adult co-stars. She became the face of Fox's silver screen offerings, out-earning many established actors. Yet behind the upbeat songs and tap dances, negotiations and business manoeuvres were at play, many of which set precedents for how future child stars would be handled. Key among these developments was the contract Shirley signed with Fox, or more accurately, the contract her parents signed on her behalf. Its details sparked discussion across Hollywood. She was guaranteed a significant weekly salary, though significant in the 1930s. Currency meant something different than it would today, plus bonuses if her pictures performed well. Fox also set aside funds for her education and well-being, though the lines often blurred between on-set tutoring and real schooling. This arrangement acknowledged her star power, yet did little to protect her from an exhausting work schedule that some might deem exploitative. During this period, directors marvelled at Shirley's focus that necessitated multiple takes for adult actors, which often concluded swiftly once Shirley achieved her marks. She had a near photographic recall for lines and dance moves, a quality that impressed her choreographers. Equally striking was her composure under pressure. Fox executives, anxious to capitalise on her popularity, pushed for a film turnaround schedule that left little room for a typical childhood. Despite this, Shirley consistently provided the sunshine that the world craved. When an exhausted co-star once complained, "You're working this kid to death," a studio head allegedly replied, "If anything, she's staving us." It was a half-joking nod to the revenue her success generated at a time when many studios teetered on the edge of bankruptcy. Fans of all ages idolised Shirley. Children saw a peer living a fairy tale life, while adults took solace in her plucky on-screen persona that seemed to say, better days are just around the corner. Her likeness appeared on dolls, dresses, and countless products, an early instance of celebrity merchandising that would foreshadow later Hollywood synergy. Yet popularity also had a strange side. Rumours circulated that the bright-eyed star wasn't a child at all, but a little person posing for the cameras. This bizarre conspiracy theory gained such traction overseas that the Vatican once considered investigating her age. In truth, Shirley Temple was no more than 10 at the time, rapidly growing into a global household name. Curiously, Shirley's rise paralleled shifts in the film industry itself. The production code, Hollywood's moral guidelines, tightened restrictions on on-screen content. Shirley's clean, wholesome image fit perfectly into this new environment. Gone were the edgier comedic elements from her earlier shorts. In their place emerged full-blown family-friendly musicals and romances. She sang with experienced adult crooners, sharing lines and duets that might otherwise look awkward for a child. Yet her sincerity let her glide past potential awkwardness. Audiences believed her rosy worldview, if only for the duration of a matinee. Not that it was all smooth sailing. Inside the Temple household, tensions simmered. Gertrude clashed with producers who wanted to vary Shirley's look or storyline, steadfastly defending her daughter's signature curls and sweet persona. George Temple, meanwhile, found himself overshadowed, primarily attending to financial matters, while Gertrude guided their daughter's creative direction. In a twist reminiscent of many showbiz families, the father sometimes felt sidelined, overshadowed by the formidable bond between mother and star-daughter. As Shirley approached her 10th birthday, the industry noticed that her presence at the box office wasn't just consistent, it was heroic. Some of her films overshadowed even major adult releases. The juvenile star was effectively bankrolling Fox's operations, preventing pure financial cuts that might have devastated the studio. It became a well-known quip in Hollywood circles that if you needed a guaranteed hit, you hired Shirley Temple. Yet the relentless pace hinted at challenges to come. Child actors grow, their appeal, which studios often reduce to cuteness, can dissipate. Shirley's mother, well aware of that, fought to keep her in roles that showcased her innocence, worrying that a more mature role might fracture her image. Time was against them. The actress, who had embodied the aspirations of a Depression-era audience, was approaching adolescence, and the film roles accessible to a developing teenager seldom replicated the formula that made her a box office phenomenon. The real question became, how could Shirley Temple, America's darling, transition gracefully from juvenile novelty to enduring performer? As she entered adolescence, Shirley Temple found herself at an unexpected juncture. By 1939, she was 11 years old. Though still a beloved star, the realities of puberty loomed. Her face was ever so slightly less cherubic, her limbs less stubby. Hollywood's appetite for her brand of plucky innocence began to wane. Executives, who had previously viewed her as their most valuable asset, began to feel uneasy. The frequency of scripts designed to highlight her charm was gradually decreasing. Despite these challenges, Shirley maintained her impeccable professionalism. On the set of The Bluebird 1940, she embodied a dreamlike character in a lavish fantasy production clearly meant to replicate the success of The Wizard of Oz. But audiences perceived it as a half-hearted attempt. Critics pointed out that the film felt disjointed, and box office receipts fell short. This setback marked the first real stumble in Shirley's otherwise unstoppable career. Press, which had frequently hailed her as America's sweetheart, conjectured whether her period of fame had come to an end. Gertrude Temple attempted to reposition her daughter, pushing the studio to consider more sophisticated scripts. However, Hollywood's typecasting machine proved stubborn. Producers struggled to envision the newly teenage Shirley as anything apart from an endearing child in tap shoes. Meanwhile, the adult co-stars who once enjoyed waltzing with the little scene stealer now found themselves in awkward transitions. How do you frame a storyline around a teen actress whose strengths lay in the cuddle factor? That tension spelled trouble for Shirley's future as the leading lady she had once been. The family faced another dilemma: Shirley's education. On-set tutors had sufficed for the early years, but the demands of a teenager's curriculum were more complex. At her mother's urging, Shirley enrolled in a private school when her studio schedule allowed. There, she experienced a semblance of normal adolescence, passing notes, giggling with friends, and learning that not everyone orbited her fame. This partial return to an ordinary teenage routine offered a different perspective. She began to realize that the wider world didn't revolve solely around studio budgets and box office numbers. Financially, the Temples were secure, her earlier earnings had been prudently managed. though rumours circulated about potential mismanagement or lavish spending. For Gertrude, the real worry wasn't money but relevance. She feared the day Hollywood might deem Shirley Temple an expired product. She even toyed with the idea of forging a career in radio or travelling vaudeville acts if the film roles continued to dwindle. Shirley, on the other hand, expressed a desire to explore new interests, such as working behind the camera or even attempting to write. These notions, whispered among the family, never gained serious traction, overshadowed by the immediate challenge of stalling stardom. When the United States entered World War II, the entire entertainment industry shifted to a more patriotic agenda. Stars visited troops, performed in USO tours, and lent their faces to war bond drives. While teenage Shirley was a beloved figure, audiences' tastes leaned toward adult stars who carried an air of romantic glamour or comedic relief that spoke to wartime anxieties. The adolescent performer, suspended between child icon and adult personality, found herself in a precarious niche. She did participate in some charitable events, singing for servicemen and endorsing the war effort. Yet the studios, increasingly fixated on adult drama and musicals tailored for older stars, saw less need to centre entire pictures around her. Still, Shirley Temple's name carried enough clout to secure sporadic roles at different studios once her Fox contract ended. Notably, she signed a brief contract with MGM, culminating in a handful of features. Unfortunately, these projects never recaptured the luminous box office magic of her earlier output. The film Kathleen, 1941 for instance, garnered lukewarm reviews, with critics noting that they yearned for the sprite who had once brightened hearts during the Depression, rather than the uncertain teenager grappling with evolving tastes in entertainment. By the time she reached her mid-teens, Shirley was balancing on a tightrope, half a nostalgic emblem of a vanished era, and half a blossoming young woman searching for a place in an industry that rarely allowed for graceful transition. She herself remained outwardly composed, leaning on the well-honed discipline that had shaped her childhood. Yet behind those calm brown eyes, a more profound question arose. If Hollywood no longer needed her to be its dancing child star, who could she become? In trying to address that question, Shirley Temple would soon embark on life experiences that would transform her far beyond the realm of movie sets and scripts. The next phase of Shirley Temple's life revolved less around Hollywood stage lights and more around personal milestones. At 15, she met John Agar, a sergeant in the Army Air Corps from a socially prominent family. Their whirlwind courtship fascinated fans, who were curious to see America's one-time golden child stepping into adulthood. By 1945, just as the war concluded, Shirley married Agar, Barbaz. The media spun the wedding into a major event, splashing photos across newspapers nationwide. But if the public assumed she would settle into a conventional family life, they underestimated her capacity for reinvention. Shirley persistently ventured into the film industry, occasionally collaborating with her husband. In Fort Apache, 1948, directed by John Ford, Shirley co-starred with Agar, John Wayne, and Henry Fonda. Although the Western genre was significantly different from her previous musicals, she enjoyed the novelty. Despite her diminished star billing, she received solid reviews for her performance. The film's moderate box office success indicated that perhaps there was a viable path forward for her in Hollywood, though no longer as the marquee name. While she drew professional satisfaction from the project, her personal life was more turbulent. Agar struggled with the weight of public attention on his famous wife and faced accusations of drinking and erratic behaviour. The marriage soon began to splinter. For Shirley, the unravelling marriage signalled a broader dissatisfaction. She could sense that the film industry still saw her through a lens of childhood nostalgia, making it difficult to secure roles that challenged her. Meanwhile, her real-life responsibilities now included motherhood. She gave birth to a daughter, Linda Susan, in 1948. Balancing the duties of parenthood with diminishing but still potent demands of a movie career proved complex. She found some roles, but mostly smaller parts in B-movies or ensemble casts. A handful of these roles allowed her to play more mature characters, yet none sparked a significant comeback. By 1950, her marriage to Agar had reached a breaking point, culminating in a high-profile divorce that tabloid newspapers giddily dissected. The same fans who once showered her with unconditional adoration read about the messy details of her domestic strife. This jarring exposure taught Shirley an uncomfortable lesson about public life. Once you step out of the child star bubble, the press can turn your personal trials into sensational fodder. Nevertheless, she remained composed, determined to maintain dignity for her daughter's sake. A new chapter beckoned when she crossed paths with Charles Alden Black, a Navy intelligence officer from a well-connected California family. Their first meeting, ironically, involved neither film nor fanfare, just two individuals sharing conversation at a dinner party. Black claimed he had never seen a single Shirley Temple movie, which she found refreshing. Their relationship blossomed quickly, partly because Shirley found an anchor in Charles's unpretentious yet cultivated manner. They wed in December 1950, a union markedly different from her first. Charles's devotion offered a calm refuge from the swirling storms of the entertainment industry. Suddenly, the idea of continuing a somewhat aimless pursuit of second-tier film roles lost its allure. Facing the reality that her Hollywood career was winding down, Shirley made a bold decision in 1950. She retired from the silver screen at the age of 22. It was a startling move for someone whose name still held nostalgic weight among a wide swath of moviegoers. Yet she had reached a point where the roles available failed to match her aspirations. Instead of clinging to a diluted version of her earlier stardom, she chose to explore new frontiers. She also recognised that the intense work she'd endured since toddlerhood had left little room for ordinary experiences. Eager to cultivate a more grounded lifestyle, she embraced family life with Charles Black in the San Francisco Bay Area. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, she briefly returned to show business with the television series Shirley Temple's Storybook. The show reimagined fairy tales and children's classics, allowing her to explore a producing and hosting role rather than front and centre acting. Fans appreciated the chance to see her again, no longer a child star but a poised, articulate adult. This step back into the public eye felt more on her terms, without the constraints of a studio system dictating her every move. Though the glow of her child stardom lingered in the cultural memory, Shirley Temple Black, as she began calling herself, was discovering broader horizons. Her youth had exposed her to the highs and lows of American celebrity culture. Now she looked at life with a fresh perspective, realizing that her journey might shift away from film entirely. What emerged next would surprise many. A pivot from Hollywood starlet to public servant and diplomat. Roles that would define her final decades in ways few observers could have predicted. While many child stars vanish into obscurity or cling to their past fame, Shirley Temple charted a course that combined her innate poise with a newfound dedication to civic engagement. Throughout the 1960s, she and Charles Black settled into a relatively private existence in the Bay Area. She embraced community work, volunteering for charitable organizations and quietly building relationships with local politicians. Though she rarely sought publicity for these efforts, her ability to connect with people, honed from early stardom, proved a valuable asset. A pivotal moment came in 1967, when she declared her candidacy for Congress in a special election to fill a vacant seat. Running as a Republican in California's 11th Congressional District, Shirley Temple Black surprised political insiders with her articulate presence on the campaign trail. She emphasized issues such as urban development, educational reform, and tackling crime, reflecting the moderate Republican stances of the era. Reporters who covered her campaign quickly discovered that she was no lightweight. While her name recognition initially drew curiosity, her policy discussions resonated with a portion of the electorate. She did not prevail in the primary, finishing second, but she garnered a respectful share of votes. The campaign underscored her serious interest in governance and laid the foundation for future opportunities. A year later, life took an abrupt turn when Shirley was diagnosed with breast cancer. She underwent a mastectomy in 1972, an experience she chose not to hide from the public. Instead, she made a bold move by holding a press conference to discuss her procedure, one of the first high-profile women to speak openly about battling breast cancer. This frankness challenged taboos and spurred an outpouring of support from women across America. Her candor helped destigmatize a condition many had treated as shameful or exclusively private. Over time, her advocacy would shape public perceptions of cancer treatment, prompting more open dialogue and encouraging countless women to seek checkups and information. Meanwhile, her political aspirations remained alive. President Richard Nixon, impressed by her public service ethos and calm demeanor, appointed her to represent the United States at the 24th United Nations General Assembly in 1969. During her time at the UN, Shirley Temple Black focused on issues like environmental protection and the rights of children. topics that echoed her personal passions. Colleagues noted her capacity to negotiate diplomatically and her genuine interest in bridging cultural divides. This appointment, though short-lived, showcased her ability to navigate high-stakes international settings, blending the charm of her Hollywood pedigree with substantive policy engagement. President Gerald Ford named Shirley Temple Black the United States ambassador to Ghana in 1974 as a result of her success. Ambassadorship was not a ceremonial position. Ghana had undergone political upheaval and was strategically significant in West Africa. As ambassador, she navigated US interests, promoting trade, supporting development, and working to maintain stable diplomatic relations in a region still adjusting to post-colonial realities. Her presence in Accra signalled that Washington took Ghana seriously, and Ghanaians received her warmly, sometimes referencing her iconic childhood films. She responded by emphasising shared cultural ties, hosting local artists at embassy events, and travelling beyond the capital to better understand the country's complexities. Her steady performance in Ghana earned her another diplomatic assignment, this time as the first female chief of protocol under President Ford. She managed high-level ceremonies, greeted visiting heads of state, and guided official delegations. Although the role was largely ceremonial, she approached it with the thoroughness that had defined her entire career, keeping track of protocols and cultural nuances, and forging personal bonds with international leaders became second nature. The highlight of her diplomatic career, however, arrived in 1989, when President George H.W. Bush appointed her ambassador to Czechoslovakia. The Cold War was on the verge of a dramatic thaw, and her posting to Prague placed her at the heart of historic change. As communism began to crumble across Eastern Europe, Shirley Temple Black found herself witnessing the Velvet Revolution, the peaceful upheaval that ousted the communist regime. She consulted dissidents, shared perspectives with other Western diplomats, and skillfully represented US interests without overshadowing the Czech people's pursuit of democracy. Once again, she relied on a blend of empathy and pragmatism, traits that had served her well since her early years on a Hollywood set. By the close of the 1980s, Shirley Temple Black stood as a testament to reinvention. From a child star who lit up Depression-era screens to a diplomatic figure forging connections in far-flung parts of the world, she demonstrated that stardom need not confine a person to a single storyline. Rather, it could be a launching pad for broader contributions that transcended the realm of entertainment, impacting global politics and societal attitudes alike. The late 1980s and early 1990s in Czechoslovakia were a swirl of political transformations, and Shirley Temple Black was squarely in the thick of it. Serving as ambassador at a time when the nation's hopes for post-communist democracy were at their zenith, she found herself forging friendships with figures like Václav Havel, the playwright-turned-president, who led the Velvet Revolution. Diplomats often rely on tact and formality to navigate tense transitions, but Shirley's life experience, her capacity to read a room, to empathise and to adapt, proved equally pivotal. She struck an approachable balance between an official stance and genuine curiosity about everyday Czech life. Citizens who recognised her, from old Hollywood lore, marvelled at how this former child star had become a calm presence amidst their country's defining historical moment. Her schedule brimmed with diplomatic engagements, addressing economic reforms, promoting trade opportunities, and facilitating cultural exchanges. She also took time to visit schools and orphanages, echoing a child-centred compassion that had first won her the public's heart decades earlier. More than once, local media cameras captured her hugging children, an image that symbolised a connection transcending politics. For her staff, it was standard to see school groups flock to the US Embassy, where the ambassador would greet them personally. She saw in those students the same spark that, years before, propelled her own improbable journey. In the midst of these responsibilities, she also wrestled with the complexities of representing a superpower. While US officials championed market liberalisation, the Czech populace harboured diverse views on how rapidly to embrace Western economic models. Shirley sought to present America's stance in a measured way, advocating for cooperation rather than imposing directives. This nuance endeared her to local politicians, who appreciated that she was not just delivering lectures, but engaging in genuine dialogue. Observers credited her with amplifying America's soft power in the region, using her personal warmth as an informal diplomatic tool. Outside her official role, she relished exploring Prague's architecture, concert halls and cafes, the city, with its Gothic spires and centuries-old cobblestone streets, fascinated her. She told friends that wandering around the old town felt like stepping onto a meticulously designed film set, except it was real history etched into every stone. Occasionally, she and her husband Charles hosted small gatherings at the embassy residence, inviting Czech artists and intellectuals alongside visiting American officials. These soirees, bridging cultural gaps with music and conversation, mirrored a style of diplomacy that aligned with her persona, blending formality with the personal touch. By 1992, the world was changing again. Czechoslovakia split peacefully into the Czech Republic and Slovakia. Shirley Temple Black's time as ambassador wrapped up, and while the region's politics continued evolving, she left behind a legacy of empathy-driven diplomacy. Stepping away from her official duties, she returned stateside with a sense that her life's second act had equalled the first in terms of impact, even if fewer paparazzi cameras trailed her every move. Retirement from formal diplomacy did not entail retreating into quiet anonymity. She took on roles with corporate boards, notably with companies where her expertise in international relations and public communication offered value. Though her Hollywood name still commanded attention, she leveraged it selectively, more inclined to champion charitable causes than to cash in on old fame. Among her philanthropic interests, cancer research remained a focal point. She continued to advocate publicly for early detection, recalling her battle with breast cancer. Each time she spoke at fundraisers or medical conferences, attendees saw not a fragile survivor, but a resolute voice urging progress. Those who encountered her socially in these later years describe a woman both gracious and candid. She was not one to dwell on her childhood stardom unless prompted. Indeed, many who knew her as an ambassador or a board member noted they often forgot she had once been the biggest child star on Earth. She was simply Shirley, a thoughtful colleague who asked incisive questions and brought a wealth of worldly experience to any conversation. If pressed about her Hollywood days, she might offer a light anecdote, perhaps about dancing with Bill Bojangles Robinson, but she rarely glorified the spectacle. Instead, she framed it as a valuable but distant chapter in a life driven by personal growth. As she moved into her 70s, Shirley Temple Black observed with equal measures of pride and humility the enduring affection so many still held for her. Around the globe, older fans recalled her films as a joyful beacon amid Depression hardships, while younger generations discovered them on home video. It was a testament not just to her on-screen persona, but also to the universal appeal of sincere optimism. Yet for Shirley herself, the highlight reel comprised more than movie clips. It was her service to her country, her forging of diplomatic pathways in fraught times, and her unwavering ability to adapt that truly defined her adult identity. Reflecting on Shirley Temple's life is like perusing a panoramic album of 20th century America, spanning an era of economic turmoil, world war, cultural upheaval, and global realignment. She departed the world on February 10, 2014, at age 85, leaving behind a legacy that defied simple categorization. Most headlines upon her passing remembered her as the dimpled darling who danced on staircase railings in black and white musicals. Yet, to view her exclusively through that nostalgic lens is to overlook the deeper arc of her journey. Her funeral, held privately, revealed the quiet dignity she had long preferred. Friends and family spoke of a person whose warm spirit extended far beyond the camera. Tributes poured in from around the globe, movie fans recalling her as a childhood idol, diplomats and politicians lauding her statesmanship, and cancer survivors thanking her for raising awareness when few others did. It was a moment when a star's mythos converged with the reality of a life well lived. In subsequent years, retrospectives have examined the nuances that made Shirley Temple so enduring. Scholars of film history point out her unusual role in bridging adult and child audiences during the Depression. Her presence was never merely cute, she delivered genuine performances that resonated with viewers longing for hope. Contemporary debates also scrutinise the exploitative elements of Hollywood during the 1930s and their incorporation of child performers into adult-driven stories. Shirley was no exception. The baby burlesque short films of her earliest career remain a stark reminder of how children were sometimes positioned in questionable scenarios. Yet she transcended that environment, emerging as a figure who, by her fortitude and mother's fierce oversight, navigated the system without losing her essential spark. Her personal evolution underscores an important lesson, that fame, especially at a young age, need not define one's entire existence. While many child stars collapse under the weight of early celebrity, Shirley Temple channeled it into fresh pursuits. Whether campaigning for a congressional seat in California or speaking openly about her breast cancer surgery, she tackled each phase with authenticity. She displayed a consistent willingness to meet challenges head-on, an attribute that stands in contrast to the perceived innocence of her childhood film roles. Perhaps it was that original wellspring of discipline, memorising lines, perfecting dance routines, that carried over into her adult life, enabling her to approach any hurdle with equal resolve. Moreover, her diplomatic service remains one of the more surprising chapters of her story. Stepping into the role of ambassador in two distinct contexts, Ghana and Czechoslovakia, reflected an adaptability rarely seen in showbiz alumni. While some saw her as merely a ceremonial figure, she quickly demonstrated that star quality could harmonise with serious policy work. By advocating for environmental issues at the UN, fostering cultural exchanges in Ghana, and navigating the complexities of a post-communist Czech landscape, she expanded the definition of how a public figure can serve national interests. Tenure in Prague during the Velvet Revolution coincided with a seismic shift in global politics, a pivotal moment that fundamentally reshaped Europe. That vantage point alone placed her in the orbit of towering figures like Havel, forever linking her name to a monumental historical pivot, even as critics debate the merits of her earliest films or the complexity of her mother's role in orchestrating her stardom. Shirley Temple's narrative remains awe-inspiring for its breadth. The child who once sparred with co-stars twice her height became an adult who regularly engaged with world leaders. In the same lifetime, she delighted Depression-era cinema audiences, and then, half a century later, watched democracy break ground in Eastern Europe. That range of experiences underscores a singular life that mirrored the transformations of a century. Today, her iconic cherub face continues to adorn vintage movie posters and DVD covers. Young dancers still attempt to replicate her signature tap routines. Parents introduce her black and white musicals to new generations. Yet parallel to that cultural imprint stands the lesser, celebrated but equally significant tale of an American who chose to redirect celebrity into public service, forging a second legacy as an advocate and diplomat. In so doing, Shirley Temple Black left us a message about resilience, that even the brightest, most ephemeral childhood glow can evolve into something more expansive, guiding not just a film studio's fortunes, but international dialogues and philanthropic causes as well. And in the end, perhaps that quiet metamorphosis is her most enduring, if underappreciated, achievement